Hello there and welcome to another Supercut. This is a 9-hour long video. That should be enough to keep you company while you sail off to sleep, while you go through a day's work, or maybe a long car ride. Whichever it is, I hope you find the video relaxing. It is a series of episodes that you might have already seen on the channel, but since this is a very long video, without playlists or interruptions, you can just keep it on in the background. Thank you for watching. I hope you will enjoy the video. Have a good rest, have a good work day, have a good relaxation, whatever it is that you're doing. I hope you will enjoy.
Admiral's log. The German threat looms large on the horizon, casting a shadow of uncertainty over our naval operations. Their massive navy, a formidable force to be reckoned with, presents a challenge unlike any we have faced before. Yet in the face of this daunting adversary, we have adopted a strategy akin to eating an elephant, one bite at a time. As the Germans continue to harass our merchant shipping, we have refrained from engaging them head-on, recognizing that such a direct approach would only lead to further casualties on our part. Instead, we have adopted a more calculated and strategic approach, focusing on wearing down their forces bit by bit. Each encounter with the German fleet is carefully orchestrated, with our escorting ships fending off the attackers and sinking them one by one. With each victory, the Germans find themselves with fewer and fewer ships at their disposal, their once mighty navy gradually dwindling in size and strength. It is a battle of attrition, to be sure, but one that we are determined to win. Through patience, perseverance, and strategic cunning, we will chip away at the German fleet until they are no longer a threat to our merchant shipping and naval operations.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back. It's episode 31 and we have some German battleships to deal with. Not right now, though. That gives me some time. So we're going to have another look at one of the definitely most useful ships so far, the Enigma Huns. What's wrong with these things? Well, they got that big 18-inch gun right on the middle of the ship, and so far I am extremely unimpressed with its performance. It's been extremely random. The 13-inch guns on the bow and the stern are very, very steady damage dealers. You know that they'll deliver. The 18-inch gun might sort of reclaim its glory if it encounters a battleship. It's a relatively easier target to deal with, and as such, maybe this gun can actually hit something. Now, the upgrade that the ship's going to be getting is the Mark IV, which does give it a slightly better reload, it gives it better accuracy, it gives it better pen, but I'm still not entirely convinced that this is the right way to go. So what's the alternative? 15-inch guns, 16-inch guns, 17-inch guns. These are all Mark IV. You're looking probably at the quad stats here. Yeah. If I'm going dual barrel with these things, it's 56 seconds versus 63 seconds. So a 17-inch gun doesn't actually do that much for me. I am, however, firing semi-ballistic shells. I kind of don't want to get rid of those because they are very good shells, especially if you fire them from a 13-inch gun at a cruiser. This is going to completely wreck the cruiser. It does not a whole lot of damage. Like, it's not completely harmless when fired at a battleship, but it's not exactly what you would want. Now, I'm considering just upgrading the whole ship to have 3 15-inchers. I'm not sure if that will fit, so let's have a look. So we're going to have 115 there, 115 there, and 115... Yeah. No, it's not quite going to fit. We're only 4,000 tons overweight. If I go to a lighter armor scheme, maybe I can make it work, but it feels very unsafe. If I go diesels, or diesel 2 even, this thing goes to 797 million, which puts it almost on par with the state belt. So that's not going to happen. As for other options, 13-inch quadruples. I guess that could work. And then, actually, what about 14-inch quadruples? The problem is you're kind of wasting this whole deck space here. Is it possible to relocate the superstructure there? No, they won't let you do that. I can put the superstructure slightly farther back. So that could work. And then have one of the turrets over there. And have another one of the turrets on the back. This way, especially with the high-end cap ballistic 2s, I can probably hurt that battleship pretty bad. Oh, these are quad 13s. I meant to go like quad 14s. Now, of course, that battleship that the Germans have is not the only threat that this thing is going to be facing, so I will stick to the casemates. The refit time, however, 5 months for really a marginal upgrade in firepower. Well, it might not be that marginal. They had 4 13-inch barrels, plus 2 18-inchers. Now they have 8 barrels, so we're increasing barrel count at the expense of, let's say, hard damage with the 18-incher. But, well, seeing how lackluster the 18-inch performance has been, maybe this is the better option to go. Now what I'm going to do is just undo all the changes, kick off the 18-inch gun, and do it all over again, because I think 5 months is a bit much for refitting. A little while later, I've come up with this design. It's very different. We have a double barrel 16 on the back, we have a triple barrel 16 on the bow, and we have a couple of quadruple 6ers amidships. This is because I found that these 3.9s, they work, but their field of fire is so limited that they tend to really need a lot of broadside. This leaves the bow of the ship covered by the 8-inch guns, the stern of the ship covered by the 6-inch gun, as well as that big 15, and it still gives me a slight upgrade. We get 24 knots, we get the modern armor, and we get the radar rangefinder. I hope that these guns with capped AP shells are going to be sufficient to deal with some of these German ships. But considering their pen, let's say 15,000 meter range, 24 inches of pen, I think we can make a pretty good dent in them. The problem is, it's going to make a pretty good dent in the availability of the Enigma Huns, because they'll be out of action for 6 months. I can probably refit one at a time, just to make sure that I don't have all my ships out for maintenance / refitting. And, well, I'm eager to see your thoughts down below in the comments about this new design / this refit. Because I think it's an interesting ship. Like, it's an interesting design. Whether it'll work, I don't know. Let me know down below. Now, onto a new design of the new Battlecruiser. The reason for this new Battlecruiser is that I want to have the capacity of having something move a couple of really big guns really quickly. So I'm thinking a modern battlecruiser, so a fast battleship as the game considers it, displacing about 45,000 tons, so relatively minimal tonnage, and that should also push the price to a relatively respectable number. The ship is going to be quick. She's going to be doing 33 knots, maybe even 35, because this also allows me potentially quite a high maneuverability on the world map, so that I can get this thing into position where those big battleships are going to be. This is going to mean something that is efficient. Engine efficiency differs, or rather cruising speed. So we got 75% of top speed to achieve cruising speed. This means that 75% of that 35 knots is going to turn into cruising speed. With geared turbines, you're getting 60%. With turbo electric, you're getting 72.5%. But there's another factor at play here. I want to make sure that this thing has engines that give the ship quite a bit of maneuverability, and I think this is better than diesels. Diesels have 48 horsepower per ton, turbo electrics have actually quite a lot more, and might be a better option. Now there is something I want to check before I complete this design, which is whether or not those gas turbines are coming out anytime soon. Sadly, the answer is no. The gas turbines, even if I'm boosting this, are going to take me another year. Considering that the German threat is here now, I cannot wait another year. We're going to have to continue with the designs using either the turboelectric drives or the high-end diesels. So we're back to our engine choice. Diesels make this ship very expensive, 3 billion. The flip side is that the displacement is okay, and these things actually don't damage that easily. Like, their ability to be repaired is very good. The problem is, once this thing starts losing speed and you want to speed back up, their acceleration is relatively low, minus 27.5. This thing has better stats. Your engine vibration is minus 60%. This one has engine vibration of none. Gives no engine vibration change. 75% cruise speed. This is 72. Like, the ship is slightly heavier, but it's also cheaper. I mean, it's still freaking expensive at $1 billion. But okay, I'm willing to accept that price tag. Torpedo blister, yeah, that might be a bit of a problem. Let's go with a single hull bottom. Citadel 5, anti-flood 3, and let's put on the main tower first. I'm thinking ABX, but seeing as I'm trying to shuffle around a couple of 18-inch guns, I'm not so sure if that'll fit on this ship. Because I'm trying to basically build a mini Yamato. Just the Chinese version of it. Yeah, you also need a secondary tower, don't you? I can get the advanced. This is long range accuracy 12, 11.5, 5, or 5. The good news is this thing takes up a metric ton of space. The tall secondary tower does not take up a lot of space and can be useful. Because this can shrink down the whole ship a little bit. What am I paying for that? Long range accuracy only 5 versus 12. You're getting night vision on this ship. You're getting aiming speed, which is better. Base accuracy. This thing has no base accuracy? Oh. That's bad news. Sorry, you're gone. I do need my base accuracy, especially as I'm using 18-inch guns. I need my base accuracy. Okay, here we go. Engine efficiency is going to need work. We still need barbette armor. This ship is probably not going to work the way that I have it intended. But then again, I'm trying to move a couple of a couple of 18-inch guns around on a relatively small platform. I mean, the Yamato displaced about 70,000 tons. And this is not even all the gadgets and gizmos that I would want on this ship. Stereoscopic, RDF. What sort of pen do we get? Well, that's actually not bad. 16-inch pen at 20 kilometers. Yeah, I can live with that. Now, here's the challenge. If you want to make a ship like this, you want to try and minimize the beam. And I'll probably have to upgrade the displacement a bit. So let's say 48,000 tons. Nope. The challenge is finding that number where the game goes, yeah, I can actually make this work. We're getting there. Sort of. Oh, but I still don't have a funnel. And that's also a couple thousand tons. I think this is going to be like a $2 billion ship. Go to 60,000 tons. There. Now it'll fit. Sort of. Oh, sorry, no, I do have a funnel. It's just terrible engine efficiency. Go with a second funnel. Oh, God, I still don't have any secondary guns. I can see that becoming a problem. And I don't know about my armor. Get hit on this thing and you're dead. You're just dead. That's a problem. So this would be a glass cannon flinging through the water at 35 knots. If I slow her down quite a bit, I can regain a couple thousand tons. Give it better steering for one. An unbalanced rudder. Give it standard and capitalistic HE. These things should... Yeah, they got sort of okay turning rotation. Yeah. What if I turn it into one of those Graf Spee-ish designs? But let's say the Graf Spee-ish evil step twin with 18-inch guns as opposed to 11s. That could free up about 5,000 tons, considering the barbette, the turret, and its armor. And with that, I can probably have it over... Well, let's say be overwatched, for lack of a better term, by a secondary. I'm going to put these guns on reverse for at least testing purposes. Because I want to have these as 360-degree turrets. So they'll be able to snap to their target. Well, they won't snap. They'll be able to turn to their targets relatively quickly. And these are the Mark IV. So they are a better variant than the ones that I've just been showing you. So you're going to sit there. You're going to sit there. And that's going to be a secondary 8-inch Mark V. Let's say triple barrel gun. if I push this forward, this thing is also going to be able to spin 360 degrees. So I need to find that sweet spot for this gun as well. Yep, there we are. Okay, now I can put these guns on normally. Yep. Works. For weight offset is only 0.1%. That's excellent. Nope, not there. Perfect. Okay. Making these things standard should also give the 8-inchers a bit more punch for their power. And with that be able to start penning cruisers. Not spectacularly so, but still potentially enough. The alternative is to go with a secondary, well, a secondary primary gun, insofar as that makes sense, but the problem is weight. Let's say I want to have an 11-inch gun overwatching this. This is 500 ton. The 11-inch gun is about twice as heavy. It won't even fit. No, I'm going to stick to my guns. Sorry. And put this here. And that allows me to put on some additional armor. 15-inch there. Give me a solid main deck. Give me a superstructure of 3 inches. 5 there, 5 there. Give me 7 and 7. And especially with 190% armor quality, that ought to be sufficient. TNT and triple base gives me a bit more pen. And then I could go light shells, I guess, because it gives you less ricochet angle, or less ricochet chance. So with the standard, or so maybe I can get away with this. At 15 inches, sorry, at 15 kilometers, I can pen 21 inches of armor. If my slider is set correct. Let's say the Germans have about 175. Something to that effect. I can pen 16 inches of armor, which means I can go right through a belt. A bow, a stern, maybe the main belt. Maybe. Reload, 72 seconds. Turret rotation speed is still not great, but considering it can turn 360 degrees over the ship as well, that should allow it quite a bit of versatility. This gun turns far faster at 6 degrees per second, and will be able to engage cruisers, well, anywhere. As for the rest of the secondaries, I unfortunately cannot put those guns up there, but I might be able to house a couple of 5-inch. Now, I personally despise the look of the quads, and they won't fit side by side anyway, so let's go with triples, which also won't fit side by side anyway. What good are you? What good are you? Can I go like a 6 and a 4? Oh, never mind. The 5 and the 4 then. So a 5-inch there and a 4. Nope. Ugh. Fine. Oh, and they can't even turn fully. I was hoping that they would also cover the back of the ship, but unfortunately they can't do that. Okay, be like that. Can we do anything with these? Yes. We're going to put 5-inch there, 5-inch there. This gives me quite a bit of firepower when it comes to dealing with smaller threats. Why are you set up in reverse? One there. One there. And again, these are the Mark V. They're very good. They got a very good reload. They're very capable guns. Accurate. I like them. I can make them, considering that this is a bit of a standoffish warship, even better by giving 20% longer barrels. Sacrifice some reload. You got a 12-second reload to pump out these 3 shells. But it gives me a maximum range of about... I'm going to disregard the HE range and AP range. We're going to say 14. Let's say 10 to 14 is where these things are going to start to deal damage. And especially against the destroyer, that's good news. Because that means that the destroyer is going to be dissuaded to try closing into range. If it isn't in range yet. As for a propeller shaft, I can make this thing accelerate even faster. And let's get an auxiliary engine. Ooh, I got 9 tons left. And the conning tower isn't exactly armored yet. I'm going to have to take some armor from the deck and put that on the conning tower. Because if we lose the conning tower, the whole ship becomes kind of useless. So let's put that on 13, 12. Come on. You'll fit. There. Exactly balanced. 60,000 for 60,000. The ship's going to cost me $1.6 billion. And this is the 38 Tails.
I believe we've already had a ship of this name, but I think it got sunk long ago. So, let's see. 18-inch guns, firing every 72 seconds. 8-inch guns, overwatching them, firing every 14 seconds, giving me a bit of punch against cruisers. 5-inch guns, dealing with destroyers, but the main weapon system for this is the 18-inch 52. Capable of dealing damage potentially out to 50 kilometers. What's the maximum range on these if you put long barrels on them? That does not change. 59? You're going from 55 to 59. Okay. So at 40 kilometers, I have 0.6 to 1.2, and now I have 0.6 to 1.2. Lovely. What about 10 kilometers? 14 to 16. 10 kilometers, 12 to 14. So I'm gaining pretty much nothing. Okay, fine. I'll keep the ship as is. The 38 tails. Now the question is, can I actually build one of these? Because my shipyards just spit out a couple of cursed fish. But they're not that big of a ship. I think they were displacing something in the 30,000 tons. Maybe in that range. But, well, they did spit out 2 of them. So maybe I can make one of these new battlecruisers. And as my ships have been taking damage over the last couple of months, this is what I was afraid of. I don't have any displacement left to either upgrade the ships that I just changed, the Enigma Huns, or build the new ones. Unfortunate. As for those new ships that I was talking about, the Cursed Fish, we got the Meiji and we got the Viskialom ready in Kulung. I'm going to have these guys go out, because there were a couple of really nice provinces up for grabs. Saipan is going to be the first stop for these ships, and with those in round, I can actually grab a colony that's worth 2 billion in income. It's nuts, the amount of income that this thing generates. Yeah, it doesn't see that I have enough tonnage here, which makes sense. I got 2 heavies and a bunch of DDs. It's never going to be enough. Now, what is taking up all of this production? It's a flight of new Mechamatic 3s. It is also going to be repairs. Yeah. The Hartnauter repairing in 1 month. That's another Enigma Hunt getting back online. The Gosrith down in 1 month. The Aura 2 months. The Nyrokt 1 month for the Enigma Hunt itself. Yeah, fine. So in 1 month, we should have a bunch more tonnage available. We can actually start making these changes to the ships. As for the German Navy, they are building 27 ships. And of course, I cannot see what they're building. And also, I mustn't completely focus on that battleship threat. Because it is not the only ship that they have. I mean, sure, they're scary, but 40 heavy cruisers, 42 lights, and 48 DDs is a lot. As for their presence here, 2 BBs, 3 DDs, and 6 BBs. I am not going out of ports here. Absolutely not. I don't mind the occasional 1v1. Fine. But against 6, and then in worst case, these things merge, and we're looking at about 9 of these super battleships. Yeah, no thank you. So we're going to deploy the classic go where the enemy isn't, and invade over there once these ships get here. Time for the next round against the Germans. It's the Scheffler Gaming. Came to within an inch of its life, but survived. And these 16-inch guns are now going to rumble down on the Nassau, which is packing 10 14-inch guns, as well as a couple of heavy cruisers, a light cruiser, and a DD. Well, 3 light cruisers, in fact. Now, these heavies have 10-inch guns. Some have 3, some have 4. This is the Irene class from 1937. This is the Princess Wilhelm class. Not sure what year. Could be recent, could just be their first version. Nassau, not that expensive, leading me to believe that it doesn't have very high tech aboard. But it does come with torpedoes, and I don't have any escorts. So best keep this thing, let's say, doing some talking with the 16-inchers from far away. The closer I get, the bigger the chance that they'll launch torpedoes. And, well, I have a pretty serious chance that I'll never see those coming. Thankfully, we're starting 38 kilometers away, and I actually have range. I have range to 50 kilometers with these Mark IV guns. So that gives me a pretty decent advantage right about now. And I am very eager to capitalize on that. I'm going to keep the ship running relatively slowly. I don't mind going to half speed to give her a more stable firing platform.
Conditions are favorable for good accuracy. You got that clear weather for 50% bonus. This ship, the Battlecruiser, let's see what the range is. 22 kilometers. So I have a lot of range on them. I mean, I have an advantage of 28 kilometers on paper. In practice, I'll never actually be able to use that range, simply because at that range, you won't hit anything. Now, let's have a look at her. The Nassau. Oh, it's a Dreadnought. That's why it's not that expensive. Most firepower concentrated on the stern. Pretty good news. You're going to have to go broadside if you want to do actual damage here. Let's focus on this. This is the big one. At this range, 35 kilometers. We can actually pen a lot of armor on the deck. Because by the time that the shells get there, they will have lost a lot of their speed. Now I'm going to go with the safe option and say that the enemy still has a lot of armor. So probably more than 3.7 inches on the deck. And that means we're just going to go and make sure that this thing fires armor piercing. As for... oh, that's the other one. Yeah, that's a heavy. Yeah, that's distinctly German. It's one of those Graf-Spee-esque designs. Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, I have plenty of shells aboard this ship. I have 1,000 armor-piercing shells ready for delivery. I just need to have a couple of willing, or maybe not so willing, targets. Lowering the barrels. Loading the guns. It's nice to have these state belts. They've proven to be reliable ships. They're not necessarily the most survivable. They're definitely the most expensive ships, well, that I used to have. Yeah, they're still really expensive. 3 billion. Oh, we got damage in. On the Battlecruiser. Main tower penetration for 5,000 points of damage. That's actually a really good hit, because that knocked out their ability to accurately land shells. So that is quite the gift. Let's see if we can actually land some more through a smokescreen. I doubt it, but it's not impossible. The Scheffler has a Generation 2 radar rangefinder, and with that gains the ability to, well, not completely negate smokescreens, but it can definitely use all of that accuracy and kind of mitigate the effects from the smokescreen. Now the ship is 24 clicks out. Yeah, we're starting to get into range here. I can try pushing a couple of shells on this target. This is their light cruiser. There's another light cruiser. Oh, sorry, this is their heavy cruiser. This is their light. This is the one that's doing a smoking, but I don't think I'll actually get anything in there. It is packing those torpedo launchers, but mostly on the stern. As such, I don't consider it that big of a threat yet. However, what sort of torp range you get? 16 clicks. Okay. So you are worthy of my attention. Oh, big hit. 8,988 points against the Battlecruiser, and she's flooding. That's 2 hits. We've reduced this proud Battlecruiser to half health. Well done, Scheffler. The light cruiser has stopped vaping, and this makes it vulnerable. 24% chance to hit it with a heavy cruiser. No, with a high explosive shell. 15 kilometers out. I think it might be planning on launching a torp. Look at that launcher. That was an overpen with a 16-inch shell. Okay, I'm going to assume I've been torpedoed. I don't have the ship identified yet, but I'm going to assume I have been torpedoed. So we're going to just go to flank speed for a little bit of time. These things are all on top of each other. Oh! Overpen. That was another 68 damage just from an overpen. Like, that did almost nothing. That's unfortunate. That Battlecruiser's limping away. Can't blame him, considering what I did to this thing. Look at the damage. Holy shit. That is... wow. You now have a see-through main tower. I already had that because there's a casemate in there. Well, that's good damage right there. Well done, Scheffler. More where that came from. This time against other targets, if you please. We're going to continue a full turn and make sure that anything and everything that is planning on dropping a torpedo this way is going to get completely thrown off in their calculations about as to where that torpedo is supposed to end up. Let's target the heavy cruisers because, well, I'm turning, they're turning. This is, relatively speaking, the easiest target. Still not by much, but it's better than nothing. Where are they going? Of course, with all this turning, my 16-inch guns are going to, unfortunately, be off target. Battlecruiser still 30 clicks out. Are you guys all running? No, not strictly. Getting some damage in with the 16s. Yeah. The 8-inchers are trying to help wherever they can, but we're landing absolutely nothing. Oh, great. Smoke screens. I'm going to put the main guns... Yeah, let's put the main guns on here. Because I don't really think that, you know, these smaller ships are going to get hit by this main gun. Now, I realize I am kind of chasing these ships at flank speed, so my accuracy is going to suffer somewhat. But I need that battlecruiser dead. Not so much because it's a threat to this ship, but because it is a threat to the, well, to pretty much all the other ships that I kind of field. Heavy cruisers, light cruisers, DDs. This is not a fun ship to fight. 10 14-inch guns with good reload. I mean, that is... yeah, 3rd grade guns, so it's tier 3. That's pretty dangerous. It's not really something I want to fight. Let's try to get rid of it. As for the DDs and their companions... Nuremberg. Unknown whether these guys have launched torpedoes, but considering nobody's reloading, I don't think they actually did. Getting some very, very mild damage in on everybody else. I think they're kind of set to screen? Screening the battlecruiser? Sure. No, normally the Massa would be going 29 knots, but this was water in the hull. She's only doing 18. It's good news for the State Belt, because she can only do 25. So I can slow down a couple of knots and get that full speed. Which gives me, ideally, some accuracy bonus. Come on, I just need a couple good hits. Go armor piercing. I want this battlecruiser gone. Would be a very nice prize. Not terribly expensive. I mean, we've seen battleships worth 12 billion, so a $325 million heavy cruiser, battle cruiser, it's more of a snack. But it's about the threat level that this thing generates for the rest of the fleet. Let alone convoys. Oh, overpent. So we did hit him, but not that well. How far? 21. Ah, there's another 3,000 points of damage. That went right through the stern. Causing damage on their flag. Ship is flooding badly now. It has many bulkheads, but cramped crew quarters. Jeez. Ooh, buoyancy is going to be a problem. 24%. 23. Nassau is only doing 15.8 knots, which is surprising considering the amount of water that she has inside and the damaged engine. But she's powering ahead. These ships maintain a very good distance from me. Yeah, this can be a good victory over Germany. Not necessarily a ton of victory points, but that's fine. If it just reduces the amount of escort ships that they have, that means that the Scheffler Gaming is not going to, well, itself be as much at risk from torpedoes. I just need a bit of time. A little later, Scheffler Gaming is now very close to these cruisers, so it's time to start punishing these guys, preparing for incoming torpedo attacks, because I may have gotten slightly overzealous in my approach. We are getting some friendly damage from the Germans. Very kind of them to assist in the damage dealing capabilities. Let's go increase the flank, so we can speed away from that incoming torpedo. Ideally, this one won't hit. Yeah, we're good. There's another one. These guys were all pretty much launching at the same time, and as such, they're kind of predictable. And now I'm gonna slow this thing right back down. Anybody who still has torpedoes that they're planning on sending, they're gonna have to try and send those with a new solution. Oh, shit. Head flank. We need to dodge 2 more. Yeah, we're good. Oh, crap. That one was unexpected. And unwelcome. And completely unnecessary, but I got a little hungry trying to get rid of these ships. Ah, good. Good, good, good. That was a dud. We got a couple more coming in. Like, this is not what I need, because this is 87,000 tons of warship that wants attention in the dry dock. Damn it. Yeah, well, I get what I deserve, right? I really had no business closing to this distance. But here we are, and there's another. And another, and another. And now she's at 60% health. This is not how you fight battles, generally. But then again, I am generally not patient enough. The Battlecruiser is still limping away. And considering my ship's down for the count, I might want to have their ship down for the count as well. Because that means it's going to be expensive for them to fix it. Might be useful. As for the rest of these guys, they still are torpedo hazards, especially the light cruiser and the DD. The heavy cruisers have sent half of their complement so far. And Irene over here still has plenty more. Look at that. Irene does seem to have misplaced her 10-inch gun. And is, well, she's continuing to float, but she's not exactly fighting. Her biggest gun right now is a 3-incher. Let's end the battle here before the damage increases. And I do get 6,000 victory points versus 611. But the bad news is I completely misplayed this. This means my battleship is going to be down for 4 months, is what my expectation is here. And with 4 months out of another one of the battleships, that means that if I happen to encounter one of their high-end battleships, I have a hefty challenge on my hands. It does look like Germany has some trouble trying to keep all of their transports alive. Go figure. In the region Caribbean, they're losing transports. In Eastern South America, they're losing transports. They're losing in Western South America. And they're losing in the South Pacific. I am also losing some ships, but in the Central Atlantic. Which makes sense, considering that I really don't have a whole lot of ships there at all. Oh, they're invading northern France. Good luck with that. What's the situation with their army logistics? 100%. And the French? 36. Ooh, that could be a problem. They're walking in with twice the firepower as well. This is going to be a problem for the French. And by the extent of that, for me. Because if they're able to conquer the French, I'm going to have issues as well. Now, what am I trying to conquer here again? And Northern Marianas. Okay, let's go grab that. Naval invasion, Northern Marianas. Oscar Mike. So, what other convoys do need protecting? We have the Enigma Hun versus a couple of heavy cruisers. It's another Irene from 1938. Oh, it's a torp spammer. Fine. We'll give the 18-inch guns another shot. Pardon the pun. These starting distances are getting a little nuts. With 50 kilometers before we're able to try and, knife fight that is. Before you're able to actually get some shots off, you're looking at 30 kilometer range most of the time. The 18s have 38 kilometer range. These guys have 33. That's their range on paper, right? The chances of actually hitting at 33 kilometers is relatively low. Now, I also have the Obelisk Patowski over here. Proud cruiser. 9-inch guns, 24 kilometers, and torpedoes out to 13.1. They're only the tier 4 torps. I still have to upgrade those to the tier 5s. That is the 18-inch gun doing some chatting. I'm not exactly sure what you happen to be scouting for the Enigma hunt for, because we can definitely see the targets. What's the torpedo range on these boys? 13.9. Okay. I don't mind dancing around them with the Obelix if I have to. But the real thing is, I don't have to. So let's just follow the Enigma hun. And let her do what she does best, which is put 13-inch guns on targets. Yeah, I think this is the newer Irene. This is quad, quintuple. Same here. They're not even trying to fire yet. But soon they will. 13 kilometers out. The problem that I have against these German ships is that the Germans tend to be a lot faster. Serve as a lightning rod. And I simply cannot take these guys out before they become a threat. Unless I continuously head away, but that tends to make me lose all of my accuracy, waste all of my shells needlessly, and still lose the battle. So that's bad news for me. Torps away. My torpedo launcher also got promptly destroyed. Once again, the 18-inch gun here is, well, actually the 18 did a bit more. Surprising. My torps might land. Yeah, boom. Okay. They have torpedoed the heavy cruiser. Let's have you turn. Ship is flooding. 3 compartments on the bow. She's still doing 30 knots. Armor-wise, these things were pretty okay. 155% armor quality, 8.2-inch main belt. So that should be something that these shells, at least the APs, can pen. Oh crap, we ran out of HEs. Okay, fine. So be it. Are you launching yet? Yeah, you've also been launching. Fun. Okay, when? Your reload is 1400 seconds, so the chance that they're kind of going like here is very high. Target this. And try to shoot off those torpedo launchers. If you can get lucky. We're fighting with armor piercing though, so the chance of going with an actual pen, I think, is greater than to go with an HE pen on their torpedo launcher. Although we're just getting ricochets right now. Come on. Come on. Nope. It's not enough. Well, at least we knocked out the conning tower. Which they got 0.6 inches of armor on. Very optimistic or very stupid. Are you actually not... What the hell? Oh no, you ate the torpedoes that were meant for the cruiser. Fuck. Okay, so I got an Enigma hunt badly flooded. Potentially unable to fire. Not because it was heading away, but because it is angled so much. Like listing. Is this thing even trying to fight? Yes, it is. Okay, so it's a valid target. Damage to the main tower. Obelix is suddenly going to have to do a lot more work trying to deal with this ship. Because I was not expecting my main battleship to get, well, not taken out, but at least crippled through this fight. Nice and broadside target. Punch it. Yeah, some pen. You can probably pen me all the same. Well, not as much. Flooding. 500 million for a cruiser. Mine are still cheaper, but not by much. More flooding. Yeah, the Enigma Hun's unable to fire. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? I think Obelix might have it. This thing is flooding a lot now. And with that damage, she too is going to have the issue of listing. More flooding. Oh, damn it. Torpedoes. That was the Saxon that launched the side spread. The side torpedo launcher. Yeah, Obelix is definitely carrying the battle here. 8,500 damage done versus 1,300. Definitely carrying it. Come on. Get rid of that cruiser. Because you two are not doing that well. Ship's not flooded, but the armor is something that concerns me. Come on. Where's that going? It cannot be targeting an Enigma. That ship's too far away. Oh, they're pumping it right back out. Come on. Keep at it. Flooding. And now we're going to ricochet a lot. Damage to a torpedo. Ricochet. Still got some HE left, but not much. Fine. Use it. Flooding. Oh crap, they just sent a whole spread into my direction. Now we're getting some damage in. Cats are getting awful chatter around here. Sorry if that's getting recorded. Flooding, 6%. Oh, come on. They just sent another spread. I'm just out of range of the Saxon. Come on. Keep at it. You can get this guy. It's gonna have to be with armor piercing, though. Just run out of HE. Crew loss? 32%. Crew loss is severe. 7%. Come on, how much of this ship is still above water? Oh, that's another torpedo launch. Nice. There it is. That's an early torpedo launch. That's not the one they just sent. Good lord, we're not exactly getting through. We keep flooding the stern compartments because that's all that we can shoot at. In the meanwhile, I've been reduced to 30%. I'm going to try and just disengage. Let's end the battle here. I feel like I've done some damage, but at a cost which should have been far, far, far less than what I actually did. So overall, I'd say the war against the Germans is going okay. But they're definitely proving to be a lot more resilient than, well, pretty much all the other major powers I've pushed over so far. I feel that my main objective should be to survive in the Caribbean. And ideally, of course, start taking territory here and completely kick the Germans out so I won't lose any transports in the Caribbean. But it's not something that I can do easily. So for now, my main plan is to just keep pushing here and here. With this, let's say this small invasion force, while I build up additional warships. But that's going to take a lot of time, like 3 years. Thankfully, the campaign can run to 1960, so we have time. Admiral's log. The relentless onslaught of the German battleships has taken its toll on our aging fleet, revealing the stark reality that our venerable ships can no longer stand toe-to-toe with the cutting-edge war machines of our adversaries. Their formidable firepower and advanced technology have pushed our defenses to the brink, leaving us in desperate need of a new strategy. But just as the storm clouds of despair threaten to engulf us, a ray of hope pierces through the darkness. The arrival of the new Cursed Fish class of ships. These vessels, designed with the express purpose of countering heavily armored opponents, are equipped with an array of advanced torpedoes capable of piercing the toughest hulls. The question now is how well the German battleships can withstand wave after wave of these deadly projectiles. As the Cursed Fish ships enter service, we prepare to unleash a new kind of warfare upon our enemies, one that leverages speed, agility, and the devastating power of torpedoes to even the odds. Before we start today's episode, I have a special request.
I am a very big fan of the Royal Netherlands Sea Rescue Institution. It's a bit of a mouthful in English. They're an organization with 1,400 volunteers spread over 45 lifeboat stations. And whether it's a beautiful day or a full storm, these volunteers are going to rescue people out on the water. They're an organization completely funded by donations, and I think that they are a great cause to help. Personally, I've been donating to them for several years now. I have set up a personal fundraising page. Click on the link in the description to donate and to learn more about the organization. Anything that you can contribute is greatly appreciated by them and, of course, by me. So click on the link down below in the description to learn more about them and to pitch in a few bucks. Thank you. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 32. It seems that the war with Germany is hurting them much worse than I'd expected. A national revolution is happening. The people do not trust Gustav von Pol, so they've expelled him from his position. This means there's a new admiral, and, well, they have been losing a lot of ships. They are also trying to take a lot of territory back. The way that this is going, I'm not so sure who's going to actually win the war. I mean, on paper, yes, I'll win it. I'll get the victory points. However, that's not telling the whole story if they end up invading my territory. Now, I don't have any ships here. I do have some men here. They have 40,000 coming in. I have 47,000 defending. But there is another 50,000 coming in. So I think I can wave goodbye to El Salvador. Fortunately, I am making, well, I'm doing something over here in Saipan. Not great, 43%. This is because my naval invasion is, well, it has a pretty decent tonnage. But the port of Saipan is potentially putting up some resistance, and I'm not sure if my army logistics of 9% is really helping. It probably is not. As for the German fleet, they are down to 144 ships, especially their heavy cruisers and DDs have been culled a bit. They're repairing 8 ships. I'm repairing 9, so we're pretty even. But they still have 2.5 times the amount of ships that I have, roughly. So in that sense, not everything is going that well. As for their economy, despite being at war, they're still growing. I can say the same thing. But their economy is only 3 trillion bigger than mine. And yeah, the Germans used to be at war with the French and are no longer. So that means that they probably didn't take northern France. There is no further incursion from southern Germany into northern France, which probably leaves the French very happy. And myself with that, because I really do not want them to get control over northern France. Now, a couple more convoy missions coming up. These are really not that interesting to watch. I'm going to take them off screen, while the Germans are busy taking over a lot more territory. Look at how the efficiency of these guys is. Like, they've lost 17,000 men. I've lost 77,000. That's pretty bad. In order to get my army logistics up, I need more ships. It is that easy. I need more ships. I'm conquering a lot, and I really don't have enough ships to keep up with basically guarding and patrolling all of that. So that's why my army logistics is so bad, and I might have a sizable army, but it's really not useful if they can't really fight. So to that end, we have those new heavy cruisers coming out in a couple of months. It's still going to be a while. We'll have to be patient for those ships to come out. And of course, repairing a couple of battlecruisers, battleships, heavy cruisers should also help. But some of these ships have taken a bit of a beating, and as such, cannot be relied upon just yet. Especially the Enigma hunts. That stings a bit, these ships. So, let me take these things off screen and take you on into the next months. Well, a few months later, I take control of the Northern Marianas. Wasn't expecting it, but here we are. It's a nice boost to my income. I greatly appreciate the German donation to the war effort. Let's see if they want to do some more donations, because the Bismarck Archipelago, the Bismarck Islands here, that's 8 trillion? No, 8 billion. 8 trillion would be a bit much. New Guinea, however, is 14 billion. Defended by a whole 632 men. Let's go spread the Chinese word in these areas. So we're either looking at German New Guinea.
I'm not sure if I can reach that quite yet. No, it's suggesting that I invade Western Samoa, so we're going to have to wait. Again, I've been able to call a few more of the German cruisers. Yet the German army logistics is not budging. There's no movement there. That concerns me. Also, for every ship that I destroy, they keep building new ones. Faster than I can build mine. I did lose a light cruiser, the Heizhou. Very old cruiser. And unfortunately, the cruiser was... Let's actually build a bit more of the shipyard. The cruiser took a torpedo to the face, doing 200,000 points of damage. I was very surprised it was going to be that big. But, well, the game just said, here, have a 200,000 point torpedo. So maybe it's a nuclear-tipped torpedo that these Germans are now using. Oh, fighting this is going to be no fun. 7 battleships, a battlecruiser, and 10 light cruisers and 20 DDs. Where are you even going? To Belize. Okay. Well, thankfully, I don't really have too much there, unless they want to have a go at Cuba. There. They've finished construction of the Hanover, the Posen. Italy is discovering some new tech. I don't think we're going to have any fights with Italy anytime soon, considering what we did to them last time around. But you never know. The AI tends to be remarkably resilient and remarkably stupid in their consistent attempts to go after me. Considering the way that the war is going and the Germans having these big battleships, I am considering going to peace with them. The reason for that is so that I can take over a lot of their territories and the Caribbean. I have 300,000 victory points, which is, well, if you mitigate that with the amount of victory points that they have, about 310,000. So I do have quite a bit of sway in these negotiations, if and when it comes to that. And that might just give me quite the amount of edge, like quite the push into the Caribbean, cut the Germans off from a lot of their territory, and as such make my next war against them that much more potent. After, of course, going to peace, I'll also be able to start upgrading my ships and making sure that I have ships that are more, well, let's say more equipped, or at least better equipped, to deal with the German threat. The Chinese army has surprised me in a very good way. The Germans were pushing into the Dominican Republic, but failed. They pushed in. They lost 30,000 men before they called it a day. Of course, China, well, we have a few more people to lose before we start caring. So we lost 139,000, but we held the line. As for the Germans, their situation is growing a little precarious, because they are also in the situation of being at war with Austria-Hungary, which happens to be their neighbor. Now, how good is Austria-Hungary's army logi is 48%. They got an army force of 700,000 men. Germany has a 1.9, and I have 9 million. So China, army-wise, has a lot more. Oh, Germany's not doing that hot at all. This is good. Oh, come on. I just had you guys down to 122, and now you got 134. Ugh. Okay. The battles so far have been, well, largely this. 1v1s, 2v2s, 1v4s, 3v1s. It's a little bit of this, and it's a little bit of that, and it's a destroyer here, and it's a light cruiser there, and they keep hunting down my convoys. But I think because I never leave port, they can't get to me. They just can't get at my bigger ships. What their battleships are doing exactly, I don't know. But I haven't seen them in a long, long time. Now, over here we have Heavy Cruiser Guangxi, which I think we've seen once or twice on screen. I've seen it a lot. This ship has done so much. And the same can be said for the... I was going to say Gengar, but that's a Pokemon. It's not the Ganges either. I'll have to look it up. It's a heavy cruiser that was stationed somewhere in the Dominican Republic, and it's done so much work for me. Either alone or in combination with a battlecruiser or battleship. It is absolutely monstrous in its kill list. Unfortunately, I believe that, at least in the current version of the game, we don't have such a thing. And I think it would greatly add to, let's say, the legend that some ships build up. Having a kill list. Having a scorecard of, hey, I've been around for, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, 50 years, and I have sunk X amount of tonnage. I have sunk X amount of ships. I have been in 30 battles. Something like that, I think, would make the whole keeping track of your navy and, as I mentioned, the legend of your navy lot more interesting. Of course, if you really want to and have no life, you can definitely do this yourself. You can keep an Excel sheet of, oh, this ship has now been doing this much in this battle. But I, for one, don't have the time or the patience to keep up with a list like that. Why is this cruiser not taking damage, whereas I am? Good lord, that was bad. These German cruisers are evolving. Sometimes they have these cruisers which are 200 million, but I've also seen cruisers just north of 1 billion. But this guy, I'm not sure why I'm not penning it. I'm over-penning it all the time, and the game selects AP automatically. So, unfortunately, this does seem to be the last... Yeah, there's the damage. Seems to be the last stand and last appearance of the Guangxi. Oh well, she had a really good run. Unfortunately, I can't exactly show it off. Here's the other ship I meant, the Kahar. She has been a busy girl. The Kahar has been instrumental in just keeping the whole Caribbean, and most notably the area around Charlotte Amalie, Christiansted. This area is safe. So has the Demos Tichales and the Obelix. Sometimes they take a bit of damage, and they go back to port, and they repair, and they go right back out. But because my ships are all so busy, and because, oh finally, my port capacity is usually completely filled up, I never have the time to refit these ships. So I'm glad that finally I can start refitting those Enigma Huns that I completed the design of in the previous episode. I can also start building one of the 38 tails, which is the 18-inch Battlecruiser. It's going to take me a while to see the effects of that build, but we got to start somewhere. How long is that going to take? 24 months! Is that it? Do I have tonnage? Yeah, I do. Give me another one. Give me another one. Now, as I mentioned, I'm not exactly sure if I need these ships. For the simple reason that, so far, it's been nothing but cruisers and destroyers and light cruisers. I very, very rarely see the battleships on their territory, let alone fight them. So I might be building a battlecruiser, which is really expensive, for a situation that is extremely rare, which is facing the Germans in open combat with their battleships. Nevertheless, we have the design, so I might as well go and build a few. Alright, that thing that I said was rare happened. We have a lot of German battleships, one over 100,000 tons. Oh, there's a lot of these things. 17.2-inch guns, 12 billion a pop. This one is on the cheaper end at 1.4 billion. This one's 5 billion. It's a battle cruiser with 13-inch guns, but I think it's running diesels and some really expensive gear, because I can't exactly explain away why a battle cruiser that only has 6 13-inch guns, which is something you can put on something far cheaper, is costing you 5.7 billion. We are meeting each other over here. This is the area where I have taken over the islands from the Germans, and I'm now eagerly sending more ships here. However, the Germans didn't like that. This is when we get to see 2 new ships, the Magi and the Viscialom. These are Cursed Fish class, and they're about to get their baptism of fire. So this is the grand total of what we're facing. 7 super battleships, 1 battle cruiser, 3 heavies, 10 DDs, 14 DDs, and 10 lights. Oh boy. I don't exactly have enough ships for this. But what I do have is a very particular set of torpedo launchers. The problem is, they only have a range of 18 clicks. That might not be enough. But, well, I think I'm pretty sure they're going to hit something. However, there's a lot of escorts around. Oh, look at this blob. Look at this. Okay. Sorry about that. First hit right through the main deck. Is that your lovely 13-inch gun? Yeah. Oh, that's glorious. These things are all so close together that it makes it impossible for something not to get hit. Look at this. Look at this. Help. Send help. There's so many of them. Okay. This is, however, our huge opportunity. I don't have the numbers, right? But what I do have is the torpedo launchers. They have the numbers. I can cripple them. I can cripple a lot of German ships, sending them all back to repairs, and causing the German, well, let's say Ministry of Finance, an absolute heart attack. So I have absolutely no illusions that I have a chance of winning this, but I don't care. Torpedo range 9 kilometers. That's a bit suicidal. These are really old, aren't they? Not that old. What is... I put some sort of 21-inch torpedo on this thing that I absolutely do not recall. Okay, heavy cruisers. You guys are going to go that way. Don't launch yet. The other heavy cruisers are going to go the other way. Don't launch yet. I'm going to split up the battleships. One goes there, one goes there. Oh, we're getting some damage in. I don't think the game's going to want to run much faster than a calculator, considering the amount of ships that we're looking at. Oh, lovely. Well, you know, it doesn't really matter. The enemy is going to be able to spot all these torpedoes, but that's only step 1. Step 2 is doing something with that information and being able to turn the ships. I mean, this huge screen of, well, light cruisers and destroyers, I'm not even sure what it is, but there sure are a lot of them. They'll know that the torpedoes are on the way. But you don't just turn 100,000 tons around and expect it to behave accordingly to your planned torpedo dodge. So yeah, there might be a lot of ships around. But, well, I think that actually could be a very interesting thing. Now, as for my torpedo attack, I have the Meiji turning starboard, or turning to the right. I have the Viscalum turning to the left. I'm going to send torpedoes out that way. And then I'm going to have the guys cross over, because they have the same set of torpedo launchers on the other side of the ship. It's, the biggest, but wait, there's more. In the form of torpedo launchers, and these are all 24-inch. We are going to cause the Germans some grief. Torpedoes in the water. The Meiji also launched torpedoes. I'm not sure exactly at what. It's not the... Oh, you caused... Oh, well, it's not necessarily bad. You launched at that. Okay, now you're going to have to turn over. But that might be a little different. Okay, new plan. Full turn. Cruisers. You guys probably aren't in range. Well, you're in range. Oh, really? Oh, really? Look, these ships are 13 kilometers out. That's at the edge of my torpedo range, but they're all coming this way. I can make this work. It's going to be... Oh, look at this. This is not a wall of skill. This is a wall of fuck you. And as good as you are at dodging, that's a new level. Okay, I need this Battlecruiser out of here. These things are only costing me $1 billion. So if I'm able to kill one ship, one battleship, and I lose my whole fleet, worth it. Which is weird to say. But, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I wonder... Oh, they've detected the torps. Yeah, you might have detected them, but what are you going to do about it? Not a whole lot you can do about it. Alright, these heavy cruisers, you gentlemen, should now be able to start launching against this particular target here, because everybody else happens to be behind it. So this is the Guizhou, the Jiwan, and the Laiwan. The Skilom is still turning around. Which, with her speed and size, is probably going to take a while. As for my DDs, they got surprisingly close. Not exactly as I had intended, but maybe I can capitalize on it. Look at this fan. This this is exactly what I had in mind when I used these ships. This is exactly it. Just a wall of torpedoes. Just a big wall of go away. This is fantastic. Oh, we sunk something? Yeah, likely a DD. Well, good luck with your detection now. What are we... Whoa, 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 whoa. What are we torping? And why are we doing that? I'm going to torp in this general direction. Yes, here it comes. Boom. 50,000. Unfortunately, that thing's already dead. Hit. Please. Hit. Big hit. 21,000. All of these DDs might be coming close, but they're really not going to be doing that much. Destroyed. Hello, German capital ships. Oh, you're going to be turning right into another torpedo, and as are you. Oh, it's a dud! Come on! This one isn't. Oh boy. These things might have torpedo blisters, but I wonder if they can defend against that level of nonsense. Alright, what are we going to be doing with my ships? Because they're all going to be turning now, right? Oh, a DD takes all the torps? This is some heroic sacrifice. Ah, this guy took 4 torpedoes so that his battleship buddy didn't have to. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have a friendly destroyer that's feeling sacrificial. Look at this. Torp, torp, torp. Oh, man. This has to be the best executed torpedo attack from all my campaigns yet. Boom! Ho 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 ho! And what you have witnessed is only half of my greatness. Because there is more. Meet the port side of the Visky Alom, which is now engaging. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. Hold on, is that... It's not even all the launchers, is it? No. No, no, no. Well, let's throw a bit more into the water. See where it gets us. Target this. You have range, right? Yeah, you got 18 clicks range. The Meiji, how are you doing? You're taking a bit of fire. But outside of being under fire, you're perfectly fine. Oh, we got more torpedoes going out. Origin. My DDs? Question mark? Yeah, I think it's the DDs. You are living by some miracle. I'm not sure how you're still alive. Look at this. Just crippled, wounded German ships. This is fantastic. There's another badly, badly wounded ship. I think that might be the one that I shot at in the first place. Okay, so you have just sent your whole greeting card. Now you're going to back off and reload. This is kind of the problem of these ships. They don't have staying power. It's not a battleship. It's not going to continue to fire. It's not exactly very good at taking fire either. So all it can really do is dump all of those torpedoes in the water and run. Just run with it. Now my heavy cruisers here might be very useful in just picking off a couple of these DDs. I'm not exactly too concerned with all of these other ships. We'll just go for the DDs first. Because the less detection that these guys have, the more chance I have of causing more mayhem with the next launch. What did you torp? You torped the Visky Alom. Well, I really don't have a clue how to pronounce that. Yeah, okay. Are these torpedoes threatening you yet? Oh, no, they didn't. They just passed by harmlessly. So this guy's looking out the window and go, holy shit, there's more. Yes, good sir, there is. And I still have 80 torpedoes left. Would you like me to introduce you? Let's go. Starboard side. Oh, I seem to have lost a few of the starboard launchers. Thankfully, the ones that are under the deck seem to be protected. The others, not nearly as much. So, I will probably lose those. Which, I mean, is unfortunate, but it was perfectly expected. Ooh, good damage. Good damage. Is that the heavy cruisers? No, it's the battleship's 5-inch? So yours? Hero. Continue your destruction. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the V-Ski Alarm has done 700,000 damage all by itself. Oh. This is less than ideal. You seem to have taken a couple of big hits. Oh, I hit something with the Torp. I hope we can at least nail the Hildebrand with a bunch of damage. I think side leads just... No, something else took a Torp. Here, something took a Torp. Oh, yeah. Here's more. Yeah. There goes another DD. Probably due to a 5-inch gun. Yes. Boom. 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 Creative naming. And this is a $12 billion ship. Have fun repairing your very expensive toy. There goes another DD. There goes another battleship right on the stern. Oh, this heavy cruiser's in trouble. Thor. Well, dude, I have a hammer too. It's a 24-inch torpedo, and there's another. As for the torpedo launch against Hildebrands, well, it's looking okay. How's my crippled battleship? You're still running at a pretty decent speed, but I think this thing's faster. So there is quite something riding on these torpedoes, actually causing at least a bunch of flooding on this ship, and ideally, of course, the full destruction of her. We got five hits, likely? Yeah, that'll leave a mark. There you go. That's about 40% of your... Oh, 60%. 60% of the ship's currently missing. 17% of the crew is gone. Oh, we're still... we're still landing hits. And somehow my DDs are still alive. I think that might be the biggest joke here. How are my heavy cruisers? Because these guys were murdering DDs. I think they've since switched to striking in light cruisers. Come on, pick off another DD, will you? Oh, actually, maybe we can take down the Hildebrand and allow for the escape of the badly damaged Meiji over here. Let's see if we can do that. Chance to pen this thing is not good, normally. But normally, this thing doesn't have, like, 10, 11 torpedo impacts. So maybe the armor has been badly weakened. And that could give me an opportunity. Of course, there were... Wait. Whose torps are those? Because you're about to get hit again, but... I don't have an asset there. Nope, that was a light cruiser. Thanks, dude. And another. Friends like these. Friends like these. Okay. I can probably take off all of these light cruisers. Just take them off the board. Then the DDs. Maybe I can have these guys group up. Might make for easier management. As for you... I think Hildebrand could go down. That would be an immense amount of victory points again. Visky Alarm is still going to be loading for a good long while. Oh, you're about to get torpedoed, friend. It's not how this works. You are the one that launches the torps. 350,000 damage. 889,000. Some of that is actually done by the 5-inchers, as they were busy destroying destroyers. The ship's down to 22% buoyancy. I think Hildebrand might be toast. Now, some of the other battleships over here in the back that got, well, at least got damaged. This guy's low fuel. Wait, we sunk the Preußen? Yeah, she's gone. Many bulkheads, spacious quarters, but crewed. Yeah, not by cadets. Don't mind that. That's your $5 billion ship. No, that's your $1.2 billion ship. Oh, that's the cheap one. Okay. Oh, this thing is so badly flooded. Unfortunately, what you're looking for when you're trying to damage ships is structural damage. Because that takes time to repair. The amount of damage that a ship takes to flooding is very easily fixed. So I don't particularly care about that stat. I just don't mind it. Because if a ship survives the battle, it is very quick to lose that damage. It's basically, okay, we're safe. We're now going to focus on pumping all the water out the ship. There goes Hildebrand. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. Now we're going to target the DD. I don't exactly have an exit plan. But considering that most of these ships have taken, well, at least some level of damage, in some cases extremely serious, it is possible that I'll survive. Oh, hold on. Hold on. If you're going to launch now against this ship, pretty good chance that you'll dump your torpedoes right into the sinking Hildebrand. Let's not. You are still cycling through your reloads. Okay, let's have you slowly but steadily turn around. I still have one lonely DD here. I'm going to tell that to get to the Magi and maybe lay a smokescreen around her. There goes another DD. I won't be able to kill Deutschland, not with the guns. That's not possible. It's too much takeout. I must do these ships justice somehow. I'm not exactly sure how to put this on a thumbnail, but I hope that once you guys see this, you go, uh-huh. I know what's about to happen. And it's all glorious. But, you know, it's far easier to get a thumbnail like this and go, huh, ship, big guns, click, than torpedo launchers, because they don't look as intimidating. But in this case, boy, were they intimidating. Now, in case you weren't there when I set these ships up, they are set up in such a way that they have different numbers of torpedo loads, or torpedo launchers. So we have triples, we have quadruples, we have quintuples. This means that I can send out smaller salvos time and time again. This thing reloads. I can send this out. Then this thing reloads. I can send this out. And then this reloads. And I can send another salvo. This way I can keep pressure on the enemy, such as in this case the Deutschland, in case I am not going to be able to kill everything in one go, which is a perfectly likely assumption. Hold on. Oh, that's the other side. You're going to have to turn to port. You're going to have to wait until you pass your sister before inflicting damage. This light cruiser's taking some damage, but it seems that this... Oh, it's just some secondary guns. Secondary guns from the 87 over here have taken an interest in my heavy cruisers. I rather doubt they'll do a whole lot of damage. What in earth are you targeting? The Thüringen. Yeah, I don't think so. Chance to pen, just about nothing. Also, note how these battleships are just pushing. Pushing. They don't care that they don't have an escort anymore. So the problem for them is my torpedoes will now no longer be detectable. Unless you happen to use the Mark 1 eyeball and see a wall of foam coming at you. Whereas you weren't expecting any such thing. Okay, I launched what, 2? Oh, there's the rest of them. There's the rest of them. As far as I can tell, torpedo launchers don't care about your problem of, hell, my ship is full of water and I'm listing over. So I should still be able to launch most of these torpedoes at the target. Okay, let's go. Aggressive launch. Heavy cruiser slightly back. And this is with just, what am I using? 7 ships? No. 10, 11 ships. Against this massive German war fleet. They got nothing. Well, that might be a misrepresentation. I mean, they have definitely been able to inflict some damage. Just not that much. Those big battleships of theirs, they've done 100,000 points of damage, to be sure. They're not exactly harmless. But it could have been so much worse. Start turning away. Because these guys are about to send a nice little bouquet. Is that 5 torps or 10? It's 10. But only if you go broadside. Aww. Ah, that's unfortunate. So that is a very real concern. I hadn't actually considered that as a factor when I was building these ships. Torpedo launchers do, of course, have crew. Quite a few. And they are pretty easy to kill. I mean, a torpedo launcher is a very weak system. It's not like a secondary gun. It just goes down basically once you start sneezing at it. A 2-inch high explosive gun can take down something like that. So I'm not surprised that my torpedo launchers get destroyed. I'm just surprised that I lost so much crew doing it. Ooh, no, 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 no. I should have made these guys faster. Because I need a hit and run ship. Oh, there goes a DD. That was the one that was heading for the Meiji. Okay, you didn't get your torps off. That's good. Oh, Jesus, you guys are badly, badly injured. I'm not sure if I can... No, I'm not sure if I can evac this. There goes the Amazon. At this point, I'm expecting torpedoes to start impacting the hull. Yeah, we're nearly there. This one looks promising. These ones look pretty good. Put some additional pressure on the Deutschland, but look, they're kind of zombie ships. They keep coming. So we're going to again target their light cruisers, their escorts. I want the guns on this... Oh, there goes another DD. Yeah, we're going to target the Seydlitz with those main guns. While we're trying to head away. And again, if my ships die, so be it. I'm not that concerned about the loss of victory points on my side. But their side is going to be pretty crippling. Good hits. We've got some more cruising, but these light cruisers will probably see that and take some action to evade. These battleships are not a problem. But just look at how I managed to neutralize most of these fleets. Or this fleet. Let me guess, you took a torp? Yeah. Big one. 8,000 damage. Oh, we did get a torpedo on the Ariadne. Yeah, that was one of mine. Yeah, this ship's probably not going to survive it. Deutschland, however, is disengaging. She's not that eager to continue her pursuit. I can understand why. Are my torpedo launchers ready? No, they've been most likely destroyed. But I do have some ready. Starboard side of the ship. Light cruiser Condor dies. The Dresden follows shortly after. Okay, so we got quads on this side. That's 16 torpedoes, give or take. So we can send at least another package over and maybe get some more damage in before the ship inevitably goes down. Oh, if you guys are going to start ramming each other, that means that the whole torpedo solution's off. That's unfortunate. Okay, I want you guys to start running away. And there's going to be a bit of every man for himself. So let's split the div. And make sure that everybody can go at top speed. Lao Yun, get out of here. You're still stuck with the slow G1, which can only do 26. Oh, you're an old Gillen class. Uh-huh. Okay. 9 kilometers. You got 13 kilometer range. Go broadside. Send some torps. Price tag is 176 million. You're not even getting half a deck of Deutschland with that. Ships are so crazy expensive. Start targeting the next light cruiser. And you. Oh, there goes the Skilom. Well, I think few ships do 900,000 points of damage in their first battle. I'm not sure exactly how many ships she sunk. Oh, you surrendered? Yeah, so the loss of torpedoes does seem to necessitate having a bigger amount of crew. Okay. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Everybody get out. Smoke. Smoke. I'm not sure what's keeping you together, but... 0.4% structural integrity. What sort of speed are you doing? 5 knots? Oh, so you're about a sailboat now. Regular crew as well. I don't quite understand how the ship has been shot to absolute shit. But we still have only 27% of the crew lost. Like, because of this, all of this damage, only 60 people died. I would expect to see, well, most of the crew dead. Oh, dude, please launch your torps. That's kind of why I sent you broadside. Veteran gamer sinks. Ah. Guess they finally got her. My cruisers should now be fast enough to make their escape. Not the G1, but she's an older class, I don't mind. Guizhou is about twice her price? Yeah. Oh, there's the Battlecruiser. Where have you been hiding all this time? Because I really don't like getting chased down by a ship that can do 31 knots. That's kind of a problem. Kind of a big problem at that. Did the Germans discovered the miracle of radar? Yeah, Generation 1 radar. Brummer, Sonar 2, no radar. 87 million, you're old. You're not. Generation 2 radar. Come on. Between the two of you, you should be able to take it out, right? That's the Lai 1 and the Guizhou, yeah. Focus on this target. Don't sail towards it, just focus on dealing damage to it. Heavy cruiser side leads is coming in. Oh god, these things do 31 knots. I forgot about that. They are really quick. Hello. I suggest you retreat. Ow. That was a 13-inch gun. Could have been worse. If you're just spending your time hunting down a destroyer worth 55 million, then you have kind of missed the message. Missed the whole point of targeting the more expensive cruisers. And the DD is always more difficult to hit. This guy is very accurate though. 23%? Ow. What is that, the Mark V? No, it's the Mark IV. With a Generation 1 radar rangefinder. Why are you turning back? Maybe to go broadside to get all the guns on this DD? I'm not sure. I think they might have lost sight of my ships here. We're 28 kilometers out, and we are... Yeah, we're consistently getting farther away with the Laiwan. The Guizhou is also 28.6, 28.7. She's fine. I don't think this little DD is going to survive, though. The Hongguang. She's damaged, and she can't run anymore. Yeah, she'll probably sink. Ow! That's the 13.2 inch gun, dealing 15,000 damage. Yeah, that'll be the end for her. I can't wait to see how much I crippled this German fleet. It's gonna be epic. Boom. There goes the DD. Considering everything else is very far away, I'm expecting the end battle button to pop up any minute now. You're 30 kilometers out. How far can you shoot? 39. And you? 30. So it's the Mark II then. Mark III. I at this point have access to the Mark IV 19-incher, I think. So I do have really big guns. Yeah, we're just gonna try and get these ships out of here and then see the tally. The battle has been finished with a marvelous 153,000 victory points versus 25,000 for the Germans. Unfortunately, both the Meiji and the V-Scale died. Now, it's going to take 21 months to build a new one, but I think we need to change them a little bit. Because I now know what they're good at, which is the torpedo spam, but what they're bad at is taking casualties and running away. So we'll have to do something about that. Anyway, this amount of damage should keep the Germans in a mild heart attack financially. Because the amount of ships that they just have, well, completely unavailable now, that are going to need a bunch of repairs is staggering. And if you put too many ships into either repair or construction or at the same time in your shipyards, you're going to find that everything gets a delay. So ideally, I've basically removed all the German battleships from the playing board in one fell swoop. And all it cost me was 2 battleships. I think that's an excellent bargain. Let's see. Yeah, of course I'm losing ships. I was trying to invade New Guinea, and that's when all of the German warships turned up. So, because I now no longer have all of my tonnage... all my tonnage of ships. Yeah. I do have my cruisers, although they are somewhat damaged. The DDs worst of all. I need more. I need 65,000 tons. I got 60. But you might see that dotted line coming in. That dotted line is this. It's the it's the Scheffler and it's 2 Battlecruisers. So that is quite a lot of tons coming in. And that should allow that invasion to go through. Now, as for those Germans, they're only What? They're only repairing 4 ships? Maybe this turn you are. Okay, I did not take all the German battleships off the board. This was a third. Good lord. This was a third? Okay. Let's have a look at the cursed fish and see how we can improve them. Okay. This is going to be the Cursed Fish Flight 2. I am looking for more speed. I want to get these things to go faster. And I think getting them... Oh, it's this thing again. Okay, fine. We'll have to do it a slightly different way. I need to go back into the Cursed Fish design itself. I'm not sure why they still have this stupid mechanic. But here's what happens. If you have your ship, I have this ship design, you then click copy. It basically forgets the fact that you have a lot of refits available. Like better engines. Right here, this is the ship as it was at the time of development. If I now go to refit, I can say, hey dude, I want you to have a diesel 2 engine. And I couldn't do that before. So I first have to save this as, let's say, the refit of the Cursed Fish. And then I have to copy that design to be able to build the new ship directly. Yeah, it's not a great system. Anyway, money's not really an object because these things do very well. But this is a bit much. Like just installing diesels and having the price go to twice this, or to double, I think is a bit much. Turbo electric drive doesn't help. So it's going to be geared turbines. They need to get more people. They need to get less range. Like 20,000 kilometers is fine. It's fine. Go to 34 knots. No. 33 knots? Yes. So we gained 3 knots, which is okay. Let's give them their generation 2. They now have access to, what, Mark 5? Yeah, Mark 5 13 inchers and Mark 5 5 inchers. Torpedo launchers are also Mark 5, which I think somewhat increases their reload speed. But I think the first and the second salvo are still by far the most deadly. These things, I believe, are long barrels. Yeah, let's make them longer still. Armor-wise, I'm not that concerned. And as for the torpedoes, I think the oxygen is just the longest range you can get. What I can try doing is researching some better torpedo tech, which should also give me a bit more torpedo reach. So that now they're going to have a range... Oh, they upgraded. They're now 21. So it's definitely better, because it was 19 point something. Nice. These things can reach out to 48 with armor piercing. Sure. That's optimistic. But let's do it. As for armor, I think it's going to have to go into deck. Because the main deck is more likely to take hits. There, 7.9. Okay, so now I can save this as the Cursed Fish 1942-3. And then I can copy that design. You still with me? It's not great, but it works. Because previously, you had to copy the whole ship manually. So you're basically building a new ship. Okay, I need to delete this one, the Cursed Fish 2. Now I need to have a look at the refit Cursed Fish and copy that. Here we go. Don't let the whole stat fool you because it is basically useless. The ship is not from 1937, it's from 1942, which is what I'm in currently. I think you can tell the difference by having a look at the crew complement. This thing takes 1833, and this Cursed Fish takes 2382. So definitely more crew there. We're going to build 2 more. These things, so far, are potentially the most fun ship I've ever designed. At least in this campaign. And I hope that you guys agree. Anyway, that was it for today's episode. I think it was well worth it. I hope you guys had a good laugh out of it. Or at least were reminded of the Jack Nicholson meme of the guy nodding yes, yes, yes. At least I was when I was watching that torpedo salvo just obliterate the German fleet. Admiral's Log. The deployment of the Cursed Fish class battleships has proven to be a turning point in our ongoing conflict with the German fleet. Although both of these pioneering vessels were ultimately lost in the heat of battle, their impact was undeniable. The devastation they wrought upon the German battleships was nothing short of critical, leaving our adversaries reeling from the unexpected onslaught. The sacrifice of these Cursed Fish has not been in vain. Their success has validated our strategy and demonstrated the power of innovation and adaptability in the face of superior technology. Inspired by this triumph, I have immediately ordered the construction of a new iteration of these ships, incorporating the lessons learned from their maiden voyage. These new vessels will be even more formidable, equipped with enhanced torpedoes, improved armor, and greater agility. They will serve as the vanguard of our naval forces, spearheading our efforts to dismantle the German fleet, piece by piece. Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 33. We're about to have a major clash with the Germans off the coast of Santa Cruz. This is where I had a naval invasion force. I was poking and prodding over down here in Sierra Leone.
And apparently they didn't like that. So what they did was send the apparently now rebuilt Thüringen. I badly damaged her before. Kaiser Karl der Große, the BB-1244, and the Graf Spee. And no, this is not the regular Graf Spee with 11-inch guns. This is their battleship Graf Spee with 8 17.2-inch guns. Now, these ships are all very expensive. This is 12 billion a pop. This thing's only 4 billion, but this is kind of the outlier, the Thüringen. Oh, sorry, here's another one. 4 billion. These guys are packing 6 16-inchers. And tons and tons and tons of secondaries. I only have 2 battlecruisers as my capital ships. I got the Blade Master and I have the Commander Valkyrie. Now these 2 ships are packing 12.9s. Their, let's say, secondary solution for battleships is torpedo launchers. Outside of that, I have about 20 cruisers and a couple of DDs. So I might be able to win this. This is going to be a fun fight. As for the tally, my ships have the numbers 28 ships. They have 18 ships, but 4 very serious battleships. There is a potential here to take about 400,000 tons worth of battleship of then out of the fight. Remove them from the fight, so either just take them out in the sense that they're going to be out of action for months due to repairs, or that they're going to be out of commission for good. If I can get option 2, that would be very much appreciated. Now, all of my heavy cruisers appear to be in divs of 3. It's a bit weird. But okay, this is what we get. Let's make the best of it. Yeah, I can probably actually get some benefits from this, because I can send these cruisers in kind of groups of 3, maybe 6, and then have them do 1 torpedo run, and then another group does a torpedo run, and so forth and so on. So these guys are going to be joining Div 5. You're going to continue on your merry way. And these guys will join. Excellent. Over here I should be able to do something similar. We have this group here. We have this group here. So you guys can join this. If you've got a larger fleet engagement like this, I highly recommend that you make it, let's say, as easy to manage as possible. Because otherwise you'll be fighting the game half the time. I mean, the game's already fighting itself. Oh, that's a really old one. Okay. It's a Mark V. But that's a really old one. I gotta go through the fleet and figure out if I have ships which are all kind of speed compatible. Otherwise we'll have something. Yeah, here we go. We have 2 ships over here that are capable of only doing 23 knots. It's the Reach Creeper and the Guangdong. So with these guys out of this formation, they can actually speed along, and that speed is safety in this case. Over here, it's the same deal. Okay, who of you is old? Jason, you're old. You're old. Join Div 7. Is that all the old girls now? Yeah, this is all the old girls club. I think. You're not. Oh, you're a Jillian. You're also doing 24 knots. Yeah, you're fairly old. Okay, as for the battlecruisers, these guys carry torpedoes, and as such are potentially a threat to my fleet as well. So let's turn those off. We have spotted the Germans. 70 clicks out? Wow. Welcome to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts AWACS. So, time jump. Here we are. Definitely in range. Heavy cruisers, now sort of organized, because it turns out it was an even bigger mess than I had anticipated. So many different classes of cruiser, and logistics is turning into a nightmare. I have a division, if you want to call it that, of relatively old ships. They're all doing about 23, 24, 25. The rest of them far faster, doing 33 knots. So trying to herd all of these ships into the right positions is proving a little tricky. The DDs over here on the flank might be useful in providing a distraction and potentially going after the battleships, which are they're kind of leading the fight here. Okay, I don't want you guys to torp yet. Just go in a, I don't know, go in a gentle turn. Stay there. While my heavy cruisers start working on the lighter escort ships that they have here. They don't have that many,
But these cruisers can be a serious threat with all that secondary firepower. So, they gotta go. As for this battleship, this is the one that's armed with the 16-inchers. So it's the only $4 billion for a ship. It's a bargain. Yet, it has to get sunk, somehow. And I know that they tend to use cramped crew quarters. So maybe I can exploit that. Maybe I can exploit my torpedo launchers on the heavy cruisers, but I'm going to have to wait a little bit for that, because I don't have the range. Not yet. Let's have the CAs slow down just a touch, allowing the whole formation to sort of reform, and at the same time allow these guys to get a bit more accurate. We're going to definitely focus our efforts here, because this battleship is, well, outside of peppering it with HE, mostly unassailable at this point. I might, however, be able to damage it with the 12-inchers, but that too, I think will not really resort any effect. So we might have to just slug them with AP and hope we can get a deck pen. At this range, which is about 28 kilometers, so let's say 30, I can pen 7 inches of deck armor. So it is possible that we'll be able to do at least some damage to them before the heavy cruisers get there. I'm going to have the DDs just smoke up as they are on their gentle turn. They're kind of in an orbit here, if you will. And as they are over there, they're already presenting themselves as a threat. So you can see that the German formation is doing its level best to at least get some shells down there. And it's even distracting some of the battleships. The AI still hates, absolutely hates, the presence of a torpedo launcher on a ship. If you have a torpedo launcher on a ship, the AI will make short work of it. They will prioritize it. Every single time. This is a fast one, this is a fast one, this is not a fast one. You need to join the old ladies club here. That means that these two can now speed up. Here we go. Zhengzhi over there is taking quite a bit of damage. This heavy cruiser, however, is not. Disappointing. Okay. We're now 15 clicks out, so we're getting into a position from where I might be... well, I might be gearing up for a torpedo attack. What do we have over here? That's another fast cruiser division. Well, most of them, except for the Jilin itself. Oh wow, you're the OG Jilin. Okay. Well, you can join this div, and now we have 10 ships in a single division. I really hope that the 10-inch guns from some of those really old cruisers are going to be useful. I think they can be. I think they can be. This whole division, fire high explosive. I know we don't carry too much of it, but if we're going to have to use it anywhere, it's going to have to be here. Simply because anything else is not that likely to go through. Can you not do that? Pretty please. Are you... I don't have anything going there, so I think they're trying to torpedo the destroyers. Okay. Well, I guess that means that the torpedo distraction of the destroyers here is working. You're just shy of torpedo range. Oh, we got another nice little bouquet. I think that is again aimed at the DDs, because I have no ships going there. Yeah. So the heavy cruisers just wasted a lot of their torpedo armament on a couple of destroyers that are just orbiting. Excellent. Excellent. Now, unfortunately, I think the Zhangxi is not going to survive the battle. So let's have her aggressively launch torpedoes. While she still can. Well, this is not going to be very long. Come on, you got a quadruple, no, quintuple even, torpedo launcher. It's 5 torps. Even if one hits, that is going to be at least some contribution to the battle. In the meanwhile, their enemy battleship is taking a serious amount of high explosive fire. Yet, seems not to really care. Is everybody in torpedo range? Kind of? Oh, it's 2 battleships for the price of 1. Oh, we flooded him? Yeah, 4 belts pen with a 12.9 incher from the battle cruisers. Surprising. Very welcome. Alright, let's torpedo that group. 2 battleships. Anybody who has a torpedo launcher that can point in that general direction, let's go. Because we might, between the 8 of us here, get quite a serious torpedo screen. I'm not sure if they want to launch. Because they're just out of range. Yeah, we're gonna have to get a little closer here. Okay, what's the status on that battleship? After all this firepower, they have lost 2% of their crew. Right. So that's a nice display of nothing. Gentlemen, it's done orbiting time, and we're gonna actively use torpedoes now. I also have... What's that, the old boys? Or the old girls club? No. You. Launch torpedoes. Target this battleship here. Kaiser Karl der Große. Not the expensive one, but I think the expensive one is right behind it. Here's heavy cruiser York. I kind of need the BCs to be on the front line, but at the same time they'll die there very quickly. So all these torpedoes that these guys carry are, at least for now, going to waste. There goes the Zhengzhi. We have torpedoes out. But... they need to hit those battleships, lest I find my own formation in the path. That's... not great. What's your torpedo range? Should be in range, right? 10 clicks. Yeah, send it. Normal aggressiveness. Focus on... focus your torps on this. Focus your main guns on the second one. Normal. And try not to torpedo a friendly while you're at it. This is still part of that. Oh, they're all trying to crash into each other. This is when you kind of have to manually address the torpedo threat that these guys pose to each other. Which is very annoying, but if you don't do it, your ships will die. Fairly swiftly so. Okay, so... you launched your torps, Shang-Chi, but you're doing 42 knots out of 24. Cool. And your torpedoes are how fast? 31 knots. So, for all intents and purposes, your torpedoes are behind you now? Because you did just... where are your torps, dude? Meow. That's an inbound torp. What the hell? Hold on. This big heavy cruiser division might have other issues. Because we have destroyers coming in from awfully short range. I was distracted. And it might cost me. Let's turn torpedo avoidance on there as well. I still have this group here. We're also going to have these guys pitch in. Torpedo dodge on. Formation change not. Did my DDs launch to kind of at the battleship? Yeah, the torps are here and here. What is this? Some sort of catamaran in building? This is some really tight formation sailing here. That is probably not what the AI had intended, but it's nice to see that they too suffer from the effects of, well, a lack of a formation system. Well, we're getting some damage in the secondary guns. They've lost 6% of their crew. The Kaiser, only 5%. How fast are you going then? You're doing 29 knots, and you can actually do that. Okay. The Graf Spee is doing 37 knots out of 31. This game. Ah, we got a DD eliminated. Perfect. But is that in time? Yes, it is. Because this DD did not launch yet, neither did this, and then probably the last one didn't either. This is Div 8. Target this with the primes, that with the secondaries. Go get them before they get you. Mechamatic 049 already changing course after a torpedo launch from, I think, something else, because it was not the DD. The game is starting to run a little bit like slideshow. You guys. And I'm not even sure what to torp anymore. This must be the Xi'an. You're doing 50 knots. Okay. We might get something going on to this battleship yet. No, these are... Okay, there goes a DD of mine. There goes a DD of theirs. Here comes the Jillin. Are you also flooring it? Yes, you're doing 50 knots. Who needs gas turbines when you got this? I might actually run into that torp now. Oh. Yeah. Bonk. Thank you. Idiot. Jillin, get out. Wait, who did I just disengage from the formation then? If it was not you. Over here we got the Turingen, which is somewhat hurt. Took 3 torps. I'm not sure if those were mine or theirs. Mine. Jillin, if you can, make yourself useful. On your way out, that is. The York is finally going down. The Hexie somehow raced through the whole German formation at 56 knots and is fine. That is excellent. Oh, you're about to collide with a DD. You might have sunk it, but it's not quite down yet. I need to get the Ganzu out of here. I would very much like to reuse this ship at some later date. Ah, Gili, you're also going to ram this thing. Don't. What is left of this main cruise division? You're all kind of in the same area. That's a win. Okay. So what are we dealing with? A heavy cruiser, a couple of DDs. We got cruisers in the back. My DDs are dead. The Graf Spee is still running around like speedboats. The Star has been somewhat damaged. And we got the Kaiser Karl der Große on full health. And we got the Xi'an doing something apparently all by itself. As it was dodging torpedoes, I guess? Like, I can't really explain why you're out here when the rest of your formation is going the other way. But maybe dodging torps? I think the torpedo system and the torpedo, well, let's say solutions are completely off. Considering how fast some of these ships are going. Like, they're way faster than than they ought to be. And the game is probably going to be sort of throwing torpedo solutions out the window. Because if a ship is doing far more than its advertised speed, how are you supposed to calculate any kind of a torpedo attack? It is still weird seeing a heavy cruiser go at a speed which is going to be impressive when you're looking at it from a destroyer point of view. I mean, I think plenty of destroyers would be jealous at the speed that this ship can get up to. Ow. I was using those. I think we have done very, very little to these battleships for now. This is one whole torpedo? Yeah. Underwhelming. Where are the battlecruisers at? You guys still safe? Oh, you're way, way, way too safe there. You need to start speeding up and get back into the battle. This is the old girls club. Let's target the Star. Don't torp anything. We apparently managed to lodge a couple of torpedoes into this ship. Yeah. Very good. We destroyed their torpedo launchers, which is even better. Heavy cruiser Hexie is still running around into the enemy formation. Hexie, I want you to target the V-57. I think the Star is not going to be around for much longer. Oh, we got a hit on the Turingen as well. Or somebody did. What are my battlecruisers targeting by now? We're apparently still going for the Kaiser. Yeah, that's fine. If we can finish off at least one of these ships, that'd be nice. Gansu is surrendering / disengaging. We got a heavy cruiser Gili over here. Go target something like this. I don't know. You guys can join this. We need to have far fewer divisions on the field because it's turning into a serious mess. Heavy cruiser Liaoning. Detach. Join one of the retreating divs. Go here. Get out. That leaves, let's say, the main destroyer line of 7, sorry, main cruiser line of 7 ships here. This thing can take a hit, good lord. Let's go to auto selection, because I think armor piercing should have sunk this thing a while ago. Put some secondaries on the DDs. The 5-incher should be capable of at least laying down some suppressive fire there. Where are you? Jing'an. Well, you might as well disengage now. I'm sorry that this is turning into such a mess, but I'm trying to manage what used to be a fleet of 28 ships, and the formation system is not making it very pleasant to work with. So in case you're going, what the hell is going on? Well, if you figure it out, let me know in the comments. Because I too would very much like to know. This is... where's the old boys club? Here. You guys are almost done sinking that heavy. Start putting pressure on the DD. Okay, we're gonna have to... yeah, this guy's gonna go here, this group. This group's gonna go here. We have... the Shaanxi just running off for some unknown reason. Whatever, you're too far away from the battle anyway. Just disengage. You're disengaging, yep. Then we have the heavy cruiser division. Whatever's left of it. Operating to the side here, yes. We got Gansu and Liaoning, which ought to be disengaging. We got the battlecruisers. Alright. Now that the star has been eliminated, I need to switch the attention of these heavy cruisers, yeah, exactly for that reason, over to the DDs. Because maybe we can race after the Kaiser Karl der Große and pepper it with a bit of HE, or maybe even short-range armor piercing, because they don't have that much armor. Especially their superstructure is a very good target. So, let's go after these DDs, cut our way through. And then, oh, there's also the Graf Spee out there, which just sent a torpedo after the Liao Bei, there. Now, I know that I have my torpedo avoidance on and that the ships generally start misbehaving the moment that you put that on. But it's going to be so difficult for me to detect all the torps that I'd rather have my formations be a little disrupted than have ships just get needlessly torpedoed because I'm not paying attention to everything. Heavy cruisers. Open fire. Torpedo the 12244. Oh, sorry, 1244. And sink this. Because it's getting in my way. That ought to do it. There's one of the prize ships. No. Which are the ones that I really need to sink? That's the Graf. And it's the 1244? Yeah, those are the most expensive ones. So those definitely need to go. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not exactly going to be that much of a deal. This heavy cruiser should stop dodging at torps at this point. The other line should get kind of disentangled right about now. And we're just blowing HE right through the superstructures, eliminating secondary guns. Just putting as much pressure on this particular ship as possible. Right here. As for the other formations, which are still trying to work together, you need to disengage. Chaoyong. Off you go. Leaving me with 3 ships here, which are doing 12 knots for some unknown reason. There you go. Oh, probably because the Chaoyong can only do 12. Yeah, that's it. Okay, you're down to 12.3% crew loss. Ideally, these heavy cruisers have launched, and some of them indeed have. So, you should start seeing torps in the water. Yeah, some here. It's not exactly where I would expect the torps to go. Shit. Torpedo dodging on. because apparently some of my ships decided that that battleship was going to end up, well, here or here, and now I'm going to be torping my own ships. Isn't that lovely? Over here we got, again, 2 battleships trying to merge. And we have the Graf Spee. I am awfully close to all of these ships, and I'm spreading my attention out way too much. Because I got a very badly damaged Kaiser Karl, we got the heavily damaged Thüringen, and then we got Graf Spee. And they're all taking a little bit of damage. But this guy is so close that I kind of want it gone. And some of these ships might have a torpedo launcher ready. Most of them probably do not. 8% crew lost, 16% crew lost. You got what crew? Cramped crew. Okay, so it's going to get progressively worse with damage control. The Heijang Div. You guys also need to pitch in here. Ah, flooding. Battlecruisers, are you guys here yet? You are. You beautiful ships. 4 kilometers out, ready torpedo launchers. These guys have torps, which are 21 inchers. I'm going to tell the Blade Master not to launch. I only want the Commander Valkyrie to launch. It's not a great launch because it's right in their face. There's the sound of the torpedo launch, and there's the second one. You're going to split. Split. Off you go. There, we got more flooding on them. They've now lost 24% of their crew. And they're starting to turn. So those torpedoes likely won't hit, and that's why I saved the launch from the Blade Master. Because once this thing is done turning, I can launch again with Blade Master, and I can pretty easily get a couple of really good hits in. Potentially pushing this ship down. There you go, that's 2 hits. Now you can launch. Here's your target. You need to be a little careful. Because I was expecting to launch a bit earlier. There we go. Flash fire. That's very welcome. Turn, dude. Oh, I'm messing up here. Sorry, guys. Oh, no. Well, fine. We got another 21,000 ton torpedo. Commander Valkyrie. Boom, 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 boom. And there's the ram. The good news is, Commander Valkyrie just pushed another torpedo set right into that battleship at point blank range. Okay, so you're now down to 35% crew. Crew lost. And you're hurting all over. What about this group? This is the old group. They were targeting... are targeting Graf Spee. Hold on. Fujian... yeah, you guys all launched torps. Okay. We're gonna stop with the torpedo launching. I'm gonna check in on this group. Which is coming back. Yes. And we're all dealing with this battleship. Now, Commander Valkyrie over here took 2 torpedoes to the face, yet lived. So, actually 4 torpedoes, so that's very good. And with those 12.9s, they might not be deadly from afar, but at 1 kilometer range, I can pretty decently get some damage in. And I think we'll be able to sink our first big battleship. Followed, potentially, by Kaiser Karl, although we are focusing on Graf Spee. Are you alone, Hexy? You're part of Div 7. Okay, start switching fire. Down to 21% crew losses, down to 38. Very good. At this angle, you won't be able to damage much. The ship is still flooding too. Down to 32% buoyancy now. At this angle, AP won't help me. HE will. We got some flooding on the Graf Spee, that's good. That's the other one with 17 inches, so that's the other really expensive boat. Crap, I got torped by the Battlecruiser. Hello. Just sail 600 meters past the battleship. See if anyone cares. Seems like they don't. Oh, good lord. The whole cruiser repair section is going to take a lot of time. Okay, fine. Oh, 40.7. These guys are down to 24, 25, 25%. 41% crew loss, 12% buoyancy left. I think once they start taking a bunch of damage, and then once they start losing one battleship, the second one's going to be pretty soon after. Because let's say their DPS is dropping. Let me guess, you're speeding? Yeah, you are. 65 knots. Jesus. What are you... what are you even targeting with this group? If this battleship is going, what the hell? Why are the Chinese drifting past my ship at at this speed? Watch this, right? Meep meep. Hey, we got one. Very good, guys. Well done. That's one of their battleships out. Everybody, focus on the next one. This one, the Graf Spee. You guys should not disengage. We're not there yet. Blade Master, full health. Target, Graf Spee. You're catching on. Excellent. You can now use AP, because this thing is nicely broadside. I will not have you launch torps, because it's the starboard side that's reloading. Graf Spee is up to 33% losses. Burning, flooding. Yeah, this thing is not going to make it out alive. It's death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, I've already hit more than 1,000 cuts. I've already hit it over 1,400 times by now. And accuracy against this thing is really good, because it's a massive target. So we're getting 55% accuracy. Which is probably only going to ramp up as we're knife fighting, essentially. It's just that this thing has a 17-inch knife. So that is somewhat scary. 40% crew lost. Yeah, we're going to force this thing to surrender. Which is, well, I guess that's very Graf Spee of it. Although, well, actually Graf Spee never surrendered. I think they scuttled the ship. Because they knew that their time had basically come to surrender, and they didn't want to. At least that's as far as I remember. 42.9, 43, 44. Give it up. Give it up. What are these heavy cruisers doing? Not much. 44.7. Come on. 45.2, you're gone. Next! Who shall we take on? Who's the easiest one? 13% crew loss, 18% crew lost. Here's your next target. Right here. You get to select your own ammunition. But you do get to pick that as a target. Songjiang, once again, speeding by another battleship. Trying to join the formation. Yeah, right. Do I have any formations that I'm forgetting about? No. Yeah, we're not targeting the heavy cruisers, boys. Low priority target. Don't ram it. We're just showing off now. Yeah, it's just showing off. My captains are getting a little brazen here. A little too brazen for my taste. Battle line here. Yeah, okay, so let them just do their HE slugging for a bit. Thankfully, this guy does not come with torpedoes, so that's one thing less to worry about. And unfortunately, the heavy cruisers do. They are heavy cruisers. So it is possible that I'll lose at least some more capabilities of staying afloat to that very torpedo effect. Come on, 20% crew loss, 21... Hold on, this is a different breed. Oh, but still cramped crew quarters.
well. Yep, there it is. Blade Master took a whole bunch of torps and is about to take more. No! Use the speed. Not to catch all of them. Okay, fine. Get out of here. I should have babysit this Battlecruiser a bit more, because now it's gone. Ugh. Okay, fine. Instantly it slows down as well. What is your price? 376. That's fairly cheap. You're getting hit by what? By the 16-inch from the battleship? So you're saying this battleship over yonder, 29 clicks out, is still targeting you? Okay. You'd think that it would start actively engaging something that's a bit closer. You'd be wrong. Here's the Gilet div. Well, these guys are actually sticking to the speed limit quite nicely. How about that? Unfortunately, I think we've run out of HE a long time ago, so any damage that we do to the crew is now armor piercing. But that means we're also doing damage to the hull. And this hull has already suffered quite a few impacts. So as good as their armor is, and it's pretty good with a 17.8-inch main belt, it is going to buckle under all this pressure. Did you just send your torps? Well, there are some torps. 35% crew loss. Oh, hold on. We have a couple of CAs trying to get annoying over here. Yeah, you know what? It's a 7-inch gun. And half a pack of torpedo launchers, so let's just hope that we can survive this. While we murder one of their battleships. The other battlecruiser retreating. Yeah, Commander Valkyrie's out. Come on. 36. We'll get him. And all you guys can do is sit there and watch all those shells coming in. Because you're not running. And your crew is not going to be able to fix the ship. So it's a done deal. Now, of course, I did take some losses. I think all my DDs died. I lost a battlecruiser. But considering the price tag of these things, it just pales in comparison. And what's potentially more interesting is that taking 400,000 tons of battleship off the board is also going to free up the way for potentially more invasions. Because by getting rid of all of those battleships, all of that tonnage, it's possible that the army logistics for the Germans is going to drop. And when it does, that means I have more options in dealing with potentially very lucrative invasion options. Okay, this thing is sunk. Actually proper sunk. Now we're going to deal with these heavy cruisers. And on, turn. We're going to start turning this way. The main CA line is still... Oh, they're still around. No, this is the old line. Like, the main CA line is taking quite a beating here. Oh. Fujan, how fast are you going? 45 knots. Okay, and you're re-torping, or counter-torping the Admiral Hipper here. But missing your spread. It's unfortunate. Would have been nice. Don't think the Hipper's going to survive, though. Friedrich Karl already badly damaged, and the Princess Wilhelm... Mwah. We can take her down. As for this battleship here... Where are you at? Anybody seen a 90,000 ton ship? Oh, sorry, 104. Yeah, there it is. Okay, come round. Get rid of the Hipper. I think we can sink her before her crew dies. Yeah, her buoyancy is dropping. Excellent, excellent. That's another one down. And then switch to Friedrich Karl. Where? What? What? Why are you all the way over here, Songjiang? What is this story? Oh, sometimes these ships just
Like, I get that you're trying to dodge a torpedo or something, but you're now 9 kilometers away from your leader. So, well, I think the saying is take me to your leader. Well, get back to your leader. Friedrich Karl. We need what? 2 floodings and she's gone. Pen to main tower. 3 engines out. She won't run anywhere. I am concerned about my ammunition count, though. Liao Bai over here only has 150 shells left, and after that it's all, well, 5-inch. So, we still have a battleship to take down. And I'm not sure if I have the ammo for that. Dude, come on. How's the fight against this battleship going? That's the other div here. Yeah, that's the old div. How are you guys doing with the torps? Oh, you got torps ready. Pop them. Normal launch. Yeah, many of these still have their side launchers. It's just 1 torp, but if every ship launches 1 torp, that can still add up to the damage that that battleship's gonna have to either dodge or just face. So let's go! And as for your ammunition, it's actually, at least in the Guangdong here, pretty good. The Guangdong has taken more damage than she's dished out, but, well, she's still very well afloat, 100% buoyancy. Only took some structural damage. As for, let's say, the oldest ships, yeah, they're still pitching in. Unfortunately, they ran out of ammo probably a long time ago. But those 8-inchers are still useful. The 10-inchers did, not that much. But hey, it's, what? It's about 9,000 tons. Which is what we would now call a light cruiser. And it is adding up to the damage here. That was a dud. We finally hit him with the torpedo and it's a dud. How are the heavy cruisers faring? Jesus, you're still not dead? Wow. That's disappointing. Okay. Just start pointing your bows towards the other battleship. Head over there. Because these cruisers are just flat out refusing to sink. Despite my best efforts, they're just refusing to sink. Hey, there goes Thüringen. The last of their battleships. So now it's just 2 heavy cruisers and we're done. Now, I think my casualties were what, like 4 ships? I think it's not that bad. I think we've had far worse. Far worse. And I am already working on a couple more of the cursed fish, so I'm definitely capable of bringing even more trouble to the Germans. It's just unfortunate that the Germans aren't fighting the French anymore. It was handy when they were fighting the French. Just have the French serve at least as a distraction with their own fleet in Europe. But sadly, that war quickly got concluded. Oh, this is going to take a while, I'm afraid. Oh, well... Princess Wilhelm is flooding. Sinking. What are you thinking about? Well, water. Sorry. German joke. Friedrich Karl. You've been hit 475 times. Do you think we're trying to tell you anything here? Shh. I'm just going to skip to the end here. This is going to take a while. Finally, the heavy cruisers understood what they were trying to accomplish, or rather what I was trying to accomplish. Losses, 4 ships. Enemy sunk. We have sunk all 14 of their ships. Leading me to 323,993 victory points. Subtract what I kind of owe them, if you will, we're looking at about 318,000. Unfortunately, the Blade Master, due to carelessness, got sunk, but, well, acceptable casualty considering exactly how much tonnage I was able to remove from the German fleet. Now, thankfully, we did get some of the crew back, some of the survivors. And maybe we made the area just a little bit safer for me to future invade it. Unfortunately, I think we'll have a lot of cruisers out for the fight for a very long time. Because some of these things took disastrous amounts of damage. Oh, they're all at sea. Right. They're still considered to be in the Central Atlantic. Because they were just parked here. So, yeah, they're still there. Interesting. They still... there's more. Oh, there's more. Make a break for it. We're not fighting again. Especially most of my ships here are out of ammo. Like, at the end of the battle, they just ran completely dry. The 9-inch guns from most of the ships were out. Just completely out. Anyway, what did this do to the Germans? Their army logistics is 100%. Crap. But I did take 4 battleships away from them. And they only have 2.5 million tons of displacement versus my million. So one time I think I'm making progress, and then I feel like I'm kind of not. So join me for the next time, as we're going to be going once again up to the Germans with this battle. Nah, I'll take that off screen. As for the other invasion, that's this one. I'm trying to prevent the Dominican Republic from being completely overrun by the Germans, which they will accomplish by invading them in turn. So we'll see if this is going to work. Admiral's Log. In the midst of our relentless campaign against the German fleet, another significant victory has been achieved. In a first skirmish, our forces succeeded in sinking 4 German battleships, a remarkable feat that underscores the strength and resilience of the Chinese Navy. Although we suffered the loss of several heavy cruisers, the outcome is a testament to our strategic ingenuity. The operation, executed by a task force comprising of 2 battlecruisers and 24 heavy cruisers, showcased our ability to adapt and overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. The German battleships, formidable and heavily armored, were brought to their knees by our coordinated assaults and the relentless spirit of our crews. This victory, hard fought and dearly won, serves as a powerful reminder of what we can achieve when we leverage our strengths and strike with precision. Each engagement with the German fleet hones our tactics and strengthens our resolve, bringing us ever closer to our ultimate objective. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 34. Over the past couple of episodes, it's become fairly painfully obvious that we're going to require a couple of new classes of ships. 1, a light cruiser, and 2, a new battleship. So that's what we're going to be doing in this particular episode. First, let's do the light cruiser. Now, why a light cruiser, you might ask, because you have a big fleet of heavies. Correct, I have a big fleet of heavy cruisers, and herein lies the problem. The heavy cruisers cannot detect torpedoes. I mean, yeah, they'll detect them with the Mark I eyeball. That's about it. It's not really giving me enough warning, especially not when I'm maneuvering with a bigger fleet. So I want to have a couple of heavy cruisers mixed in with a couple of light cruisers. And the light cruisers, which are capable of using a sonar or hydrophone array, depending on what you have researched, they will be the warners. They will be the spotters. Now, seeing as I have 30 billion in the bank, I think money is not that big of an object here, and I can just pretty easily start building a big light cruiser. Keep in mind, I think we have a heavy cruiser. Which was it? The old Zhejiang? Yeah, this is a 9,000 ton heavy cruiser. And we're currently building a 10,900 ton light cruiser. So the definition / tonnage is getting, well, let's say there's some inflation there. This is the first class that's going to be equipped with the gas turbines. This is ideally an engine that is capable of going quickly, as well as being fairly efficient, because they have 210 horsepower per engine ton. So with this, I'm at about 3,500. If I were to do that with the gear turbines, I'd be looking at 38, and the diesels 32. But your price tag is also pretty important. It's 158, it's 60, or it's 52. So the gas turbines are a very nice middle ground. Another benefit they have is that they have minus 100% boiler weight, because they simply don't have any. Their maintenance cost is a bit lower, and their acceleration is pretty good.
especially compared to the diesels, which have far less acceleration. Something like acceleration is pretty vital when it comes to your ability to dodge torpedoes, so I'm very happy that these guys get access to the gas turbines. I'm going to give them an auxiliary 4, because again, it's going to give them more acceleration and more turn speed and more rudder shift, so I get all sorts of bonuses there. Again, more acceleration. We're going to give them an unbalanced rudder for more turning rate. You can give them a balanced rudder because you're going to get more acceleration, but your turning rate is less. As for steering, it's going to be the best steering gear that we can install. And with this, I expect that, at least right now, they'll have very good acceleration. About 0.9 knots per second, but that's with 0 engine efficiency. So let's install a main tower and a funnel and see how that changes. Because I don't believe we'll have quite like that. We'll have 9 knots acceleration, which means that on paper right now we can accelerate the top speed in 3 seconds. I don't think we'll actually be able to do that, but it's a nice idea to have that capability. Now this modern cruiser hull is slated for 36 knots, and I'm going to put her at 35. Actually, no, let's do 36. The 36 knots speed should allow this thing to keep up and even outpace some of the heavy cruisers, which is going to be useful when I want to try and scout out ahead of the fleet. Anti-flood system, we can give them a triple hull, because they cannot have a torpedo blister and a Citadel 5. As for gear, I think a coincidence rangefinder is more suited towards this particular ship, because you're going to get more base accuracy, and these things might be bobbing up and down and maneuvering a whole lot. A stereoscopic rangefinder is more useful if you're expecting a lot of interference from your own guns, which I don't think I'll have with this ship, and if you're getting long range, which a light cruiser generally won't have. Give him an RDF, and I don't really need depth charges because in the BrotherMunro mod / the Dreadnought improvement project, you don't have something like a submarine. Or at least, very unlikely. As for the rear tower, I'm seeing a 9.5 base accuracy here. I'm seeing a 10 base accuracy here. This one's also 9 base accuracy, 5 long range. This is an interesting tower in the sense that you get that barbette. So that could be useful. Night vision is 20, 18, and it gets progressively worse from there, except for this targeting tower. The targeting tower is smaller. And the rear tower 7 is bigger, but it does allow you to put another gun all the way on the back. Accuracy 9.5, accuracy 10, weight 551, weight 531. It's pretty even. I think torpedo spotting is more useful. That's what this class is for. So here we go. Now we're really looking at a $270 million ship, and we're not even nearly done. I'm going to give these things as much armor as I can, because a light cruiser tends not to do very well when trying to survive under fire. So let's make sure that they get as max armor as they can. And then I got about 1,500 tons for the guns. I don't know if that's going to be enough. What sort of main gun can I fit? I can fit a 7-inch Mark V. Mark V is a phenomenal weapon system. It's accurate, it got a good reload, and with a 7-inch, well, I might be able to punch these heavy cruisers of theirs, but that's not strictly what I have this ship for. So I'm going to give these guys 6-inch dual barrels, because with that, I am able to go after the destroyers. And especially if I'm giving them semi-armor piercing shells or semi-ballistic shells, I should be capable of damaging the armor on the destroyer while not ricocheting off of the destroyer. The same can be said to some extent about the enemy armor. Let's say anything heavier than, I don't know, 1.5 inch. I can generally improve it somewhat. Yeah, not by much. Let's give them increased ratio. How much ammo do you carry per gun? 440. So that gives me about 1,700 shells. Should be sufficient. Should be sufficient. I don't need an increase in ammo complement. I have a 0.9 flash fire chance, so that is excellent. Let's put some secondary guns on there. Triple 3-inch Mark V. Triple 3-inch Mark V. Can this actually house a 5-inch? It can. That's nice. Let's make it a dual barrel.
Just because I think that looks a little better. Yeah, 3-inch dual barrel here. Oh, that fits nicely. Yeah, that fits really nicely. Might even be able to house a couple of torpedo launchers just here, so that this thing can still punch into a battleship. Arguably, a couple of 24-inch torpedoes aren't going to do that much. Actually, how about putting them just here on the quarterdeck? It only gives me 6 guns, though. That's not quite enough. Let's do something else instead. Let's put a gun over here on the barbette and a torpedo launcher over there. Now, yes, this is, well, almost a big destroyer, especially in the sense of firepower. Yeah, I wouldn't really argue with that. It's not exactly packing a ton of firepower, but it's not designed to. It is there to scout. It's there to hunt down enemy destroyers. That is what it's going to be ideally suited for. So this means that if it encounters something else, it's going to be in trouble. And that's kind of where the problem lies with most of the ships in Dreadnoughts. Because you can design these things with exactly that in mind. You can say, this is going to be an anti-destroyer ship. The game doesn't care. The game does not care what your ship is for. This means that a ship can come up to anything and everything, and is going to be able to have to fight anything and everything. Is this interfering with the barbette? Because I think that's nonsense. Yeah, it's interfering with the barbette. Anyway, a ship is basically going to have to be equipped to fight anything. If you equip it just to deal with destroyers, well, the game might not give you such a fight. So ideally, you'll have a ship that's capable of dealing with anything, and that's why I put the torpedo launcher over there. I only have a couple 100 tons left, which isn't much. Maybe I could put another deck launcher, although one launcher on the deck is probably not going to do a whole lot. So I guess a couple of dual barrel secondaries. We can actually put a dual barrel 2-inch there. And over here and here. I think this ship would make for a pretty convincing merchant raider as well. We put another 3-incher over there. There we go. Okay. So what do we have as a tally? We have 8 6-inch guns. We have 1 5-inch gun. We have 12 3-inch guns. We have 12 2-inch guns. And we have 1 quintuple or 5 torpedo launcher. That should be enough. Now I'm going to name this ship as the Lanky Git in honor of one of my newest channel members. Thank you very much for that. As for HE ammunition, I'm thinking 6-inch high explosive isn't gonna do that much. So I'll just stick with this. If it does not pen, yeah, I mean, it's not really gonna do a whole lot of damage. With, let's say, 10-kilometer range, I can pen 0.1, or I can pen 0.8. It might just make a difference, but no. We're gonna try incendiary, and if that does not work, like if I just see my shell ricochet after ricochet after ricochet, I'll just change them. How long does it take to build? Good question. 14 months. Okay. Can we go 37? No, we can't. 36. Okay, let's give them more range. No, let's not give them more range. Can we give them more engine efficiency then? I wouldn't really know where to put the additional funnel, because these are super funnels, and they need a lot of room. So we can only have 1 funnel. Can we put any additional guns on the ship without the guns interfering too much with other guns? Kind of afraid not. Well, it's not really a disaster. I can probably add on a bit more armor. So let's put armor there. Let's put armor there. We're probably over. Yep. 4 inches and 4 inches. And now I'm only 6 tons aft, or 6 tons over. Oh, sorry, 6 tons short of completion. So that's fine. That's the Lanky Git. Welcome to the fleet. Now, when it comes to this new battleship, the ships that I currently have in service of, let's say, the bigger firepower units is the Enigma Hun with all its various, let's say, refits. We have the State Belt 2, which has proven to be a useful ship. I believe we have 1 in service, maybe 2. We have the Cursed Fish, which is a very different type of battleship because it's so torpedo heavy. And we have the Showboat. This is a 100,000 ton ship with 6 20-inch guns, and it's mostly for export purposes. I generally don't employ these myself. The Germans have shown that having a 100,000 ton warship is actually something that can be useful, because it has the survivability, it has the staying power, and that's something that pretty much none of my ships, maybe with the exception of the State Belt, have. So we're going to need a new battleship. Now, what can we build? Because we have the modern battleship out of 60,000 tons, we have the command battleship out of 78,500. Maybe that's big enough. It has a very good resistance rating of 95, and a resistance rating is basically a, let's say, a flat-out damage modifier, damage debuff to the enemy. So the more resistance your ship has, the more likely it is to survive. This thing has a slightly better hull form, but less stability. So I'm going to pick the command battleship. It has stability, it has floatability, it has pretty good damage control. Actually, it has plus 20 damage control relative to this ship. And it has good resistance. Let's max this out. So that's 78,500. As for the name, Grumpy Gamer Guy. I think that's a pretty good name for a battleship. I want these things to actually go quick. And thankfully, the the gas turbines might be very useful for that, because we're looking at 36,000 tons. Diesel would be 33, but you're paying 5.8 billion for a naked hull. You got nothing on the ship. The gas turbines is 2.1. So that's far, far better. Alright, survivability. All the usual suspects. Anti-torp 4. Because I tend to throw torpedoes and the enemy might start taking some lessons from that and also start throwing torpedoes. As for beam and draft, I'm not going to modify these yet. I might come back into that later. Now, we already have a 20-inch main belt. I'm going to put that up to 21. I'm giving, let's say, a 9-inch forebelt and a 9-inch aft belt. 8-inch main deck is quite a lot. But then again, these things are designed for staying power. So I think this will do that. Look at the inner belt. 9 inches inner belt. At least 50% of the shell pen power is lost before hitting this layer. So if the shell manages to pen 21 inches of belt armor plus 190% armor quality, it's then going to encounter another 9 inches of belt armor. That's the inner armor. At which point, the shell should have lost a lot of punching power. Good lord, that is enormous. Can we actually put a gun on that? You can. Oh, wow. You have my full attention. Show me your secondary tower. No. Hang on a minute. If I want to park 15-inch, because I think the 15-inchers are good enough. It's also the biggest thing that this ship can have. 15-inch dual barrel. So we got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4, we got 5, we got 6. And ship's overweight. That's unfortunate, because I still have to add all sorts of goodies and gear. Especially range finding, of course, auto loaders, cap ballistic shells, increased armor piercing ammunition, barbette armor. I'm only 13,000 tons too heavy. Oh boy. She's way too heavy. Way too heavy. I don't even have a funnel yet. Where does a funnel even go on this? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna have to squeeze the funnel between this? Yes. Right then. This turret's gonna have to go. We're actually getting there, but the ship does not have any secondary armament yet. So if these 15-inchers don't do the job, well, we can't pen. Or sorry, we can't actually hit anything. Give me super heavy shells. which should give these things plenty of punching power against pretty much whatever we face. You'd think so, anyway. But more often than not, I have been proven wrong. Because the pen on this ship sometimes works a little different. Give me a 19-inch main belt. We're going to take some armor off the main deck. Because that actually doesn't do much. Huh. Okay, give me 7-inch fore, 7-inch aft. If I reduce speed to 26 knots, that doesn't move the needle a whole lot. We're getting there. Give me anti-torp 3. There. Especially with those new heavy cruisers of mine, I should be capable of keeping this thing safe from torpedoes. If I am not, the anti-torp 3 is still going to mitigate 50% of the damage. And then we have the resistance bonus, and we have quite a lot of bulkhead protection here. Yeah, okay, that should do. As for secondaries, I'm not even sure where to put secondaries beyond these specified positions. That works? Supposedly. The game doesn't even give me an overview of what the firepower of the ship is going to be like. If I'm able to put one of those turrets down here, I can actually give the ship more 5-inch firepower. It's a fascinating hull. Absolutely fascinating. I can see that these things will never turn. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm surprised they do accept it over here. Let's put this back here. And maybe put a couple of 3-inchers here. You can't? 2-inchers then? Yeah, you can put 2-inchers there. I'll just have to make those long 2-inch to make sure that they can actually get anywhere. So increase the barrel length of the 2-inchers by 20%, and that should give me about 10 clicks, depending on what type of ammunition you pick. Very good muzzle velocity. Very good. These things also have pretty good muzzle velocity. They can reach out supposedly to 54 clicks. If you elongate the barrels even more, you can get to 64. But you're sacrificing a lot of reload. 26% reload. Oh, sorry, I'm going to 76 seconds, rather, as opposed to 48. So I'll gladly take the 48 seconds and just pump more shells onto the target. Accuracy with a radar rangefinder 2 and a stereoscopic rangefinder 5 and a very stable firing platform should be fine. Let's take 1 knot off the ship. No, I'm 1,500 tons too heavy. If I remove the crew, or at least a bunch of the crew. There. And now you're going to complain that this is... Okay. Put another 5-incher on the stern. I could even put a torpedo launcher on the stern, but a torpedo launcher tends to go down very quickly, causing even more crew loss. That's not something I want. The ship has no casemate slots, so that's fine. This won't fit. That doesn't have turret rotation. Maybe another couple of 5s here. Right on the edge of the ship. Make sure we armor those up and have a look at the turret armor. This should be sufficient. It's maxed out. The barbette's maxed out. Max this out. Max this out. This is probably going to be 0 by default. 500 tons left. Can we do 25.5? Can we do 25.9? Can we do 26? 27 is probably a stretch. No, 27 is fine. 27 is fine. Engine efficiency is not spectacular, 123%, but it's okay. It's okay. If I increase the beam, so make it a fat ship, I think we might not be able to mitigate all that additional weight that we have to lug around. Yeah, we're just over. But it would give me a more stable platform to fire from. So then reduce it back to 26 knots. I'm like 18 tons too heavy. There. Now, when it comes to firepower, the ship doesn't have that much. 8 15-inch guns, with respectable firing arcs to be sure, should be capable of laying waste to most of the German battleships. Most of the German battleships. They, however, have less firepower for 5.2, let's say $5.3 billion than the state belts. Because these guys are packing 9 16-inchers. Nevertheless, I think it's a very interesting design, and I want one. But, well, we can always go for another design. If I use this hull, so this is the other battleship hull, I should be capable of putting some 16-inch guns on it. Let's say making it more powerful than the state belts. Those German battleships have 17.2, I think, 8 guns. Those 17-inch guns aren't great because they don't have exactly enough reload, or at least not as much as I would like. Let's see if I can make something work here. These things are rated for 32 knots. So we're going to have a fast battlecruiser with no beam, or at least very little, making the ship sleeker and thus faster. We're going to give you gas turbines. We're going to give you oil. Aux 3 should be enough. Yeah, you're never going to slow down. Balanced, modern. Double hull bottom would be great. Again, these things don't detect torpedoes all by themselves, so that's going to have to be something I pay attention to. Secondary tower, triangular tower, there. Funnel. No. There. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. We have 145% engine efficiency. I can appreciate that. Rangefinder. 32 knots is acceptable. And for now, I have 74,000 tons for, well, mostly the guns. So what I can fit on this ship is the 16-inch Mark IV or the 17-inch Mark IV. Now, the 17-inch, at least in their quad format, have 101 second reload. I'm not exactly a fan. This is 90 seconds. I think that's still too long. 16-inch, gonna give me 82 seconds. So, you're saying there's not that much of a difference? Like, these have 82 seconds and these have 90 seconds. Let's say that we're gonna go with the ability to crush any German ship. Cap ballistic. 15,000 meter range, 23 inches of pen versus 27 inches of pen. That is quite a bit. That is quite a bit. And I can push the reload down. I can push down to 71 seconds or 65. So for 6 seconds extra, or 10%, I can get more than 10% extra pen. Yes, we're going 17-inch. Much like those German ships. And I think it's going to have to go on an enormous barbette. Let's see if we can make this thing turn. Yes. Let's push this in reverse and then throw it back into the bridge. There. This way I know that the turret can do a 360-degree turn. And seeing as this thing probably doesn't have a very good turret rotation, yeah, 1 degree per second, that is quite vital. Being able to turn all the way around. Put another one on the stern. And now we are way too heavy. Damn. Barbettes. Single hull bottom. Let's go back to 30 knots. Throw off some weight or some range, because I don't really need the capability with this ship to navigate the whole, or circumnavigate the whole world. It's a bit much. Only 2.8 billion? Well, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Give me, let's say, 16 inches of main... Whoops. 16-inch main belts. You're going to get 4 inches of inner belt. You're going to get 8 inch there, 8 inch on the aft belt, 3 inch on the superstructure, because I would still very much appreciate some secondary guns. These are Mark 5s. It's just that a quad is way too big and will never fit anywhere. It'd be great if those could fit on the balconies, but an 8-inch gun probably has a casemate extending pretty deep. So that won't fit. I think the 8-inch might be a stretch. 7-inch? 7-inch will fit. And they can even fit on the balconies. Look at that. Because these 7-inchers can keep light cruisers at bay, while the other guns are working on frying bigger fish. I can't exactly make these things longer barrels without forcing this thing into being unable to turn, however. That's a bit of a problem. Give me 4 and 4. These are more, let's say, hitters rather than ships that I expect to take a whole lot of damage. Ideally, of course, the other ships would take damage, but it's not something you can force the AI to do or not do. 16-inch there, give me 10 inches top armor. Okay, what else can we get? 3-inch. We could put a 3-inch quadruple over there. I would like to kind of synchronize all the firepower. As in, I don't want to have 15 different calibers on this ship. A torpedo launcher here would probably fit. Yeah. But no, I'm not going to go with the torpedo launcher. The reason being, a torpedo launcher is generally used to break up a fleet or do a lot of damage. But this thing is probably going to be hiding behind its own escorts. So if I have a torpedo launcher over there, I'm first going to have to get my own ships out of the way before I'll be able to use it, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. So let's instead throw on another 7-inch turret. And that will in fact turn. So now we pretty much have a light cruiser strapped to the side of the ship on each side. That should give most lighter ships pause. They have a reload of 12 seconds. They're going to be accurate out to about 10 kilometers. So that should keep my ship pretty safe. Do I need any smaller caliber guns? Because I don't think this tower has a whole lot of room for it. You got this slot. And that's about it. So no. We're not going to put any additional on. Let's throw on some more belt armor. And put the rest into the conning tower. Because you can never have enough on your conning tower. There. 18-inch? No, that's a bit much. Okay. This is going to be the Jaegong class. The Jaegong class. If you want to get your name as a ship or a ship class, you can by becoming a member or by becoming a patron supporter. Link down below in the description. Alright, let's save this design and see if the shipyards aren't too busy fixing up my cruisers to actually be able to build these things. The shipyards unfortunately are too busy. I'm way over shipbuilding cap, and this has to do with me fixing up most of the cruisers after they got badly bruised in the last encounter. I also have a couple of Battlecruisers down for the count. I have a Battleship down for the count. This is a 1942 Enigma hunt, so it's not something I'm very eager to scrap. A Jillin from 1929. Yeah, see, this is more likely to get scrapped. I won't free up the shipyard, but I will free up a ship that's slowing down the rest of the fleet. So I'm going to scrap this ship. And I'm also going to scrap this ship. We even got a couple of Zhejiangs from 1908. So these are the 10-inch gun cruisers. We got a lot of those. It's not going to free up the shipyard, though, is it? A Jillin from 1929 that has never been refit? Nope, scrap. A Taiyan from 1921? Nope. Some of these things are so old. Another Heizhou? Nope. A Mechamatic 2 from 1932, which has apparently also never been refit. That's no surprise, really, because I have been so busy getting so many ships built for other empires, and my ships have most of the time been out to sea. So it's no surprise. Now, I did have a naval invasion going to Haiti, but that kind of didn't materialize when 9 German battleships showed up. So I had to run my fleet back into a safe port. As for Dominican Republic, that has been conquered by the Germans. Now, I do have about 900,000 victory points over them, so I'm going to wait for this naval invasion to end and to potentially end the war. That should allow me a few years to build more ships, build better ships, modernize the navy, and then start dealing with the Germans again when we are in a better position. And I might be able to claim the Dominican Republic and Haiti back as damages for the whole war. 2 months later, we finally have peace between the Chinese and the Germans. Once again, peace has been restored. However, we have a bit of a shopping list, or at least, well, you can definitely claim a lot of territories. The challenge here is that Germany seemingly has been developing a lot of these territories, and as such, it is going to be potentially a bit harder to take some of these off of them. Now, it is, of course, very interesting to go for the more profitable ones, but they don't want to part, for example, with French New Guinea, 10.8 billion. 10.8 billion. I was going to go trillion? No, billion. So I'm thinking, how about we kick these guys out of the Dominican Republic, Haiti, Guantanamo. So basically taking over the whole of central USA. Honduras. What else can we find there? Equatorial Guinea, I don't believe is over there. Liberia, Sierra Leone, no. This is all what they have taken over in the nice little areas around Africa. See, I still have 4 billion left to pick with. Guatemala, El Salvador, Belize. I'm basically trying to secure the whole Caribbean. That's all going to be mine. And by doing that, I don't really need to have a massive fleet there anymore. Now, after a bit of looking up and down the map, I think this is a pretty good outcome. What they ideally are going to donate is most of their territories in the middle of, let's say, the Caribbean. They're also going to give me Eastern India. I can also claim Bangladesh. They're going to give me the Solomon Islands. They're going to give me the Guatemala, Belize, and El Salvador. This is my proposal, though. Yeah, and they went along with it. So this means I suddenly have a lot more territory. And the Germans have a lot less income. That's going to be very useful. Look at this. Everything, almost everything. Yeah, no, everything that used to be German here is now Chinese. That is the way to go. Everything here is Chinese. So my economy probably got a pretty nice... Well, you'd think so. My economy should have gotten a pretty nice boost from that. As for Southern America, they were able to give me all of their territory here. They don't have any territory in the Pacific anymore, because I also took Samoa off of them. Yes. Yes. They still have these, however. This is mine. This is not. German New Guinea, $12 billion. It's probably because they got they got a lot of oil production over there. Solomon Islands is mine. Papua is not that impressive because it is not producing oil. So I think this is the last of the German territories here in Northern Oceania. And of course, Eastern India also gets oil, so that should be a nice development. They still have Burma and Bhutan. Well, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, and over here, the Andaman Islands. Either way, Germany suffered a lot. They used to have 3.6 trillion, now they're 2.9 trillion. So they took a big economic hit there. Now, I'm still at war with the United States, but you wouldn't really be able to tell, because this war has done absolutely nothing. Nor can I really do much. Because I believe that the US might have, what, a couple ships here? They got one battleship. Really? Let's go find it. And let's go take it out. Well, if it wasn't for most of my ships being out of the fight. What does the US have, exactly? What are we looking at? Oh, that is their whole fleet. That's their entire fleet. 3 ships, and they're all here. They have a supply port in Miami, and the destination is, well, where they are. Anyway, with this war ending with Germany, and with all the additional territories that I now have, I only have a monthly, well, let's say deficit, currently, of 3 million. Not even 3 billion, 3 million. And that's with all the sliders maxed out, except for transport cap. But I really haven't suffered that much, and if I do max it out, well, it'll help a little, but let's just put it right about there. So I have so much money that I can just start spending on pretty much whatever I want. I already have fewer ships in shipbuilding cap than I have shipbuilding capability. But I still want to have, let's say, a battleship over here repaired. That's going to take a month. And we should be launching, yeah, we're launching a state belt for the Ottoman Empire. That's another 80,000 tons that's freeing up. And then we can start getting a couple of additional ships. We already got the Cursed Fish 2 and her sister ship in 4 months. So that should be a nice start to deal with the additional German ships. The Germans now are looking at, what, still, yeah, 16 battleships. Lots of small stuff. Fun. Who's my next most likely adversary? Other than the United States, of course. Oh, I'm up here. Italy, Spain. Spain, yeah, right. And the British. Yeah, right. There's not a whole lot of British left. I think this... this is it. I'd love to invade that, but I think that might be a bit of a stretch. Although, perhaps northwestern England is possible. Army logistics, however, is pretty bad, 9%. So I'll have to work on that by building additional ships. Right, so Germany has been contained and has been forced to surrender all of their colonies over here in the Caribbean. I would love to take over the rest of the French ones as well. And the Germans have their own little island over here in... Sorry, the Russians have their own little island in Puerto Rico. My relationship with the French, however, is positive. So is it with the Soviets? The Spanish don't have any colonies. The Italians might have... Yeah, the Italians have some colonies. Well, Italy, isn't that bad news for you? Let's go and target the Italians and maybe have an encounter with the Americans.
Admiral's log. After a long and arduous war, peace has finally been secured with the Germans. Their capitulation has come at a significant cost to them, as they've been forced to relinquish a vast expanse of territory. The result is a near total Chinese control of the Caribbean, a strategic victory that solidifies our influence and secures vital resources for our nation. While we celebrate this hard-won triumph, my thoughts are already turning to the future. The lessons learned from this conflict have been invaluable, and they've reinforced my belief that our journey is far from over. The landscape of global power is ever-changing, and I fully expect that another war may erupt in the coming years. In anticipation of future conflicts, I have ordered the development of newer, more advanced warship designs. These vessels will incorporate the latest technological advancements and innovations, ensuring that our Navy remains at the cutting edge of naval warfare. Our shipyards are already gearing up for production, ready to bring these formidable vessels to life. The path ahead may be fraught with uncertainty, but we face it with confidence and resolve. The dragon's roar will continue to echo across the seas, as a testament to our enduring strength and unyielding determination.
Today's video is kindly sponsored by the Block Zone. The Block Zone gives you a ton of things to do when you're not gaming, in the form of these big projects. Now, they have a ton of different projects for you, both in the form of cars. I recently came across the various tanks that you have. I've already shown, for example, I think the Tiger tank before. You got the T-34, you have the M47 Patton, you even have the Ferdinand in there, and this one's RC. I quite like the Fletcher. This is one of their newer arrivals. 2,315 pieces to put together, so that ought to keep you busy for a while.
Wouldn't try to play with it in the bath because some parts might come off though. And what I also found recently was this cute all-terrain military tank. More like a buggy than a tank, but I think it looks cute. Now, the block zone has these projects. They do tend to run a little expensive, so what you can do is add one of these to cart, and then go to complete order, and use my code STEALTH upon a discount. Because if you add stealth, you're getting 10% off. So this really helps. You can also click the link down below in the description and get to building from the block zone. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 35. The United States fleet, in its entirety, has been found in the Caribbean. The Georgia, a battleship of the same class. 12 14-inch guns. That's quite a lot to chew off for the ancient Enigma Hun. She has not yet received her refit, which means that she's sporting her 18-inch guns. Assisted today by Crook Tuna and Shandong. Both are relatively modern cruisers. This is the Mechamedic 1940 refit, although it's currently September 1944. But because all my ships have been out to sea for the last decade, I really haven't had time to modernize those ships. Nor have I really had a whole lot of technological breakthroughs, except maybe for installing these things with a couple of gas turbines. But I find it to be a bit of a difficult pick at times. Do I want to modernize more ships? Or am I going to be build new classes entirely? There's something to be said for either case. Let's see if this Georgia ship of the Americans is anything interesting. Yeah, lots of quadruples. 32 5-inch guns. They are serious about their anti-destroyer operations. Interesting loadout here, or slash layout of the turrets. Bit surprised, but I guess it can work. And as for your assisting destroyers, this is, yeah, pretty typical destroyer. 6 5-inch guns and a couple of torpedo launchers. How far can those torpedo launchers reach? 15 clicks. That's no small feat. That is no small feat. Range to the target, about 40 clicks. And I have the CAs intercept the target. And seeing as the DDs are capable of detecting torpedoes, they gotta go first. As for the Enigma Hun, we can punch this thing out to 39 clicks, and this is 31. So we'll have to be a bit patient. There we go. Just make sure you're targeting the battleship, right? I know it's possible to hit a destroyer at this range. It's just not that likely. So, wouldn't really want to waste my time on that. What is your reach? About 33, 34? 27? Huh? It's a tier 3 14-incher. Okay. Well, I gotta keep in mind that the United States has been dissolved and then reformed, so it's possible that they took, well, a bit of a beating when it comes to their ability to research. They might be behind. According to the game stats, my technology is actually very advanced. So it's possible that this is going to be a bit of a pushover. As for future invasions of the United States, I'm not sure if that's going to be possible, not with the tonnage that I currently have, and if I also want to put my ships back into dry dock to modernize them. Both of these things have to happen. The invasion and the modernization. So it's going to probably be sequential. Couple of ships in modernization, couple of ships working on the invasion. Oh, those damn guns are really punching holes in my ship here. Put some pressure on the DDs. Flooding. Good. Ow. There you go. Now the other one. Good work. Now sink them off entirely, and then we torpedo the battleship. That's one. This guy next. Here. Don't worry about the battleship. It's only got 14-inch guns and, you know, a couple dozen secondary guns. Prepare the torpedoes. Actually set them to safe. So that we have a pretty high reliability of actually getting a hit. Yeah, that thing's going down. But so is my cruiser. Shandong took a big hit there. Torps away.
And here come the first couple of candidates. One hit. Do you not have a torpedo blister? Because that was one hit that did 14,000. You got an anti-torp too, that's not bad. Many bulkheads, cramped quarters. The AI does weird things with the armor. And I'm seeing this a lot, so I'm kind of going to write it up as something that the mod does. And keep in mind, I just set this mod up as I was starting the campaign, and I haven't updated neither the game or the mod since. So it's very possible that everything has changed, and a lot of these things that I'm facing have been addressed. It's just something that I am unwilling to test, because it is possible that I, let's say, update the mod, update the game, and then find that my save game doesn't work anymore because it's somehow no longer compatible. That would be very unfortunate. So it's not something that I'm really willing to risk. And therefore, you're just going to be getting the same performance, if you will. Be it good or bad. Now, Georgia has buoyancy issues. So does my cruiser. She's listing so much that I'm expecting these guns not to want to fire too much more. Although they can always point directly astern. And they're still connecting with my ship. No surprise there. $20 clicks out. Yeah, a bit more flooding, boys, and we got her. That's a pretty hefty expense for the Americans to lose. $4.6 billion worth of battleship. Not to mention the construction time. Speaking of, I'm never too sure about the construction time for the AI. Because for my ships, the construction time, depending on which class you pick, is anywhere from about 8 months for a destroyer up to around 34 months for a battleship. I'm not sure if the AI is getting the same sort of build time, or if they maybe have a better build time. Like maybe the AI is capable of spitting out a ship every 12 months instead of 34 months for a battleship. Not sure on that. Yeah, she's listing really badly. Boom. Flooding. But I think we punched a hole in her stern that was already flooded, so we're not actually getting any more flooding. We need to get her bow hit. She seems to be aware of it too, because she's turning over to starboard. Why is my 18-inch gun still attempting to range find? We can end the battle. Yeah, I don't think so. We'll end the battle, alright, just not the way that you hope. I'm not clicking that button. What I really appreciate about the game is that you can set this ship to auto-select type of ammo, and it picks armored piercing for the 18-incher, and the 13-incher is basically let's not even bother, so it's picking HE. Unfortunately, you cannot quite do this yourself, except for setting this thing to auto, because if I go HE, it's all gonna go HE or all AP. So if you want to do something like that, you're gonna have to let the AI pick. Now this ship might be fairly modern, but she's not exactly doing very well versus the Enigma Hun. And thus immediately proceeds to damage my main tower. Isn't that nice? HE on everything. 18-inch HE should be enough to cause some flooding. Especially seeing as the superstructure of this ship is very weak. That's a valid target. Forebelt, aft belt, decks. Any hit should be capable of causing a flooding. And they're not exactly getting away either. Normally I wouldn't be able to keep up. 23 knots versus 32. But considering how badly damaged the ship is, not a problem. Not a problem. A few minutes later, and the Georgia sinks, giving me 59,000 victory points. I mean, it's nice, but seeing as the United States has no colonies, I can't actually use those things for anything but money. they don't have any ships to claim either, so that's not exactly an option. As for their main territories, well, it's main territories. They cannot be claimed. So I guess we're going to be treating the United States as a bit of an ATM for now. And maybe they're going to immediately sue for peace. Seeing as they have no navy, I think that would not be a bad idea. And there it is. We're going to fight to the end. I'm not exactly sure what the end is going to look like. But, well, maybe we can invade. Let's try that. First, though, ships. We have a lot of spare money. So let's start spending that on building out more shipyard capability. Like, I'll never be able to build a ship that's almost 300,000 tons, but I can definitely get more ship building capability, which is valuable. So let's get a couple of those new ships built. I think the lanky gits are going to be more valuable in the short run, because we need to have those hydrophones and sonars of theirs. And that gives me not enough to get a grumpy gamer guy ship. Same for the Zhejiang, which is the one with the 17 inchers. I think it's time to start culling our numbers a bit. We have the lanky gits coming up. We got a 38 tails class ship coming up. That is the one with the 6 18 inchers. What sort of classes do I have? Because I was operating, yeah, we're gonna start scrapping these old Gillens, especially now that I don't actually have a whole lot of use for these cruisers at the moment. I'm going to start scrapping them. We got one old E46 from 1927. We have one Enigma Hun. I'm going to start scrapping the Zhejiangs. They're old ships. They're from 1915. They've served me well, and they can now go to rest. Unfortunately, I can't exactly use them as a museum ship, and they're probably too old to get sold off. Nor do I really need the money. The Chengdus... Those 12.9s can come in useful against the Germans, because the Germans still have a lot of small ships. And the 12-inch, as well as the 8-inch fire at a pretty decent pace. So they're useful. We got we got two Auras, the Aura and the Nidox. We're going to keep those around. And there's one E46 from 1921 in Eastern South America. Is there really? Here. Hello. You're going to go to the board. And you're going to get scrapped. So, what are we going to do with the ships that we do have? Which ships need it the most? I think the Enigma Hun herself. She's out at sea in the Caribbean. So, let's get her back. Because she was just out there to deal with the enemy. So, you guys are going to go back to Willemstad. And you're going to get refit there. As for the rest... 1942, we got the 38 tails coming out. That's 3 of them. We got the Auras from 1940. How about updating the mechametics? Because we've got quite a lot of those. I just think there's not a whole lot for them to upgrade. This is the 6th reversion, or the 6th version of this ship. And so far, they just do very well. The only thing that they might need is a bit more ammo, because during long encounters, they run short. They just don't have enough ammo. As for upgrading them to gas turbines, I guess that could be a valuable upgrade for this ship, because it might free up some capacity and give them better acceleration. Now, with all the new gear that I have, it's going to automatically take 2 months to refit them. As for installing the gas turbines, yeah, it does help a little. Why not? Let's go for that. As for additional tech, like I can try giving them increased complement of shells. I'm going to take away the capitalistic and swap that back to standards. Because I find that I ricochet a lot of the time. And I don't like that. As for speed, they're doing 33 knots, so that's fine. They can traverse 37,000 kilometers before needing a refuel. Their armor is good enough. And this is pretty much what I would consider endgame. Like, at some point, there just isn't that much more that you can improve about a specific cruiser. Before the cruiser becomes just absurdly overpowered. Which these things are, I'd say, already very much at risk of being. They're just really good ships. And especially with a hefty inner belt, protection for secondaries, they just have a lot going for them. I don't really know what else to put on them to make them even more dangerous. Like, this is the increased capacity. What's their explosion chance? 3.9. Increase their barbettes a bit then. 3.3. Take off some armor from the second inner belt and the primary inner belt. Come on. There. Okay, 2 months to refit the Mechamatic 049 to the 1944 refit. Now, I have a lot of these ships still around, so this is going to be a bit of a lengthy project. However, with the ships coming out of dock due to repairs or potentially from refits, I think I can get them all refit in about 8 months or so. A few months later, after getting a lot of capital ships and cruisers back together in the Gulf of Mexico, it could be the ultimate opportunity to invade the Gulf Coast. The Gulf Coast needs a hefty invasion force, 344,000 tons. And thankfully I have more than that, yet not quite enough. Like, I have 487,000 tons, but I would ideally send more. Thankfully, Enigma Hun, Gosrith, and Nanning are now back in service. Not yet upgraded, but without the American fleet, I don't really foresee that as a problem. So in 1 more month, we should have more ships out there. As for the rest of the fleet, well, we're nicely modernizing, especially the Kahar deserved it. These Mechamatic from the 1940s, some of them a bit older than that. We have a new flight of the Mechamatic 3s coming out, and we have a couple of the light cruisers joining us in about a year. As for the new battleship, I do believe that we have them. Yes, here they are. The Cursed Fish, I have one in Philadelphia, one in Santo Domingo, and one in Kingston. So it's all geared towards the Atlantic, in case at some point I want to start visiting the visiting the Germans. As for these 38 tails, that is 60,000 tons a pop. Let's have one of them also spawn in the area. Let's say in Cuba. I'm going to have one over at Hong Kong, for the reason of potentially invading the area around the German islands there. And the last one, well, let's put that in Maine. Might come in useful there. So let's see, can we actually invade the Gulf Coast? There's a lot going for me. I might be able to pull it off this time. So, it took a year, but I finally have control of the Gulf Coast. A year actually takes quite a lot of time to render, even if I'm not updating my ships. An average turn now takes 2 to 3 minutes. It's getting pretty nuts. Anyway, the way that I was able to take this is because Pensacola doesn't have that big of a port, and Tampa, well, after my battle cruisers and heavy cruisers got done with it, didn't have a port at all. The same cannot exactly be said for the southeastern seaboard. This is 400,000 tons, 395,000 tons, and 444,000 tons. So we're totaling just over 1.2 million tonnage. It's a bit much. We've already tried the West Coast. San Francisco, 447, San Diego, 279, and over here, well, it's potentially slightly easier, but not by much. So what I'm going to do is make peace now with the US. Wait, I can invade them again? Haha. I guess it's possible. You know what? Why not? Yes, we shall commence the attack. The reason why I'm doing this is because I have found that if you don't succeed the first time, there's actually a much better chance that you'll get it the second time, because your ships bombard the enemy coasts constantly. And as they do that, the port resistance goes down. The ports get damaged, the invasion resistance goes down, and bit by bit, you're actually able to start taking territory. I mean, well, not bit by bit as in kilometer by kilometer, it's just you are slightly more likely to actually complete your invasion. As the invasion begins, we are already getting some port strikes. It's not going to go very quickly, because this is a major port. We're hitting Charleston.
But bit by bit, we're going to be able to take chunks out of Charleston. And as Charleston goes down, bit by bit, we're also going to be able to get, well, slightly better odds at invading the eastern seaboard. Because right now, my chances are just about 0. So I'm going to continue harassing Charleston. I'm going to continue then with harassing Norfolk. And even then, Wilmington stands in my way at 487. Sorry, that's not Wilmington. This is Wilmington at 395,000 tons. So this is probably going to take a couple of months. These months I am actually using to build more and more ships. The situation is nice and calm, relatively speaking. So I have the Grumpy Gamer guy, same class, coming out. That's 85,000 tons. We have a couple of the Zhegongs coming out. That is the ship with the 17-inchers. We have another Cursed Fish being built. We have the Jixin, which is another Grumpy Gamer guy class. So again, 8 15-inchers. The 38 tails are all in service now. One of them is operating on the eastern North America position of Portland. So this ship, at 60,000 tons, can now join the fight. And I'm going to have it, ideally, maybe it can work, attack solo versus the port over at Norfolk. There's also the Cursed Fish 2. This thing is also going to join. I'm not sure if I've ever torpedoed a port before, but here's to trying. As for the rest, well, we got the Kahar over there in Hamilton. I'm not actually going to keep it there in Bermuda because it has done a lot for me to protect shipping. And I might not be at war with Germany now, but that can change in a moment's notice. After a couple months of not successfully invading, I now have an actual better chance. Because the port of Charleston has been reduced to nothing, and we've even started hitting Wilmington. So the port of Wilmington is now only 39,000. And that does leave Norfolk at 444,000, but it's actually a pretty nice improvement, because now I only need 387,000 tons. And that is something that I can muster, because I got 79,000 tons there, I got 487,000 tons there, and another 221 here. So everybody, line up on Wilmington, we're going in. Many months later, I finally have control over the southeastern seaboard. With this comes an okay amount of oil production per capita, like it's not that impressive. But hey, it's another 2.3 billion that I get to add to my budget. And barring only the western United States and central USA, I have taken over all of the USA. There's not a whole lot of US left. With this, they have also not really been able to present any kind of threat out to the, let's say, eastern North America region. So that means I can free up some ships here. Although if I want to maintain any, well, semblance of a army logistics, I'm going to have to deploy a lot more ships. Since I was doing this, apparently the Italians took offense. I'm not exactly sure what I did. I just kept my fleet here, invading. Maybe that is what ticked the Italians off. Maybe they think that the Chinese Empire is growing a little too large. Well, that's unfortunate for them because we built for China. And as we do so, we're going to gobble up some territory here. We're going to gobble up some territory there. The Italian fleet, how are they looking? They're very advanced. That's interesting. So am I. With these advanced ships, they have 35 battleships. That's a lot. I'm eager to see if those battleships will live up to anything real. Are they actually capable of using any of these battleships to actually sort any kind of effect? My ships have somewhat taken damage, but most of them are fine. I'm going to put a couple of the ships... Actually, let's just put all the ships in Philadelphia for the second and be sure to fix them. And the same here. I'm going to fix up all these ships. I'm not sure... Yeah, some of them have taken some damage. So let's fix up the ships and then go pay a visit to Italy. I'm not strictly looking to take any territory over here in the Mediterranean, because that means if I ever go to war with Spain or with France, well, when, not if, when, that is going to mean I need to defend a lot of transports in the Western Med, and that means stationing a battleship, which I don't want. I am still building a couple of battleships. The ships that are currently getting built are the Grumpy Guy Gamer, the Zheigong, which is a 74,000-ton battleship with 17-inch guns. We have another one of those. We got another Grumpy Guy Gamer, and we have another Cursed Fish. We already have 3 of the Cursed Fish 2 in service.
These are all currently in the eastern North America region. They have just been part of the invasion force. There's also a state belt and another cursed fish getting exported to Greece and to Croatia. So we're definitely still getting quite a bit of money from this. But my expenses are very high. I'm paying $665 million a month to keep this whole circus running. And that is building additional ships, repairing my ships at the moment, doing more research. And more research is becoming less interesting. I finished research on torpedo tubes, on small guns, on destroyers, cruisers, armor quality. I am getting to the Mark 5 18-inch gun. That's a very dangerous piece of weaponry. So that means after this one's complete, we only really have 2 more projects, the 19 and the 20. So with those under our belt, the only thing we can really research is, well, some, let's say, small stat bonuses to the radar. So the range finding. I already have radar rangefinder 3. I just haven't really installed it much. And then we might get, what, gas 2? No, diesel 2. Marine diesel 2. No, I already have that too. Oh, it's a stat bonus. Yeah. So the effects really of additional research are slightly more marginal. There are some technologies that can still help, like percentage-based. Sure, it helps a bit. Hull construction, getting your ships out faster, definitely useful, but 1%? It's not that interesting to really spend a whole lot of money on it. 0.5% less armor weight. Wow. The only thing that might still come in useful is more torpedo speed. 29% torpedo damage is a heck of an improvement. That is massive. And torpedo propulsion could be very beneficial to the ships that I have in service of the Cursed Fish 2 class. So with those, the torpedo stats, yeah, they help. As for everything else, maneuver warfare maybe. I think it's going to allow you bigger forces. Oh, we're also doing better naval bombardment. Plus 145%. I'm not even sure what sort of naval bombardment we're doing now. So anyway, I might be able just to cut back on the research a bit, save some money there. That'll take slightly longer, but I'm not that interested. So, fleet repair, and then we're going to pay a visit to the Western Med, with the intention of sinking some Italian battleships, which can definitely be found here. The reason I want to sink the Italian battleships is to build up a war score. And with that war score, I might be able to take a couple of their colonies here. Of course, you cannot really capture the inland ones, but I can definitely capture these ones. This is 2.5 billion. This is 1.3. This is 6.5. Italian Somaliland is very expensive. Eritrea, 6.5 billion. I mean, shame if something happened to it, but I'm sure the Italians won't part with it easily. So we'll just have to do some gunboat diplomacy. A few months later, Germany also enters the war. Not necessarily allied with the Italians, but they're here. So this means we're now going to have to deal with a lot of battleships. The Italians have all their ships. The Germans have potentially even more ships. How many ships are we looking at? 164. Most of these light cruisers and destroyers. Thankfully, I'm assuming that these are only 13 battleships of those 100,000 ton ships. The Italians at this point now have 39 battleships, so they have a very substantial potential firepower. As for their combined economies, we're looking at 4.6 trillion versus my 700 billion. So I'm fighting a foe which is about 6 to 7 times my economy. And that also means that I'm fighting an enormous shipbuilding capacity. The Germans are building 41 new ships. The Italians are building 32. I'm building 11. As good as my shipyards are, well, I can still only field 610,000 tons. So let's build even more. Make more shipyards. Build more ships. In the meanwhile, I'm still waiting for my Chinese ships to get repaired. Over here, we do have some of the new ships, so I'm very eager to test those out. Most of the ships did take some mild damage. I'm waiting for the Scheffler Gaming to come back out of dock, because it is one of the biggest ships that I have. And if I'm going to be fighting an Italian fleet of 13 battleships here, I need the firepower that I can get. But 13 battleships without escorts also opens up a hell of an opportunity. The Cursed Fish, if they're able to move, which unfortunately they're not because they're repairing, would be an ideal answer to give to the Italian fleet. Now, I have the Nagia over here. I have the Cursed Fish, but I would love to send these things out together. Alone, I don't feel that they're going to be that useful. As for the area over here, I do have the heavy cruisers, but not any of the Cursed Fish over here. So we're going to have to wait just a bit longer before we're going to be able to deal a hammer blow to the Italian Navy. Or at least, that's the goal. A month later, the war with the United States is finally over. It only took me 69 months. Nice. The Americans don't really have anything that I want, except for the Battlecruiser Hawaii. The rest of them is all light cruisers, which I'm not that interested in, but their Battlecruiser could become in very useful, if only as a sacrificial target for the Italians to try and shoot at. A serious incident has occurred involving... Fine. If the British want to party... If the British want to party, we'll party. Okay, the Germans also want to party. And they are rampaging through Guantanamo Bay. Fine. At least we know where all the German battleships are at. That is one concern. That is now easily addressed. So yeah, you can do a port strike. I won't really stand in your way because I also have to deal with the Italian fleet, which is still gone. Ah, there they went. They got two light cruisers coming in. Oh, there's... Look at this stuff. Like, the Italians. The Caribbean is going to be capital for all the warships. All the major players are going to be here. All the battleships. That's a lot of battleships to deal with. I could go for a go where the enemy isn't strategy, though, and now try and go after the territories that the Germans still have here, and see if that's going to be able to kite them away. The port of Friedrich Wilhelmshaven in New Guinea is not that big. Herbertshaw is 41k. Yeah, I think we might have an option here, because this is 10 billion. That is a very big economy. Unfortunately, I don't really have that many ships here, because most of the ships that I was building, well, I made sure that they got delivered to the United States. That is where I want them. I do have the Guanwen over here, which is another cursed fish, but it's only 40,000 tons. We're going to need a little more ship. We're going to need something a little bigger. So, the Tianjin. 30 Tails class battlecruiser. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, guys, we're going to start following all these ships into battle. Well, invasion, rather. Go where the enemy is not. Send the cruisers, send the destroyers, anything that floats. Even these really old destroyers. Hell, if it has a gun, we're going to send it into the fight. As for the German fleet, I am curious. Oh, there's the lanky git. I'm curious to see exactly where we're going to do battle with them. But it's... well, that's really the only question. Where are we going to do battle with them? Because there is going to be a battle. There's going to be a reckoning. The question now is, which new artificial reef are we building? And at the moment, I'm thinking it's going to be a new favorite diving spot somewhere in the Caribbean. Because I do believe that most of my ships are ready for battle. We still have some heavy cruisers with a bit of damage, but most of the battleships are fine. So, we're going to start fielding a big fleet here. I can have 35,000 crew under my command max. Seeing as these battleships have a very, very sizable crew complement, I might be able to add one more ship. Yeah, this should fit. Oh, you're commissioning? What's happening with that ship? It's commissioning, it's still 2 months out. Oh, that's unfortunate. Fine. I will have these ships also sort of join the same area, although not exactly the same spot. The Cursed Fish is still repairing, but that's fine. I want to see how the Italians respond. I want to see if they're actually planning on coming all this way. Or if they're just going to start harassing everything and everybody over here in the Caribbean, along with the Germans. Looks like that artificial reef is not quite going to be in the Caribbean yet. The Germans are not that interested in fighting. They're busy port striking, so I can always turn them into an artificial reef. First, the Italians. as I'm looking at these stats, the Italian ships don't seem to be incredibly intimidating. There's just a lot of them. These guys are packing 11s, these guys are packing 15s, but it's just 6 15-inch guns. It's not that special. As for their displacement, about 43,000 tons, so I'm thinking either a lighter modern battleship, or potentially something like a modernized Dreadnought. Considering that they got an okay amount of casemates, I'm leaning more towards the Dreadnought option here. As for their price tag, about 2 billion a pop. And pop they shall. Except for the Fama class battleships, they're less than a billion. They're 895. I am not expecting these things to really put up a fight against my battleships. As for the ships that I have 2 Cursed Fish class, both the Cursed Fish 2 and the Najia. Oh, sorry, I have 3. I also got the Shiheng. So we can send we can send north of 150 torpedoes into this wall of battleships. Their heavy cruisers, light cruisers, and destroyers might send out some warning, but it's probably not going to be enough, not against that many torpedoes. As for the rest, we have the Enigma Hun, we have the Gosrith, another Enigma Hun, we have the Lin Yi, which is a 38 tails battlecruiser with 6 18-inch guns, and we have Battlecruiser Nanning, older ship, 1940s Chengdu, with a couple of 12.9s. I don't have the ships, I do have the torpedoes. Let's go. Opening range is actually very favorable. The battleships from the Italians are about 50 clicks away from my position. This really allows me to set up these formations and position especially the Cursed Fish in such a place that they'll do most damage. The Cursed Fish 2 has plenty of fuel. These guys, yeah, the Shiheng should also have plenty of fuel. Let's make sure she's not part of the division. I can send these shells very, very far. 48 kilometer range with the armor piercing. Enigma Hun and Najia. Split these guys up. Najia is going to maintain course. You're going to change course to port. You're going to change course to starboard. So we're going to have a battleship with torpedoes here, here, and here. We're going to send one enormous disaster of a torpedo salvo at them. That's the objective. The rest of the ships I want to have as a battle line. So those ships are going to be the ones that actually, let's say, either tank the damage or deliver the damage or both. Ideally neither, of course, but, well, I mean not soak up the damage, but take the damage. I want Nanning and Lin Yi to follow the Enigma Hun in, so we can have these guys in one big division. Yep, and the Enigma Hun and the Gosrith. Excellent. These guys don't torp. Set your course, or set your speed to about 19 knots. And these guys don't torp anything unless otherwise directed. We're going to make sure that these torpedoes all more or less arrive at the same time. We do have some new ships in the fleet, except, of course, for the... or rather, I should say, besides those improved torpedo boats. I have the Lin Yi, which is a new ship, which has 18-inch guns. Now, I have the 18-inch Mark V research, but they're still packing the 18-inch Mark IV, capable of slugging something out to 56 clicks. They're guided by a Generation 2 radar rangefinder, so again, I still have to upgrade those, but they were, well, a little busy. Nanning is one of the older ships in the fleet, not that interesting. We have the Gosrith, modernized with a couple of 16-inch guns, a triple and a dual, slugging out to 46 kilometers. And I believe that's... yeah, that's all of it. Alright. Show me the Italian ships. What exactly are we going to sink? What exactly are we dealing with? That's an interesting setup for your guns. This is the boat that has the 11.5s. And their sea turret is getting flanked by a couple of 6-inch guns. 6.2s to be exact. Very interesting setup. I would personally never come up with this, so I'm very eager to see how the AI does that. They made these little barbettes in reverse, I think. They did it here too. And as I had imagined, modernized dreadnoughts. Now that's the one class. Here is the more dangerous class. They're packing 4th tier guns. 4th guns grade, much like myself. These are the 15-inchers.
Again, a modernized Dreadnought. I think relatively similar displacement. But it's not a different... Do they have the same amount of funnels? No, they don't. It's a different design. It's not a refit of the existing design. So it's not that. Now my torpedoes can punch pretty far, 21 kilometers. They are not as detectable, being oxygen fueled. But before we get into range, well, we'll have to be a little patient. I'm going to slow you down a touch, allow the others to take up their position, and then it is on. And ideally, in the meanwhile, we'll be able to do a little bit of damage to them. Maybe slug them through the main deck a little bit, or potentially take out a destroyer or two. That would give them even less warning, which is definitely what I'm going for. You're an escort. Oh, you need to go. You need to go. I know it's not a big target, but it's not smoking itself up. So that's good news. Unfortunately, the Italians are not very big at blobbing. The Germans were. That was their demise. That was their undoing. These guys not exactly blobbed up. Oh, now you smoke. Not exactly blobbed up, so I can torpedo this. But there's quite a distance between that leader and the second leader. About 9 to 10 kilometers. That's not great. It's not great. Range. Got the Nagia there. Okay, yeah, you're fine. Start turning to port. Start measuring the range to the lead ship here. We got... Oh, not you. Not you. Not you. Hold on, these are heavy cruisers. These must not get torpedoed. These must not get torpedoed. Very, very important. The heavy cruisers are too agile. We need to wait until the heavy cruisers are dead, so we can start prioritizing the actual threats, the battleships. Nagia, engage these ships. You too. I know you only got 13s, but I've seen those 13s do very decent amounts of damage. And also, the more of these cruisers we take out, the less of a warning these battleships will get. So let it rain, and let them rip. Nice little smoke screen you're putting up there, but I'm throwing some really big shells back at you. And sizable numbers too. It's really only a matter of time until I start dealing damage. It's also going to be a matter of time until I start taking damage. Yep, there's the first bit of it. Gia took some damage. Range 26, we're still too far. As for my battle line, let's turn them broadside. What's the range on these torpedoes if they carry them? 9 clicks. That's for the light cruiser. 15 for the heavy. That's a threat. Okay, this light cruiser is going to go down most likely. I've already sunk a few of these in smaller escort missions / convoy missions, so I've already seen a few of them. Not that impressive. As for the Shiheng, I'm going to try and maintain a sort of equidistance from the other ships here. We got 29 kilometers there. Cursed Fish 2, 27. So we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. You need to make a slight course correction to starboard. And we have the Gia, which is probably, yeah, about the same. About 28, 29 kilometers. I just need to get rid of these escorts first. So that's the objective. Punch these things out of the way. Especially the battleships. Sorry, especially the heavies right now. Because these are now in torpedo range. Ow! They just destroyed a lot of my torpedoes on the Nagia. I'm going to retreat the Nagia. I need these ships back online very quickly. Because there is so much warship tonnage coming at me that I cannot be caught without the Cursed Fish as a sort of crowd control ships. Let me destroy more torpedoes. Yep, we've lost another whole set of torpedo launchers. As for the Shiheng, how far away are you? You're still too far to launch. You're getting tracked by a light cruiser? Yeah, you're getting tracked by a light cruiser. Okay, we're gonna deal with this guy. Eliminate the warnings. And then torpedo the ships. Here's another warning line, but they're too close to the battleships for me to build a torp. So that leaves the other cursed fish. You're getting some ridiculously good accuracy, and you need to, because you're probably also about to get torped. Good news for me. Come on. Kill it. It's already badly flooded. It's badly, badly, badly wounded. There you go. Torpedo launcher destroyed. Sink it. If only for the victory points. Damage done. Most by the 13 inchers. Isn't that interesting? Again, the 18 inchers are showing that they're not that dangerous. Or they haven't been shooting at the right target yet. Whichever it is. As for the formation of battleships, I'm going to keep turning them. Because I'm very concerned about getting torpedoed. You still have 54 torps left. Okay, there's one. I've got the triples. No, you're going to leave. The more of the structural integrity of that ship I can save, the better it's going to be. Can we please, pretty please, identify these? 93. Alright, Cursed Fish 2, what's your status? You're just about to be in range of some of the torpedoes. Or sorry, some of the battleships. And the other one, Shiheng. You're getting pretty much chased by that light cruiser now. The light cruisers have torpedoes, which I'm in range. Okay, turn. Assume extreme threat. Because this thing has gone broadside. Yep, that's torpedo launchers looking at me. Unacceptable. How are we doing with these escorts? Decent damage. 18 still haven't hit shit. You didn't launch. You probably got your launchers destroyed. You didn't launch. You did. Target unknown. I'm assuming one of my battleships is going to be on the receiving end of that. So let's continue the turn. This cruiser over here is not exactly going down as quickly as I want. And my ship is taking damage, which is bad news for the torpedo launchers on the Shiheng. There goes the Pache. What's your status? What is your status? Can you ideally destroy this? Because if this is gone... Like, this is their early warning system. This is going to mess up the entire torpedo attack if they get the opportunity. I probably should have kept these cursed fish a bit closer to the main line. Dealt with the escorts a bit more aggressively. And then had the torpedoes from the cursed fish still available. Because the cursed fish, remember, are not exactly designed to take a hit. These ships are generally better armored. So they're more designed, more suited to deal with the incoming damage. Come on, Delfino. Almost $1 billion for a heavy cruiser. Expensive, but then again, she's fast, doing 35 knots. What, with diesels? What propulsion you got there? Yeah, diesel 2. You're paying through the nose for that ship. Bit of a scam there, really. Ship is fine, lost 4.5% crew. What about you? Look at that. This ship definitely took a couple of hits, but she's lost 37% of her crew. If this was one of the Flight 1 cursed fish, she would probably have surrendered by now, causing the loss of another $1.4 billion warship. So I'm very happy that I actually decided to pull them out and play this very safe, because I do not want to lose these ships. Where's the Shiheng at? Shiheng's a bit too far now. Come back. You guys done? No, Delfino's taking some hits, but not enough. Oh, and you're fighting a heavy cruiser. And destroyer Freccia. Alright. Torpedo launchers, at least the triples, have been destroyed. I'm going to start launching some torps because I'm not sure how much more I'll get the opportunity to do so. There we go. Destroyed. Yeah, that just destroyed all of my triples. So I now have the quintuples. That's the 5 tubes. And I am hoping / banking on the fact that some of these will run long. And by doing so, will actually eventually make it all the way to those battleships. At this point, though, the Cursed Fish 2 has extended its, or has outlived its welcome. Having taken 33% crew loss due to all of those torpedo launchers getting blown up. These guys might be aware of some underwater threats. Though Serena does not seem to be taking any evasive action as of right now. Arguably, she should. Is that gonna hit? Yes. Bonk. 29,000 points of damage. If I get lucky, I might even hit the Freccia. Here's the retreating ship and the Cursed Fish 2. 33% crew loss. Not good. You're already down to 13, almost 14% crew lost. How fast are these Italian battleships? What speed are we looking at? 24. Oh, you're easy to catch up to. You're very easy to catch up to. Okay, boys. Let's start getting a bit more aggressive. Get rid of this heavy cruiser. Get rid of the other heavy cruiser. And make sure that they don't present any kind of threats to you. Are these things capable of sustaining a torpedo hit? Yes, they are. Serena doesn't really care. Now, it's possible that the torpedoes are still going to kind of make it to the target. I still have one of them here. And that's part of the spread. Here's the rest of them. I think the Italian ships are too slow. Freccia missed. No, it's fine. At least we scared off those heavy cruisers a bit. Hopefully for allowing for the Cursed Fish 2 to escape. But at 37% crew loss, I'm not that optimistic about their odds. Wait, we hit something all the way over there? How exactly did that happen? Oh, they're paper ships again? Big, big, big main belt. Decent aft deck, decent conning tower, and the rest is tissues. Alright then. Can you please start putting armor piercing on these guns? Because this heavy cruiser has a lot of armor, and you're not going to get through that with HE. And AP isn't necessarily that likely to bounce off the ship. 18-inch have actually done some damage now. But they still got a lot of catching up to do. To be fair to the 18-inch guns, though, I don't have that many. I just have the ones on the Linyi, and it's just the bow turret that's actually doing any kind of damage. So, yeah, it makes sense that the 18-inch don't actually do that much damage. Because the 13s and the 14s? Yeah, the 13s and the 16s outnumber them. There's decent damage. Distance, 40 clicks. Damn, we're gonna be here a while. Come on. Get rid of her. Good work. Ooh. 40% crew loss. I can outrace the Italians, but their shells are still getting delivered. At least the ones from the bigger ships are. With a 42-kilometer range. I'm on 37, so I just need to get a bit farther away if I want to try and survive this. As for victory points so far, I really haven't done much. I've sunk a couple of heavy cruisers, but that's it. I need to eliminate some of these some of these Italian battleships from the board if I want to have any chance of actually getting victory points. At least substantial amounts of victory points. Rania still not launching, although she can. No, she can't. They're not exactly using standardized heavy cruiser classes. And again, I'm not exactly using standardized ships either. Come on, gentlemen. This cruiser needs to go. Is the Urania armored? Holy moly. 11-inch foredeck.
It's like most of the AI's thinking is, let's armor up the heavy cruisers. They go out in front, they take the punches. Because our battleship sure as hell can't. Now we're too close to that battle, or to that heavy cruiser. It's only a matter of time until it starts launching me. Okay, switch targets. There goes the Delfino. And here's the Shiheng. Hello. Charging into battle, undeterred. Oh, it's on. It is on. And their destroyer might not be in a position where it's capable of warning about what I'm about to do. Hold. Send it. Target. Hold, 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 hold. I think this should be the target right here. We're just on the edge of the torpedo range. But I think we can make something happen there. At that point, maybe a destroyer is going to warn. But whatever. Oh, hold on. You only sent part of your spread. That's interesting. So we sent part of the spread there. These guys are probably going to get warned. Let's send the rest of the spread there at the Nettuno. Do it. Now, please. Thank you. And now really, really, really time to disengage. Because before you're able to go, you're still going to have to take a lot of fire. Ah, the Orenia is down. Excellent work. Okay. Now, let's start taking some shots at the lead battleship, the Fenice. And hopefully do some damage there. As for angle, I don't think it's going to matter that much. Oh, actually, these guys do have armor. That's the cheaper ship. Whatever. It's points, it has to go. Cursed Fish, made it out. Good. So all I really have left against all of those Italian ships is the main line. Oh, that is unfortunate. Start dodging. I hope we can make something happen here. Gosforth, turn a bit. A bit, a bit, a bit. You should be safe. Lin Yi took some damage. What was that? A torpedo. Oh. Unwelcome. Yeah, we're fine. Stop the torpedo avoidance. Okay, how are we doing with the torps? They've lost sight of the cursed fish. Excellent. Torps are here. Boom. Hit the Suprema. Hit the Serena. Hit the Suprema again. Structural integrity dropped to 25%. Many bulkheads. So she has an okay chance of surviving. Some of these Italian ships are... Well, if the Nettuno continues on her course, this is looking pretty bad for her. We still have another group there. They have, well, 2 to 3 potential candidates here. Whoa, that torpedo just decided to go do something else. Wait, a battleship launched torpedo? Oh, right, of course. Derp. Suprema, down to heavy flooding. You got many bulkheads, but cramped crew quarters. And your anti-torp? Oh, anti-torp 5? Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, you have got to be kidding. These guys all dodged? Ugh. Colombo took a couple of big hits. Regular trained crew, that's surprising. Are you capable of getting out of here, Shiheng? Yeah, you'll be fine. Just gotta get a bit of additional crew on her and she should be fine. Right. Seeing as this episode has gone on for quite a while, I'm gonna pause it here. The next episode, we're gonna continue this fight, and you'll get to see how well or how poorly the rest of this battle develops.
Admiral's log. The dragon finds itself entangled in the flames of conflict once more, now facing 2 formidable adversaries, the Italians and the Germans. Both nations, with their vast navies and seasoned warriors, pose significant threats to our sovereignty. The strain of battling these 2 powers simultaneously would be untenable, risking severe attrition and endangering our strategic position. Recognizing this precarious situation, I've devised a plan to swiftly break the Italian will to fight. A decisive, critical victory would compel them to seek peace, allowing us to concentrate our efforts on the German front. The key to this strategy lies in striking a blow so devastating that it shatters their resolve and forces them to reconsider their ambitions. Our forces are mobilizing for this pivotal engagement, every ship and sailor prepared to deliver a knockout punch to the Italian Navy. The stakes could not be higher. Success here will free us from the burden of a two-front war and enable us to channel our full might against the Germans.
Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome back. It's episode 36 and we're currently in the middle of a fight with the Italians. The only ships that I really have left that are combat capable are these four. The Italians have a bit more. They have a line of battleships here, although some of them have taken some damage and the formation has been disrupted by a torpedo attack from one of my, I was going to say catfishers, but cursed fishers. So those ships are in a bit of a disarray, and that's a good thing because I might not be able to take them all on. I'm going to put the secondary guns to work on these DDs. This is not necessarily because I consider these DDs to be a threat, but the less of a warning that these ships are going to get in the future, the better of an opportunity I'll have to actually deal damage. Because I believe that, yeah, Nanning still has torps, which can fly out to 15 kilometers, but they're only 21 inch. This means that against a torpedo or anti-torp screen of Torp 5, it's anti-torp 5 that these guys have, they're not that likely to deal a ton of damage. But we might be able to cause some flooding, and that might be their undoing. As for these ships here, we're getting some damage in, but I'm going to start switching the main guns over to the Nettuno. I'm going to try and get at least a few kills before being able to disengage, if I can. That's a big if, because my ships can do about 23, 24 knots. Theirs are a lot faster. They're doing 20 to 24.5 knots. So keeping ahead of them, that is potentially a bit more difficult. As for the rest of the cursed fishes that I have ordered them to disengage due to having taken heavy crew losses as their torpedo launchers got destroyed. Shiheng has also taken some flooding and some serious structural damage, but she was able to dish out quite a bit of damage with 16 torpedo hits. Now, arguably, that's not even that many, considering the amount of torpedo launchers that I have available on my ship. But, well, my ships already took quite a bit of damage before even being able to get into torpedo range. That is the effect of all of these 11.5s and, what was it, 16 inchers that they have? The Germans have some guns, 15s, yes. So those guns all need to be silenced. First though, some light target practice against this destroyer here. Next is the Giuseppe. And meanwhile we're hopefully getting a flooding or two on the Nettuno. These things are really slow, 20 knots. It's a modernized Dreadnought that's not really going anywhere. Oh, look at that, the 18s has actually, have actually done some damage. Very good. Very good, very good. Performance of the Lin Yi so far, I'd say has been pretty good. Her armor is so-so. Like, she's capable of taking a couple of hits, but she's more so there to deal with, let's say, escort ships, or outrun anything that starts throwing some really big shells right back in her face. At 32 knots, she's definitely faster than anything the Italian fleet has. Nanning is also one of those more counter-cruiser ships, and seemingly running a bit dry on her armament. 8-inchers almost out of ammo. The 12.9 still have some shells left, 160. And I have all the torpedoes, I just can't exactly use them. Well, I guess I can. I just can't exactly use them against the battleships there. Oh, and of course now you start switching. Fair enough. I think it's trying... Oh, good hit. Good hit. That destroyed their main tower. A 12-inch... Sorry, no, that was an 18-inch shell that blocked the main tower out of the ship. Excellent. Gentlemen, we might need to pay some attention to this cruiser here. All guns on that. Auto selection. If we can get 1 or 2 18-inch hits with high explosive to land on the Cayo Mario. Sorry, Cayo Mario. That ought to be sufficient. Oh, there's the torps. You were not the target, sir. But you're going to still take a hit. Boom. 39,000. And they already torpedoed me in return. But some of these torps are going all over the place. There she goes. Cruiser dealt with. Alright. I don't want to have all these ships taking any more torpedoes because it's really bad for my expenditures. Oh, we actually torpedoed the Nibio as well. I was expecting these guys to get warned, especially with Sonar 3. But they might have been asleep. Or otherwise distracted in their duties to try and spot the torpedoes. There's the Nettuno. I really haven't scored much. I feel like I can still do a lot better. I'll keep the secondaries on a Giuseppe. Whee, look at this thing turn. $300 million for a heavy cruiser. Sorry, for a heavy cruiser, right. For a destroyer. Nibio somehow took these torpedoes to the face and decided that life was more interesting. And survived. Surprisingly. Range. Yeah, 18 clicks. I don't think my secondaries have quite that range. The 8-inch guns do. But they're mostly situated on the bow of these ships. As for the guns on the Nanning, these 8 inches are out. The 12 inches are almost dry. So the Nanning is kind of out of the fight. Let's just put her out of the fight fully. Completely withdraw the ship. So I don't accidentally take more damage with her. That she really does not need to take. We are getting some damage in on the Colombo. Destroyed main tower, alright. No, I definitely don't have the amount of shells necessary to take down all these ships. The Gosrith is down to only 16-inch armor-piercing shells. Enigma Hunt, pretty much the same. And the Lin Yi still has an okay amount of ammo. She has, what, an increased contingent? No. I don't think she does. Yeah, shells, ammo, standard. Just that her rate of fire isn't nearly as good. Ooh, that was nice. Destroyed the main tower some more. It's not a particularly valuable ship, but it's more of a... Well, let's call it a psychological win over the Italians. As for the speed on these things, I don't think that they're doing their maximum speed. Oh, this thing can do 27 on a good day. 16.5. Yeah, we're gonna start pushing the rest of the fleet back. Slightly. Because I don't want to get caught up by all of these ships here. And they still have plenty with some damage, so that's going to cost the Italians a pretty penny to fix. But I need months. I don't need money, I need months. I need time to win this war. And with the amount of enemy ships that I have awaiting me, I might not have enough time. Good hit. 18-inch Battlecruiser hit. Right on the bow of the Colombo, causing 3 compartments to take on a lot of water. She's run completely dry of her 11-inchers. Okay. I still have some shells left on this ship, but my accuracy over this range... not spectacular. We need a fire high explosive. What's the belt armor? Bow armor? 1.8. No wonder we're getting overpins. We've lost the She Hanks detection. Need to get a better rangefinder on this ship. Generation 3 with our rangefinder has been ready. Just never really got the time to install it. As for these DDs, are they keeping up with my ships or what? Not really. We're getting away. Pretty quickly, too. Makes sense in case of the Nibio, because she's been badly damaged. She can only do 19 knots, but my ships aren't that much faster. I can speed them up to about 22. Yeah, they're just not making an effort. That's what. Gosworth, 50 shells left. 63 on the Enigma Hun. Lin Yi still has some. Also getting rained on by the Giulio Cesare. Thankfully, Enigma Hun, not really caring about that. These ships might be old, but they're still pretty capable. Oh yeah, the Enigma Hun still has the old 18-incher, which has done good damage. Credit where credit is due. This thing has done good damage. I like it. Alright, I'm going to continue sailing my ships away and trying to get them out of battle, and then we're going to see exactly how much I was able to get out of this fight. Not a bad outcome. 38,000 victory points gained. 1,400 for the Italians. Shiheng badly damaged. The rest of the ships, well, the Nanning took some big hits, but she's fine. The Italians cannot say the same thing. They lost 5 heavy cruisers, they lost a light, they lost 50% of their DDs. So this is going to make torpedoing them again in the future more likely, but the future is going to have to wait. The future is still a couple of months away, because I simply don't have the Cursed Fish ready. What I do have ready fairly soonish is the new Battleship, the one armed with the 17-inch guns. And with those guns, I really hope to be able to do some damage. Because those guns have range, they have quality, and they should have the capability of inflicting damage from beyond the range that the Italians can shoot back at. But what sort of an engagement we're going to get with them? Yes, I will agree to a peace treaty with the Italians. Whether we'll actually get any, I don't know. No, I'm not in the business of selling any ships at the moment. No, look at that. You want to give me a profit of 9 billion after 30 months? Fine. It's too good of an offer to pass up. So the Italians came to their senses very, very quickly. That is very good news, because it means I don't have to worry about as many foes. Excellent. Now, one thing I've completely forgotten to do, yes, you can have another bombardment, is have a look at the Battlecruiser that I inherited from the Americans. They were kind enough to part, well, okay, I might have motivated them a little bit. They were kind enough to part with the Hawaii. She is apparently getting repaired in Casablanca. Connecticut-class battlecruiser with a couple of 14-inch guns. Not a bad platform. I am still not exactly sure how it works with the refitting. I think because I'm running on 1.5.0.1, I might not actually have access to that feature. But let's have a look at the ship itself. Pretty decent-looking ship. I quite like it. She has those 12 14-inchers. She has a lot of secondaries. Her targeting, it's not bad, coincidence and radar. The problem lies here. This thing has 5 inches main armor belt. She has a hefty main deck. But that's about it. That is about it. Many bulkheads. Decent anti-torpedo, but... well, considering how fragile this thing is, I'm not sure I want to have it close to the fight. So the chance of this thing running into a torpedo is fairly light to begin with. Also, Barbette 1? Like, are you asking to get blown up? 4% chance to flash fire. In 1948, that is, as far as I'm concerned, completely unnecessary. But then again, they're using Dunite, so it's not exactly going to do a whole lot of good for me. What am I going to do with the Hawaii? The way I see it, I have a few options. I can send it into battle and basically give it away, which would be really bad news. Or I can maybe have it out in South America as a distraction slash a ship that's just adding to my naval tonnage. Or I can maybe throw it in with an invasion fleet. Because it is an okay amount of tonnage. The more tonnage you have, the more likely you are to succeed with an invasion. So I think that might be the best option that I have available. Just send it in with the invasion fleet. We're going to have to wait a little bit until she gets fixed in about 2 months. She is displacing... Yeah, she's displacing 45,500 tons. Let's send her out to the invasion fleet. The invasion fleet that's currently in position over here. So let's have the Germans either try and follow me into battle or lose the territory entirely. Now they're defending it with a battleship, a heavy, and a DD. Total weight of about 90,000 tons, so that's not one of those super battleships. That's good news. My battleship here is the Guan Wen, Cursed Fish. I got the Tianjin, 60,000 ton battlecruiser, and a couple of, well, let's say other things that happen to be in the area. As for the rest of the German fleet, it's still down here. They just keep bombarding this port. It could be a prelude to the invasion of Cuba. The way it's going, and the way they have this much tonnage, I mean, that's 900,000 tons. They can just walk into Cuba any good time they want. I got the 38 tails there, but one battlecruiser is barely going to make a difference. So we're going to have to wait a little bit more until my fleet's repaired, and then send them down into the Caribbean and show the Germans that this is not a very good place to park their ships. The battle with the Germans is finally here. Unfortunately, they massively out-ton me. They got a lot more ships, a lot more guns, and, well, I hope that my technology, and especially the new 17-inch guns, are going to be able to stop them. Scheffler Gaming with 9 16-inchers, we got the Zhishin with 8 15-inchers, the Zhegong with 9 17-inchers, and then we got, well, the Enigma Hun and the Gosrith with 16-inchers and, well, a single dual barrel, 18-inch. The Germans, by contrast, still have their Bayerns, but here's the good news. The Bayern-class battleships were a serious threat a while ago. I think they still are, yet they have not been upgraded. This is not a Bayern Mark II or Bayern 1948. The last war was a couple years ago. My technology has not stopped developing. Theirs probably hasn't either, but they definitely did not upgrade any of these ships. If you look at the heavy cruiser over here, we got a standard Irene with a couple of 10-inch guns. You also got an Irene 1938, but it's 1948. Where is their tech? I think we might be able to do something useful here against the Germans. We can just take a couple of those massive $12 billion warships. We can probably deliver a very serious blow to their war effort. So the lineup is about 5 versus 21. Good odds. Let's have a go. Oh, great. Weather's... I don't know, it looks really hazy, but... clear weather. Plus 50%. Sure. Yeah, we'll run with that. Let's have all the big ships in one big line. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with the new warships, we have the Zhishin, which is a command warship. Or, well, I think it's the command battleship hull. 15-inch guns, Mark V. Long barrels, very, very good accuracy. And with that, I hope to get at least a couple of deck pens. At this range, apparently, I can pen about 23 inches of armor. So no German ship is going to be safe. Provided, of course, we can actually hit the target. The other ships that we have are the Zhegong. This is the new guy, or new girl officially. 17-inch Mark IV. The ship was kind of rushed into service because I would like to have refit her into 17-inch Mark V as well as a tier 3 radar rangefinder, but, well, the Germans came knocking and I wanted to greet them. So there is the Zhegong. The other ones, well, you know, we have the Scheffler Gaming with its 16-inch guns. I believe she's already scored. No, somebody else scored a hit. Probably the Gosrith. The Gosrith with her 16-inch guns, a triple and a dual. And we have the Enigma Hun with her single dual barrel 18-incher and a couple of 13-inchers. It's going to be a little bit of time before they get into range. The Germans are here, and those 17-inchers of theirs are not yet in range. Their 17-inchers are also still third-grade guns. Surprising, yet not as much. Whoops, that looked like it hurt. Because these ships actually didn't get refit, much as expected. Now, I'm not exactly sure what their deck armor was, so we'll just have to look and see if I can actually pen that. As for their firing range,
We have 31 kilometer distance. Their second areas can shoot at 8. There, 30 clicks. So ideally I'd never get into range, but I think that the Gosrith and the Enigma Hun at their 23 knots are just not fast enough to keep the enemy at bay. This is unfortunate because I would love to use that range advantage that I have. It looks like, as we're trying to shell some of these battleships, a couple of innocent or semi-innocent bystanders are getting hit. This destroyer has definitely seen a bit of a bruise amidships, but doesn't seem to be fazed by it at all. Ooh, that's pretty good. That is one of their cruisers. However, I'm more interested in actually getting hits on their battleships, because these guys are easier to hit, and potentially easier to damage at this range too. So let's prioritize those. I'm definitely also seeing that my ships are coming under fire. There we go, 5% there, 6.8% from the Jishing. Shigong is still range finding. Enigma Hun 2.3 and 3.5 for the Gosrith. That's fine. That is fine. Let's get some shells on targets. Ideally before these 17-inchers start massacring my ships. Not necessarily one ship is going to be a risk, maybe not two, but 9 of them is a bit much. We're going to have to deal with these guys quickly. I have my ships all set to auto-select. I'm not sure per gun which ideally would pen. In case of the Jaegong, I think HE might just ricochet off the deck, whereas AP will most likely not. Accuracy about 6.5. Only 26 clicks away. For those of you wondering, all of the improved torpedo boats are unfortunately going under repairs after having been very badly damaged in the previous encounter with the Italians. So all of my, let's say, swarm attack ships, well, torpedo swarm attack ships, which would have been very useful in this fight, much like the last one against the Germans, are going to have to wait. They will not be taking part in this engagement. Ah, bit of a pen. And that was an 18-incher from the Enigma Hun. Come on, Germany. Take the hint. Ship's on fire, but otherwise perfectly fine. Shishin has taken a very small hit. I'm gonna go back in, because at this angle I'm not that likely to get a couple of good shots off. Not with all the guns. So I need to turn the ship around. As for... yeah, Shishin here. Those 15 inches are getting good accuracy. At this range their pen should be sufficient. Of course, Jaegong with her 17 inches should have absolutely no problem hitting anything. Or at least penning anything, but hitting something... Most of these ships still seem like they're range finding, which I can't quite explain. They should be fine. Ah. Couple of hits, 15-inch, penned. Was the Jishin. I do have to keep an eye on the ammo. The Jishin is capable of delivering quite a lot of damage. She has a very high amount of armor-piercing ammunition. I believe I gave these guys increased... No, standard complement of shells. Jaegong? Yeah, Jaegong also has a standard complement. I thought I gave some of these ships increased complements of shells, but it might have been a heavy cruiser refit that I'm confused with. Because I tend to run out of shells, especially in these larger engagements. It's quite dangerous. Can we put some secondary pressure on this? Perhaps? Some of these 8-inchers ought to be in range by now, and we're just pounding a light cruiser? Question mark? Yeah, light cruiser, 7-inch guns. With torpedoes, so that is a threat. We're not really getting anywhere with this ship. Enigma Hun just took another big chunk of damage there. It's only partial pens here. Not good. We need something more. We need something more. The alternative strategy that I might go for is prioritizing killing off their escorts, waiting until my torpedo boats are back in, and then torpedoing the whole German fleet, whatever's left of it. But that would require me to just be able to evacuate the ships that I currently have in. And some of these ships are, well, on par with the Germans at 26 knots, but the Enigma Hun at 23 and the Gossamer at 24 knots are not. Scheffler Gaming at 25 isn't particularly fast either. Crew loss, I think, on these ships is not really an option. Like, they don't have a lot of armor. 2.5 inches, but they have enough. Everybody select armor piercing. Yeah, we're still prioritizing this ship. Now she's bow on. Go to HE. Not likely to pin that. Very high ricochet angle. Ariadne is taking some fire. There's a bit of damage from a 6-incher. It's a 6-incher from the Gossamer. Oh, that's the, yeah, that's the new loadout with the 6-inchers amidships. Gossamer is very heavily angled, so much so that it can't actually be able to use all of its guns. Come on, guys. Turn a bit more. Needs to start eliminating at least some ships. And ideally, of course, I would wipe out at least one battleship, so that if I start losing some battleships, at least I get a ton of victory points for my troubles. That's a very nice hit on the Ariadne. She's flooding badly. Looks like her 2.5 inchers got destroyed. Yeah, she's turning around. She's trying to fall back behind the 64 and the Wiesbaden. That is going to come back to bite her. As for the Pommern, I think crew loss is not... Well, it might be an option. It might be an option. Just force the ship to surrender by pummeling it with HE. Secondaries, new target, V64. Torpedo range, 10 kilometers, not a threat. Kurfürst has a range of 13.9, not a threat. The V203 has a torpedo range of 11, not a threat. Alright. So far, I've dished out about 9 to 10 times the damage that I've taken. Good start. Unfortunately, those German ships are getting very much closer, making them a lot more dangerous and kind of forcing me to not go broadside. If I do go broadside, I might come up to regret it. I can see this battle going the wrong way for me. Got a DD here screening a battleship, or, I don't know, giving the Bayern a push. Not really sure which one it is. Thankfully, these German ships don't seem to have a very good crew training. They've got regular trained crews, meaning that their accuracy isn't as spectacular as it could be, yet 20% has me a bit concerned. Is there anything we can fairly easily damage? Because all of these guys have that fairly weird armor scheme of 2.5 inch everywhere. So arguably the 17-incher should be able to pen that. Like, Zhejiang should be able to pen that. If it would like to, I don't know, shoot the target. No, it can't. What sort of HE did I give you? HE shells. Incendiary. Oh, that's a mistake. Fine, go shoot something else if you can't shoot this. I need those 17 inchers to actually fulfill a useful role in this battle. Otherwise, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. This is one of my heaviest hitters, this battle. Or it can be. Enigma Han has done absolutely nothing. Wait, you're also struggling to fire, and you're not? Oh, boy. Okay. Do I detach the divisions or not? If I detach the division, there's a real risk of moving away from the flagship, which would give up a bit of an accuracy bonus. But the way that the ships are formationed now means that some of these are just refusing to fire. Almost entirely. Also, these CLs are getting a bit too close for comfort. We are getting some damage in, but not fast enough. Pen. Partial pen. Those torps have a range of 10, and they're getting awfully close to being able to launch. We're destroying some torpedoes, so that helps. So far, Zhigong has contributed quite a lot to the battle, but surprisingly a lot more with her 7-inch guns, which are her secondary armament. So she's doing very useful things against cruisers, but not against battleships. Hold on. This battleship could be vulnerable. Switch all fire to that battleship. Go to armor piercing and see if we can hurt it. Because we're definitely not really getting anywhere with the bomber. She's taken some structural damage, she's taken some crew loss, but it's not adding up. We need more. As for the Wiesbaden, she's coming under a lot of pressure, so is the V-64. There's the Zhigong, opening up against the battleship. If we're able to get a couple of 17 inches to actually connect, this could be really good. And it's a partial pen. Really? An aft deck hit? Are my shells really that slow on the Zhigong? That was a 13-inch partial pen. We're getting some flooding. Yeah, if you're broadside, you're going to regret it. Secondaries put pressure on the Wiesbaden. She's 11 clicks out, so she's still far enough away not to really present herself as too big of a threat. These cruisers, though, are something else. 13-kilometer range. Giving me quite a bit of concern here. Crew loss, 8%, 8%, 2%, 3.5%, and 2.8. I'm kind of concerned for my trailing ships here. Torpedo in the water. Start dodging. I can barely make them out, which makes it very difficult to see where that whole spread is both coming from and going to. I'm going to detach the Gosrith and take manual control of this ship. Increase speed. Not sure where that torpedo is exactly aimed at. We're getting a bit farther with this battleship than we have been so far. Yeah, shit, they're just all launching. Break up the whole formation. Everybody turn to port. I don't care if it's going to wreck my solutions on the guns. I just need to not get wrecked by torpedoes. That would be a big step up. The whole German battle line is descending upon the fleet here. Seriously concerned. You're going to start switching fire. You're going to switch fire to the other cruiser. You're going to switch fire to the third cruiser. Zhigong is going to maintain pressure on the 1798. And the Enigma Hun... I don't know. Can barely pen the Pommern, so let's not even bother. Switch to the Gosser crew first. And as for dodging torpedoes, well... I can still make out a few of them over there to the starboard aft of the Gosrith. There might be one in my trail. Wake of the ship. 16% crew loss on Gosrith. There's a lot more torpedoes in the water. Good lord, how am I going to dodge all that? My crew loss is ramping up pretty quick. The Germans, however, might be making a mistake. There we go. The ships are really quickly succumbing to the fire from the capital, or from the battleships. We're first badly wounded. Freya taking some damage. And the 2143 also badly flooded. So we're getting some results. Oof. Jishin over here taking a lot of damage. Come on, let's go for the kill on these cruisers before they drop torpedoes on me again. There's one. I want you to start switching fire to the Pommern. Scheffler Gaming. You're going to start switching fire to the Pommern and put your secondaries on that ship. Zhigong, start targeting the Pommern. She's 3 clicks out. That was a torpedo impact. I think. Right? Yeah, somebody definitely took a torpedo to the face. Which one? Scheffler? No. Not the Zhigong either. So that means it was the Gosrith. Yep, she took a torp. Ooh, 22% crew loss. This is adding up. Come on. There you go. Good damage on Pommern. Now the Gosrith is fraction of the price of this ship. Like, this thing is not 10 times more expensive, it's 30 times more expensive than this battleship. But with a couple of 16-inch guns, I can still pretty badly hurt you. The Enigma Hun over here, well, she's kind of forced into a weird angle because she can't go broadside due to the torpedoes. And because of that, the Pommern and her bow armor, you know, the bow armor of 2.5 inches, are somehow still able to deal with 18-inch shells coming in at point-blank range. Yet, this ship is hurting. Badly. 25% crew loss? Yes, get the damage in. There you go. Jishin over here with 12% crew loss is not very happy about the state of affairs. Gong with only 5% can definitely add a whole lot more damage to this battle before succumbing. Ooh, I'm very concerned about this battleship here. Flooding on Jishin. Her structural integrity is buckling. Scheffler Gaming doing much better. I think Pommern's trying to fall back. Getting some damage in on their DD here. This is not looking good. But the secondaries on the V-148. Good damage there. Nice work, Shigong. Pommern, 50% structural. I swear I'm taking torpedoes. Nope. Still haven't taken a second one. Surprising. Speed up. This is now very much turning into a battle of how many ships can I still save. Come on, finish off this battleship. Pretty please. That was the V-148. Not the target, but fair nonetheless. Enigma Han, select your target. Yeah, we're all still putting pressure on the Pommern before she escapes, but this thing is nicely broadside. Same for the Gosrith. Turn to port. 30% of the crew has perished aboard the Gosrith. The ship is flooding in 3 compartments. No, was flooding on 3 compartments. Isn't anymore. Come on, I want to kill at least one of these guys. Where are the 17-inchers at? They're loading. I'm hearing a lot of torpedo impacts. I've taken a couple more. Is that the Jishin that took a torp? No, the Scheffler took a torp, but basically shrugged it off. It was only 750 damage. Not a big deal. You're still targeting the Pommern. She's directly astern. My firepower, however, is concentrated on the bow on this modernized Dreadnought, so I need to turn the ship around. But that also opens me up to additional fire from all those torpedoes. Additional risk. We're going to put the secondaries to work on a destroyer here. Gong and her 7-inch secondaries should be able to deal with another destroyer. Gosrith now at 32%, almost 33% crew loss. Trying to deal damage against Brandenburg, but seemingly not doing much of anything. And her structural integrity is looking pretty bad. Pommern has lost her conning tower. That's good news. Less accuracy there. Gosrith appears to be badly burning. Come on. Yeah, destroyed a secondary and a half, but that's about it. I think we're going to lose this ship. Much more concerning is the damage to Zhejiang and the also new Jishin. There's another DD perishing. Good. You're gonna put your guns. You're gonna put your guns to work on something else. The light cruisers and the heavy cruisers are licking their wounds and going away. You're gonna put your guns on that. Your secondary guns are going to work on this DD here. Your secondary guns are going to work on the DD here as well. And as are you. Continue. 35% crew lost. I think the 6-incher... one of them has been destroyed, the other one has not. My 16-incher on the stern has been destroyed. The 16-incher on the bow is still functional. Unfortunately, so is the Brandenburg. And has 40% chance to hit. Oh, they're targeting the Jishin. Which is pretty far away. We're still trying to angle as much as possible against all of this damage. Pommern looks like it might go down. Flooding. Buoyancy dropping, 29%. Yep, there's another 71% chance to hit a couple stern shots against Pommern. Complete miss. Unfortunate. Put the 7-inchers to work on the V-51 here. There's a lot of German battleships and not a whole lot of me. I don't like the way that this battle is developing. Ricochet. Just a full ricochet. Come on, dude. 30% crew, sorry, 39% crew lost. Could be the final moments of the Gosrith. I don't think that this ship's gonna survive. There, they did just murder another DD. As one does. This is what they are kind of originally designed to do. Use all that broadside firepower against destroyers. Scheffler is going to have to try and make it out of here, but I don't think I will. So we're probably going to lose a lot of ships in this engagement. Come on, kill at least the Pommern, please. I hate all these torpedoes forcing me to take evasive action all the time. Come on, boys. Come on, come on, come on. Sink at least one of these big German bullies. A couple of shells from the Jishin. Doing almost nothing, but they did cause some flooding. The Pommern was already in a bad way. They're cramped crews, right? Yeah, so their damage control is pretty terrible at this point. Unfortunately, once again, because of the German actions, I'm unable to fire the main bow guns of the Zhejiang. There's more flooding. Very good. Can we pick off some other smaller stuff? Use the 7-inchers there. Use the secondaries there. Gosrith and a 43% crew lost. Oops. We got the Prince Eitel Friedrich basically coming alongside. 43, 44. I definitely bit off more than I could chew here. We're still targeting Brandenburg, which has suffered some damage. But unless we pull some sort of miracle rabbit out of our hat, she's definitely going to survive. 44.5% crew on the Gosrith. And more importantly, my Scheffler Gaming over here. 87,000 points of damage. 87,000 tons of warship. There she goes. That's the Gosrith. That's a fifth of my firepower gone. And the Pommern is still here. There you go. Flooding. The real question is it really? Because that seemed to hit her bow. I wonder if this is going to be the next target of the whole fleet. That 16-incher very, very, very slowly coming around. We're still putting some pressure on the escorts here. The DDs are suffering. Pommern's down to 7% buoyancy. Come on, sink it! Please. You have way too many full health battleships here. More flooding. 6%. Come on. Where's the Zhejiang and her guns? Oh, they just put another salvo into the air. Yeah, there it comes. 6% buoyancy. Panama midships. Nothing? Come on, boys. All of you. Focus this. She's on a 5. She has to sink. She has to. Because that would just immediately redeem the loss of the Gosrith. 4% buoyancy. In case you're wondering why did you ever take this fight, well, I did try to withdraw from the fight. Unfortunately, the game said, nope, failure to withdraw. So I had to fight the battle, whether I wanted to or not. 3%? Now, more importantly, I will lose probably another battleship before the day's over. Maybe more than one. Yeah, those cruisers are not a threat. Turn to port. With those cruisers being eliminated, at least I don't have to worry about torpedoes as much. Scheffler is 8.5 clicks out. No, we're going to put secondaries on this. She's 0.1. She's gone. Finally. 1 kill. I mean, a capital ship kill, that is. Brandenburg turning back. Is there anything that has been damaged that we can easily finish off? Battleship-wise? I mean, the PEF over here is pretty isolated. Might be a decent target there. Put some secondary guns on that. Yeah, I think that should be our next target. So we're gonna have all the ships, insofar as they're still combat capable, engage that target right there. And put secondary guns on the V95, which doesn't have any torpedoes left, but I do want it dead. It's a marginal target at 64 million. It's not very expensive, yet it needs to go. The next one should definitely be the V51, which is about 9 times more expensive. With all the damage that my ships have taken, I'm also very likely to be unable to fire, considering the list that my ships have taken on. Thankfully, Scheffler is still firing. Jaegong can still continue the fight for a very long time. There's the 7-inchers butchering the destroyer. Is that a torpedo going towards the PEF? No, not really. V95 dies. Excellent. Next target, V146. For you, the next target is going to be the V51, the light cruiser. We are putting some hurt on the PEF over here. They're down to 85% structural. Range is only 6 clicks. She's very close. No, actually, let's maintain speed. So far as you want to call it that. And a 78% structural. There's the 17-inchers, but they're all going to ricochet because the PEF just turned. That is not great. She herself is also a torpedo threat. So that's fun. Light cruiser is reconsidering all of its life choices right now. Jaegong just took a couple more hits. She's definitely dished it out at 38k. Bonk, nothing hit. Or nothing penned. Fine. I am running a little low on AP shells at this point. Did I give her... I gave her max HE shells. And these are incendiary shells. I really messed up the design on the Jaegong here. If she survives, she needs a refit, urgent. But she first gonna have to get repaired. The Enigma Hunt trying to do whatever it can against the PEF over there. That light cruiser is moving away. More flooding on the Prince Eitel. Bonk, ricochet. Switch to high explosive. Come on, get some damage in on this. Flooding. As for our secondary guns, not really sure what to put them on. There's no small stuff around here. More flooding? Was that you? Yeah, possibly. We still have plenty of shells left aboard this ship. Scheffler Gaming still functional. Although wounded. That's for certain. Considering your angle, high explosive is the better deal to go. We should be able to pen their bows. If we can still bring those guns to be trained low enough to actually shoot. More flooding on the pin's idle. That did remarkably little damage. But it killed some of their crew, which is also valuable. They did torpedo the Zhejiang a while ago. Oh, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Angle-wise, we're going to start turning back to starboard. There goes their light cruiser. Any other small trash we can take out? And there's one more. There's the DD. But I think it's a bit far away. Maybe the Zhejiang, where their 7-inchers, can deal that. I mean, we will have sunk a lot of their escorts. It's just that my capital ships are basically all dead. Or will be fairly quickly. Oh great, now my bow turret is going to have to sail all the way around the ship before it's going to be able to fire again. The ship has lost 24% of her crew. She is targeting the Jishin. Jishin, I think it's their first engagement for the Jishin. She's definitely seen better days. PEF, down to 25% crew loss. Buoyancy is suffering. It's another $12 billion ship. If this fight concludes the war with the Germans, I'll happily take it, because I cannot sustain losses like these. Or rather, not the damage that I'm taking. I need to have some time for my economy to rebuild. Overpen, flooding. Well, every bit helps. As for other damage on the German ships, we have the Brandenburg somewhat damaged. That they got still what, 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6, 7 battleships. Some have taken a little bit of damage, but most of them are perfectly fine. Yeah, we're gonna go down fighting with all of these ships. Good damage there. Nice work. That was the Jishin pitching in with those 15s. She only has 8 guns, but they're proving to be extremely useful. The 5-inchers, interestingly, have done a lot more damage, comparatively, thanks to being able to kill probably light cruisers and DDs. Yeah, I think we'll be able to sink this ship, but it's going to come at the expense of the Jishin, which is a $5 billion ship on my part. And considering her tonnage, I think... Oh, crap. I think about 24 to 36 months of construction time. So that's pretty bad. The way it's going, I think the Zhejiang might be the only survivor. Fairly soon. Can we pen this? Yeah, I should be able to. Armor piercing, please. So we just lost the Enigma Hun. Quite the staple of the fleet. Did quite a lot in this battle. Took a load of damage, but over her long-standing career, this ship has done so much work. She's inspired a class of ships. These, let's say, older galleon style of battleship. And with those secondaries, they have taken out countless smaller ships. Destroyers, light cruisers, sometimes even heavy cruisers. All of them succumb to the secondary guns from those ships. There's more flooding on the PEF here. I'm thinking Scheffler Gaming might also be about to give up the Ghost, much as the Jishin. So the only survivor here might be the Zhejiang. But we're going for a ram. That's fine. Let's go do it. Because I'm already basically dead, but you're not. Full stop. Wow, that was fast. That... that stopped the ship instantly. That was not the plan. I was supposed to ram you. Oh, that's good damage there, though. Yeah. As much as this ship was able to stop instantly, accelerating, it's not working. But we are getting the ram damage. And although the ship might be gone, the Prince Idol has surrendered. Surrender due to high casualties. It's another German battleship out of the fight. Only 7 more to go. Easy. At this point I have 2 ships left. I have the Scheffler Gaming, which is about to die, and I have the Jaegong. I'm going to pull the Jaegong out of the fight. So that at least I have one $2.5 billion ship that's able to survive. And as for damage, what are we targeting? The Alsace? I don't think so. Well, she has taken some damage. Might be a valuable target. As for the rest, Guben? No. Yeah, there's the 1798, but I don't think that's a valid target at the moment. Okay, continue the harassment of that ship. And, I don't know, we're going to put the Scheffler Gaming in a position where she might be able to deal some damage before she sinks. Also prioritize the Alsace, if you can. Oh, the Brandenburg. We've already damaged her a bit. Switch to that. Jaegong 2. Thankfully, the Jaegong is mostly getting out of range of these guns. Just not sure if it'll actually be able to. Because the Germans have quite a bit of speed. 31 knots. I can do 30. There goes the Scheffler Gaming. That's 4th battleship gone. Slugging the target with high explosive, although it is incendiary. This is bad. This is pretty bad. 31 kilometers is what I need to get away from these ships. Thankfully, these things are not that expensive. And considering the amount of damage that they did, I think this is the way to go. These ships, 7-inch guns against anything that happens to carry, let's say, anything, let's say under, I don't know, 7,000 tons? So destroyers, light cruisers. Their heavy cruisers are definitely too heavily armored and cannot really be considered valid targets. But the destroyers and the light cruisers, yeah, they go down. 7-inch guns, having done 28,000 points of damage. Versus about 11 and a bit K with the AP and HE from the 17-inchers. Now, I definitely lost the entire fleet here, but I might not have lost the battle. Because while I have a pretty good chance of losing 80% of the fleet here, with the Jaegong surviving, I think that economically seen, I hurt the Germans worse. Because as big of a blow to morale it is that I've lost all of these ships, the Germans are building these ridiculously expensive and, well, in classic German fashion, over-engineered ships, which might be way more expensive, especially these guys, than my ships. I mean, I can build 4, almost 5 of these ships versus 1 of theirs. So that would give me a lot of 17-inch gun power in exchange for just having 1 of these ships. Which, sure enough, it has speed. It has 1... No, it doesn't have more barrels. I have more barrels. Yeah, I think we can outbuild the Germans. Well, we might not be able to outbuild them, but we can probably outlast them. That is, if the war's going to continue. About an hour later, the battle is still raging. The Jaegong is hanging on by a slither of health. 2% structural integrity. Almost all her crew, or at least up to the 45% marker, has perished. She has 3 minutes to survive before the battle runs out of time. The Germans have thrown, well, everything they have at her. Almost all the German battleships at this point are out of ammo. So, well, actually here's another one that still has ammo, but for some reason isn't firing. These Germans have done... Oh, point! No! No. So that's the entirety of my battleship fleet, at least in this apartment, gone. And yet, was this a decisive victory for the Germans? No. I gained 235,000 victory points versus 110,000 for them, because their ships are so bloody expensive. So, yeah, they definitely took most of my capital ships, yet they paid for it very, very, very dearly. Thankfully, it also appears that the Germans have had enough, and I am going to agree to a peace treaty, because while this victory, if you want to call it that, was possible, the Germans are going to fix their ships right back up and come back at me again. And I am completely incapable of having another go at them. So, oh, okay. Yeah, we're at war with Spain as well. I'm completely incapable of having a go at them again. Maybe I can still complete the naval invasion, but it's not looking that good. And as for our ships, well, we're getting the Cursed Fish back, 2 of them, and the Shiheng, another Cursed Fish, is coming back in 3 months. Beside that, we have the Grumpy Gamer, which is another 15-inch battleship. We have the Breach Creeper, which is another 17-incher, but this one definitely is going to serve with a refit, considering the fact that those 17-inchers did not have enough armor-piercing ammunition and their high explosive was shit. Outside of that, we have 2 more ships. We have a State Belt, the Veteran Gamer, and we have the Heart Nutter, the Enigma Hunt from 1942 with the 16-inchers. Then we have the Guan Wen, which is another Cursed Fish. They're at sea in North Oceania, leading the invasion. I'm building 2 more ships, and I am also building a ship here, the State Belt 2, which is going to Croatia. I can decide that I want to cancel that sail, and they're definitely not going to appreciate that, but it would give me another battleship. And considering that 16-inch gun has served me very well, I might just go ahead and do that. I first want to see if the Germans have actually had enough, or if they're just bluffing. Interestingly, the Germans have had a revolution. The Admiral has been relieved of duty, probably after the loss of some substantial amount of ships. All sorts of... oh boy. Here's the next battle. This is against the probably already wounded ships. And there aren't that many of them. Maybe I can force this into a big victory. But I'll do that in another episode, because this one has run its course. Admiral's Log. The Chinese Navy finds itself in a moment of profound reflection and sorrow, having recently endured the devastating loss of 5 of our venerable battleships. These capital ships, legends in their own right, carried the weight of our naval history and the pride of our nation. Their loss is a blow that will not be easily remedied, each vessel irreplaceable and their absence keenly felt throughout our ranks. These ships, and the brave crews who manned them, went down fighting with honor and valor. Their sacrifices were not in vain, as they inflicted significant damage upon the German Navy. The Germans, though victorious in this engagement, paid a steep price for their gains. The destruction of 2 of their super battleships stands as a testament to the fierce resistance and indomitable spirit of our fallen warriors. While the pain of our loss is acute, it is tempered by the knowledge that our enemy has suffered even greater setbacks. The German fleet, though formidable, has been dealt a severe blow that will undoubtedly impact our strategic capabilities moving forward. Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 37, where we're immediately going to pick up where we left off in episode 36. We have a sizable German fleet. However, the German fleet has been battered at the expense of 5 of my battleships, and this means that it is quite likely that the Germans have been already damaged and are potentially very low on ammunition. This is the second fleet that I had in the Caribbean, coming to the aid of the Cuban peninsula, or the Cuban island over there that was badly hit by the Germans as they kept assaulting the port. The ships that I have over here are, well, numeral. Look, I have numerical superiority. It's a lot of cruisers. And they got wounded battleships. Let's see how this is going to play out. Let's have a look at the state of the Germans. Yes, this is exactly what I was hoping for. These German ships have been severely damaged. As such, possibly some of their arrays are incapable of being used, some of their weaponry. They might have also taken some crew loss, at least some of them have. And that might mean that these ships are not as big of a threat as they once were. And yet, that's a lot of 17-inch guns that they're still going to send my way. They also have a couple of wounded, let's say, secondary ships. They have a wounded destroyer? Yeah.
2 light cruisers, which have definitely seen better days, at least if you look at the starboard side of the hull. The port side is usually perfectly pristine. And then we have a couple of cruisers who are, well, they're still lumbering along. But, yeah, starboard side, bit wounded. Port side, perfectly fine. My ship's already opening up. Got a couple of 16-inch guns. That looks a bit peculiar. But I guess the the second 16-incher is eager to join the fight. As for the formations, let's put the battlecruisers, which are capable of doing 28 knots mostly. Yeah, let's have these guys go this way. And then we have the heavy cruisers. I believe they're mostly of the same type, because I already phased out some of the... Yeah, I think I phased out most of the old cruisers, or sped them up in a refit. So we're now pretty much all doing the same speed. This is excellent. The real question is, how am I going to untangle this mess? And I'm not 100% sure on that. You are Div 6. Div 5, join Div 6. So one bigger Div 6. Weapons off. We have another battlecruiser division. We have a heavy cruiser division here. You're going to join that. Please tell me I joined the right one. I did not. It's unfortunate. Because the capped first and the Gansu and the Chaoyong are going to detach. And you guys go join this. Excellent. Excellent. Carry on. I think one of my biggest chances against the Germans here is torpedo launchers, and a lot of them. And given that opportunity, I'm going to have to get close. The other cruisers here and over there, I'm not going to form these up because they're too far away and they're just needlessly going to collide with, well, everything and their mother. Let's see, torps off. 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 And off. Alright. Now, the good thing about having ships already been damaged is that if you hit them once, I believe they immediately start taking their damage and stability back. So this guy has just taken one hit. That was a pretty decent one, to be fair. And already suffers 28% damage and stability. So immediately the ship is going to suffer. The battle cruisers are, well, at least the Commander Valkyrie over here is an interesting ship. It's mostly there to deal with secondary targets, like cruisers. So in that sense, the ship is very useful. In dealing with the German battleships, I think the 12.9s, well, maybe with the AP can do something, but that's about it. So it's going to have to come down to their torpedo armaments to pitch in. Nighthawk and Aura, armed with 14-inch guns, can definitely hold their own. And the 8.9s as well as 5-inch guns are very useful in anything that has less armor / smaller target profile. This ought to go down very swiftly. And then we're going to start throwing some stuff at the battleship. Or well, no. Let's deal with the smaller trash first. Let's go take out the trash. You're going to target this. CA Div under the lead of the Fujian is going to target this. Got another one dealing with that. You're going to start targeting this. And this line. Torpedoes ranging 13. That's another German battleship. This. You two target this. You actually switch to that, and the battleship also switched to this. 16-inch guns on the Heart Nutter. The secondaries might not be that useful. I mean, 8.9s, let alone 3.9s, are not really going to impress much. Range, 14.7, as seen from Hunan. It's probable that I'll lose a few more ships here, but loss of one heavy cruiser is 295 million, loss of one German battleship is 12 billion. So I can lose about 40 cruisers if I can only sink one of their capital ships, and we shall call it even. As for their ability to stop, or at least detect torpedoes, they're probably going to be in a pretty bad way, because most of their ships are gone. Their escorts, the ones that actually detect, well, there's not a whole lot left to detect with. Yeah, we're now in range. I'm going to preferably target something that has more chance of hitting more than one ship. So let's say this one. Normal launch. Or rather, you three are going to... No, you, and you. Fujian, Fengchan, and Mechamatic 3. Target that. The rest of you, don't launch. You, and you. Don't launch. Come on. Take out the trash before the trash starts throwing torpedoes back at you. Which would be pretty bad. As for you, let's start turning to starboard. This formation can also join the fight with the torpedoes now. Which one are you? You're this formation, alright. Torpedo. Yeah, torpedo that aggressively. Just swarm these guys. Liao Bai. Where are you? Here. Liao Bai and Jingyuan torpedo this. Cruiser down. Secondary ship down. Causing some flooding. Torpedoes away, away. Excellent. Torpedoes off. Turn around. Songjian. Division, hold fire. Don't launch torpedoes yet. As for the Zhili. Where is that div? Here. We're going to start throwing torpedoes aggressively here. Unfortunately, they're a bit of a mess. So we're going to tell the Zhili and the Laozhang to torpedo this, because there's quite a few secondary targets in the way. These guys are not allowed to launch, because they'll just torpedo each other. Fujian has torpedoes away. Mechamatic does not have torpedoes away, because it was ordered not to. So now I can turn these torpedoes back off, preventing any accidental injury. And start swapping targets with... If you guys want to play a catamaran, you're going to have to go over to Naval Art. We don't do that here. Target this aggressively. Target that aggressively. We're going to make life on the Germans extremely uncomfortable. The amount of torpedoes here is going to be very difficult to dodge. And the amount of high explosive will kill all their crew as quickly as I possibly can. Torpedoes away from the Gansu. You can now also launch, considering the Gansu is no longer off your starboard bow hugging you. Game is running a bit slow. Torps away. Capped first. Target that. Okay, this div. Come on, I need the capped first to launch. Yeah, we're definitely dealing a lot of damage to this ship. Ooh, that hurt. What was that, a 17-incher? Yeah, twice. Yikes. Then again, as I mentioned, I was expecting to take a couple hits here and there. So it's fine. We have a lot of damage going in on the Bayern. Unfortunately, they did dodge the torpedoes. And I really wasn't expecting that. There's one of the cruisers gone. Division, turn. Other division, turn. Bayern has lost quite a lot of our crew, 15% so far. Where's my Battlecruiser division here? Here. Okay. Oh, the broadside. That is very generous of you. Makes maneuvering and killing these ships off a lot easier. As for this division, we're going to start dealing with Freya and their other ship here. I think Capt First is going to sink. Not much can be done about that. I can try disengaging her, but her chances are not good. Let's try retreating her. Interestingly, it seems like the rest of the Germans have taken a couple torps here and there, but not nearly as many as I was hoping for. And I need to turn these formations around, lest they find themselves getting torpedoed. So start panicking. Start freaking out about the torpedoes that were launched from the other side. Yes, I did that again. Not my best torpedo attack. Again. But oh well.
Battlecruisers. You guys are capable of launching torpedoes. So let's go and do just that. Kill off the Bayern. Nighthawk has torps, Aura has torps, and the Commander Valkyrie has those spread torps. So we're going to torpedo this. Oh, I think it was a bit late. Okay, continue on your merry way. There's the Captain first trying to run away. Still doing 37 knots, although I don't think that's going to continue for very long. Got some torpedoes going out. Freya taking a bunch of damage. Oh, that's not looking good. This formation also needs to start getting clever about dodging torps, because those heavy cruisers are up to no good. And I allowed them to live for too long, allowing them to actually send their torps into my formation. Bad play. There goes the Captain first, kind of as expected. Good ship, went down fighting. Unfortunately, as much armor as my ships have, they're not exactly equipped to tank 17-inch shells. Alright, next target, the 2143. Where's the battleship at? Okay, you should be fine. Continue putting pressure on the Alsace. Henan, what's exactly happening here? Why are you here? What the hell? Are you speeding again? Yeah, you are. Sir, I'm not exactly sure what you're going at, but I don't really see this ending well. Considering the amount of secondaries here, this is dauntless. Putting it like that. Okay, wait, torpedo launcher's on the back. Maybe we can use it. Just gotta look deep, and that's going to be a problem. Okay, so I cannot torp that. Let's go for the 1334. No, the 134. Game's running like a slideshow. Come on, boys. Come on. Put pressure on those two crippled German ships, the Alsace. Especially the Alsace, considering her amount of ammo. Good lord. Did you not participate in the last week's battle? Or last episode's battle, rather. Okay, you just sent your torps. The target has moved pretty quick. It's unfortunate. Start peppering the Brandenburg for no other reason than just to be annoying. Crap. Okay, how's this cruiser? Too healthy for my taste. I do have confidence that my cruisers are doing their level best. It's just that this ship apparently has the armor to soak it up. Yes, she does. Main tower taking damage. Another one of my cruisers looking like it's seen better days. Fujian. Maybe I can save her. But once the AI has locked its sights on you, well, good luck. Your chances of survival at that point generally aren't very good. Bayern, pretty badly wounded at this point. But still a very sizable threat. Oh, my battlecruisers are getting punished. Turn over to port. Need to finish off this ship. Henan's still racing around all the way in the back. Why are you firing HE, sir? With AP, I am pretty confident you can deal some more damage. Because this is getting blocked, blocked, blocked. Armor piercing at this range ought to go through. 2.5 inches of armor with 150% armor quality? Yeah, we can definitely pen that. Turn. As for the formations, we also have formation... or Division 3 over here. Come on, I need everybody here to finish off the Alsace. That target right there. Hunan turn. Seeing quite a lot of damage on my ships here. Especially Commander Valkyrie is not looking good. It's a ship that was kind of designed for a different type of battle. Not one against these super battleships. And at 21,000 tons, she's pretty cute of a ship. But, well, against a 17-inch gun, she's very ill-equipped to deal with that. Even though for a battlecruiser, she's pretty heavily armored. 6 inches fore, 6 inches aft. It just won't cut it. Henan. Maintain your annoying presence around Brandenburg. Ricochet, ricochet. Bit of a pen. Blocked. Fine. You with the 16s. How are we doing with the Alsace? 9% buoyancy. Well, it's something. We still have that heavy cruiser if they're sailing around here. Why are you not dead? Ricochet. Parcel pen. Parcel pen. Parcel pen. Flooding ought to take her down, though. At which point, I believe they only have battleships left. The problem with the battleships is their secondaries, I think, are slowly but definitely murdering my torpedo launchers. Oh, there's the wounded Fujian. Try and dodge. Like the Feng Chan over here still has torpedoes, but not a whole lot of them. Yeah, Commander Valkyrie is going down. Need this division to put pressure on this battleship here, the 134. Because it is badly damaged. And if we can put a bit more pressure on her, she might sink. Crew loss apparently has been restored on some of these ships. But their ammunition loadout has not. Once these once these supplies run dry for the 17-inchers, they got 8.3s. And torpedoes. So it's definitely still a threat. Just slightly less so. Oh, there's the wounded Brandenburg. Bayern. Here's the Alsace, which appears to be healing. There goes the Commander Valkyrie. Your target is Bayern. Good Guben. There's the Bayern. Ow. These things are way too close. Yet, I need to focus on the ships that I can sink. Reducing their damage capabilities. Somewhat okay here. Fujian's going down. I feel like I'm forgetting a division somewhere, but... Hello? Oh! Yeah, right. Okay. You can join this div. Go. Make it easier to manage. Go to 3 times speed. Come on. The more of these German ships we can kill off, the more of their colonies we can claim. Because apparently the peace treaty did not exactly go through yet. And that might not be such a bad thing. Look at the Henan. Still operating within a kilometer or two of 4 super battleships. This thing does not give a shit. What a boss. What a boss of a cruiser. You're the thumbnail, sir. Well done. Are you still speeding? Yeah, you're still speeding. Ah, there goes the Fujian. Come on. We still don't really have much to show for our damage done here. Or at least for our damage taken, that is. Except that the German fleet is in utter disarray. They're probably not sure which way to go. I don't really like these 2 healthy battleships here. Oh, good lord. Aura's going down. 51,000 damage taken. Look at the amount of damage that this ship has soaked up. We are definitely at the point where most of my battleships are gone and the battle cruisers are now looking like they're going to follow. Not a good situation. Is that a torpedo going for the Henan? It is. There's the Aura dead. You guys are set to torpedo avoid, but I'm not sure if the Yunnan will.
Need to get this whole cruiser division closer. Come on, Yunnan, turn! Drifts! And it drifts. Oh, it was a dud! Fantastic. Fantastic. We did hit a torpedo here. That was originating from, I think, the Night Oct. Night Oct also having seen better days. Put pressure on this battleship here, the 1798. The Fang Chan does not have a torpedo ready. You do, but with this German fleet so divided, I'm not sure if I'm able to use it. Damn it, this ship just refuses to sink. The Bayern's almost dead. There goes another battlecruiser. The 134 is also almost dead, having taken 3 torpedoes. Your current target is still the Alsace, but I think we might get more success, at least short term, against the 134. Where's the other div? Here. You're the div of 8. I'm going to put this into one enormous division. That's 13 heavy cruisers now. We're going to prioritize this close target. And I think HE right now is slightly better of an option. So everybody here fires HE at the 134. Torpedo launchers here on the Henan are definitely getting blown up. I think the battleships are now wise to the speeding tricks of the Henan and are putting her out of her misery. Unfortunate. So I got 18 cruisers left. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. This ship's already sinking, so unfortunately for them, they are no longer in the way. And I'm saying unfortunate for them because I would very much like to have seen the Aura still surviving the battle, allowing to get refit. Come on. How fast are you going? You've done 100,000 points of damage. Good lord, dude. Hold on. This is going to be a bad launch. Ship's heading away and angled. Rudder damaged. That's not bad. I feel like my attention is too divided. I'm trying to damage everything, yet I'm sinking nothing. This is not good. Like the Brandenburg, badly damaged. The Bayern, almost gone. And there goes the Henan. Yeah, this is not going my way. This is not going my way. Liaoning and Guizhou. I think Guizhou's dead. Yeah, the ship's no longer there. Okay. Liaoning can try and disengage. Yeah, stick to your target. Stick to the 134. 28% crew loss, 21% crew loss, 14% crew loss, 31.7 and 14. Okay, stick to this target and kill it off. Battleship. We got a few too many divisions here. If the ships that are actually gone would be removed from the battle line, that would help in managing all the fleet here. Your target currently is the 134. Fine. I'm just not fully agreeing your choice of ammunition, because I think it won't pen. HE, much more likely to. Maybe you can get some revenge for the Gosrith and the Enigma hunt. Okay. Why are you... this is a bit of a bug. The Guizhou is dead, yet still in the division. It should be removed from the division and considered sinking. But sometimes the game does this. We're getting some decent damage in here. I think the ship might have taken so much damage that it's unable to bring its guns to bear. Switch to armor piercing. At least a good number of you should now be able to start getting some, well, potentially flooding hits in. Which would be very welcome. As for torpedoing, I want to torpedo the Gubben. Just make sure that that thing takes a lot of damage, because taking that thing down with guns is going to take forever. Ah, that was a dot. Oh, that was a couple of live hits. She's flooding. 6%. 5. 4. Yeah, she'll go down. Bayern's next. Switch to the Bayern. She'll go down. Nice. Another battleship sunk. Now we can immediately eliminate the Bayern and then the Alsace. And all of a sudden, the German fleet starts crumbling. The situation over here is not looking that good for the 1822. She is flooding and alone. The Feng Chan, however, is not exactly in a good state. So long as you look at the starboard side, she's actually looking a little better. But the port side is mostly burnt down. She does have torps ready. So let's say we're going to launch torpedoes from a couple of different angles at the target here. Maybe doing some good. You guys, eliminate the Bayern. Battleship over here, eliminate the Bayern. Where are you going exactly? Oh, you're still sort of circling your prey. Perfect. Now, last time around I got about, what was it, 240,000 victory points? Maybe 300k? This time around I think I can get more. Because last time I only sunk 2 of these battleships and a couple of secondary targets. I think this time around we can get 500, 600,000 points. If I sink a few more of these ships. And ideally I would sink all of them. Just get rid of all of these ships. Oh. Guben is coming back. Torpedo it if you have a good solution. Good flooding on Bayern. Why are you pushing me out of the way? Laiwan, don't torp. Pretty please. Not you. Because you'll torp the Songjian out of existence. Death by 1,000 cuts here for the Bayern. 1,800 hits. Do we have torps in the water yet? Sir, we do not. Holy fuck, how fast are you going? 85 knots? Okay. I didn't even know that was possible. I think the highest I've seen was, was 60 knots. And yet here we are doing 85 knots. Yeah, because of reasons. Because of reasons. I'm not sure how we're ever going to be able to get hit. Like, what are you trying to hit? You're trying to hit the Gili. Gili's doing 39 knots, so you might actually have a pretty good chance of hitting her. Because she's not doing ridiculous speeds. Some of the others are. Songjian, come here. Come on, open up on the torps. Torp this. I need these ships going. Or torp the 1798. There we go. Torps in the water. Thank you very much. Torps in the water from, I think, Krugtuna. A Zhang launched. There you go. Bayern surrendered. Next target. Alsace. Torpedoes denied. It's 1 torp. Not looking good for the Songjiang. Where's the other div? Here. How are you guys faring? Because you were working on the 1822 here, and it seems to have taken a lot of damage at your hands. They're out of ammunition for HE. That's pretty good news, because HE would probably just devastate one of these cruisers. And their crew loss is 36%. That's pretty serious. Sucks to be you. High explosive, everyone, and hose it down. As for these speedboats... or speeding boats, depending on how you want to look at that. Where is that Guben? There. What are you guys doing around here? It's almost like half of them are still set to torpedo avoid or something. Battleship? Battleship hasn't even been targeted, has it? Well, it has been targeted. Somebody took a torp. You took 4 torps. Can you then please take an actual conclusion from that and sink? Alsace? Much appreciated. Next. Who would like to go next? The Guben, maybe? Brandenburg or 1798. They're pretty even. They're pretty even. I think we're targeting Guben right now. Doing some damage here and there. Yeah, okay. Great, we're now hitting the already sinking Alsace. Yeah, put pressure on this. Sink it. Oh, another torp. Sorry, Lay 1. Flash fire on the Lay 1. Try and disengage. This is when you activate the afterburner and sail away at 80 knots. This would be an ideal time to do just that. Flooding. You're now firing armor-piercing ammunition, that's fine. Is this division done hosing down that battleship? Oh, getting there. 38% crew lost. I think it's really not making that big of a dent. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, armor-piercing. AP ammo. We've still got the wound or the dead Guizhou in there. This is a really dark day for the Germans. Because they may have won round 1 to some extent against my battleships. But round 2 is definitely not going to them. I'm going to just ignore this whole mess of a cruiser group. And start splitting all these boys up, because this is not going anywhere. What's your speed even? 60 knots. Hunan. If you have anything that resembles a rudder, use it and go back into the fight. Yunnan. What's your speed? 71 knots. Looks legit. Go back into the battle. Liao Bai. Doing 49 knots. Fair enough. Off you go. Gili. Get back in there. Songjian has taken quite a lot of damage. I'm going to... I already set her to... No, I didn't set her to retreat yet. As for you... We're not really getting through. Unfortunately. I think everybody's getting slowed down by the Feng Chan. So let's have the Feng Chan disengage. And then the rest of them might be able to go a little faster. No, not you. Good lord. Where is everybody? Here. Yeah, you can now do about 25 knots, that's fine. Maybe, considering the angle, this is a better target for now. Because that is the 1798. 21% crew loss, serious flooding, serious structural damage. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Oh, you have torps ready, do you? Should have mentioned that. Because I have an ideal target for you. Heijang, torpedo the Guben. Ningxia, turn back a bit. Kruktuna, also ready to launch. Just that if this thing starts dodging, I'll not have a good solution with this ship. That's unfortunate. Okay, torps away. You got no torps left, so I can keep your launchers on. You're leaving. You're leaving. You're not supposed to be leaving. Or you're still trying to finish your turn. The battleship over here is getting quite far away from the fleet. They're turning away. That's unfortunate. Means penning them is that much more difficult. Kruktuna. Any chance we can launch the torps at the Brandenburg? Yeah, that's relatively safe. Ooh, we're taking a lot of damage on the Kruktuna now. Problematic. Yunnan. You and your 68 knots can take yourself right into harm's way. We need the torpedoes to eliminate these ships. And we need them now. Ammunition-wise, we're pretty good. It's just that we're running a little low on AP. I don't like that, because the HE is definitely not going to cut it. Flooding here, flooding there, flooding everywhere. Good. That's another $12 billion ship. Crook, did you launch? You did. Torps are underway to meet with the Brandenburg. Yeah, you're definitely flooding badly now there. The rest of them are kind of getting thrown off by the torps. Could turn this division back a bit. 27% buoyancy. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the Yunnan doing 65 knots. Prepare to be boarded by a torpedo. Steady. This thing is going too fast to launch the torpedoes. Come on. Don't worry. Look at this thing drift. Oh, this game. Sometimes you hate it, sometimes you love it, and sometimes it's just ridiculous. Go on. Finish her off. 9% buoyancy. Where's my battleship at? Ah, there goes the Crook Tuna. Yunnan still at it. Yeah, now we can have another go torping this thing. Because there's nothing else in the way behind it. I just don't know if the torpedo launcher has that level of turn rate. Oh, the Kuban! Kuban! You should have said you were here, sir. I wonder what happens if I throw this ship into full reverse. Pull back emergency. It does not care. Torps away! Torps away! Very good. Torps away against Gubbin. Excellent. Keep those torpedo launchers intact. Oh, doesn't matter, they're out. Gubbin immediately starts turning. The bastard. Division. Ah, there we go. 1798's done. We got the 1822. Gubbin is now coming under a lot of fire, but it's not really what I need. Oh, hi. Jingwan. You're probably still speeding, yeah. You can get joined by the other one. I think this is right. They're not exactly lined up, but whatever. Do we have any other strays? That's a survivor, that's a survivor, that's a survivor. Okay, we got the Gili. Yeah, I pulled you kind of off the line. Liao Bai. Go back in, you still got 2 torps, we're going to use those. Gubbin's taking a lot of fire, but I'm not sure if I should focus my efforts on that, or if I should focus on the 1822. Let's keep putting pressure on the Gubbin for a bit. With a bit of a flooding, maybe she's going to be tilting so badly that she's unable to put pressure on me. Which would be helpful. 9-inch guns, 107,000 points of damage. Yeah, we got a couple of torps hit. Torps, did we? Yeah, we got a 1 hit on the 1822. It's useful. The Brandenburg is not interested in trying to become a torpedo target for me. Unfortunate. Maybe Liao Bai can torpedo the 1822. I doubt it. Speed? 31 knots. Turn to port. Torpedo the Brandenburg. You got 2 torps. If you can make 1 hit, that would just help. Gubben. Somewhat wounded. 14% crew loss here. That's not an option. 39% though on the 1822. You can potentially finish that off. Got the torpedo launcher working. Torpedo launcher's been destroyed, sir. Alright. I see how it is. Gubben. Badly burning. Flooding. 30% crew loss. My battleship is still in this fight. And this division is also still in the fight. This is going to cost the Germans very, very, very dearly. Even if their shipyards are very big, it's going to take them a lot of time before they're able to recover from losses such as these. Are you guys retreating or what? The hell? Detach. Yunnan. You need to leave. Speaking of shipyards, I think my shipyards are going to be extremely busy fixing up every ship that I have. Because, well, almost all of them have been in battle. Having taken some damage or another. Oh crap, we're about to run dry on these ammunitions. Yeah, this is bad. I might still have half a torpedo left here and there, but I got no 9-inch ammo. Okay. Secondary guns on these ships are 5 inches, which is probably not going to intimidate these battleships that much. Good, you're also targeting the Gubben. My god, 30 shells left on the Mechanic. 42% crew loss, you're gonna surrender. 43. 43.7, 44. Okay, give it up. We'll accept your unconditional surrender and add you to the fleet. The biological and technological distinctiveness will be added to our own. As for the Brandenburg, she's she's got a lot of health. I'm not sure how to take that down. There's 2 active German ships here. Just 2. We're gonna try and make that 1. Unfortunately, even my battleship is running a little low on ammo. Ow, ow, ow. What's hurting you? 8.3. Lovely. Gansu, which still has torps. I'm not sure if this is going to work out. Ooh, no. Gansu is definitely not going to survive. I think maybe the better course of action is to disengage. Because we have no ammo to take these German ships out. Maybe these guys can still engage. Their 9-inch ammo is out, but they still have torpedoes. If these can do a drive-by on the Brandenburg, we might be able... Or maybe on the 1822. What do I go for? Brandenburg is a bit more of a safe bet. She's so close. What are you targeting? The other side. Alright. Split. Split. Thank you. Like this would be the easier thing to take down with HE. This thing would be more of a suitable target for torpedoes. So let's take the Brandenburg out. With the torps. Or at least have a good effort. Torpedo launcher turning to position. Oh, we need to be a bit more to port. Send it! Do it now. Here's your target. Hard to port? Yes. Away. 4 torpedoes, 24-inch, short range against the Brandenburg. They do have some anti-torpedo protection, anti-torp 3. So maybe they're going to shrug off some damage, but not all of it. Yeah, that's looking like a really good salvo. That's 1, 2, 3... 1 dud? 2 duds. Oh, you bastard. They just destroyed the torpedo launcher. Oh, really? No, but not in time. Not in time. The torps are on the way. Come on. Dunk, dunk, dunk. There you go. Yeah, you're definitely gonna feel the effects of that. I could try ramming the Brandenburg, but I'm not sure if that'll actually do much. As for the rest of the ships, they are disengaging. Because these are simply combat ineffective. I have no shells. Pretty much on any of my ships now. Brandenburg. Well, that flooding is looking pretty juicy. Yeah, that's looking pretty juicy, in fact. 18% buoyancy. Remember that their crew loss is severe. 4%, you're gone. Yes! Torps did it. Beautiful. Next. I have a little bit of ammo left. 5-inch guns, and I have two 14, let's say almost 14,500 ton weapons. And I'm not afraid to ram this thing. There will be no German survivors on this day. These ships are going down. One way or another way. I think their buoyancy can be exploited, or rather their lack of buoyancy. Prepare to ram. All hands brace for impact. We're gonna throw a 14,000 ton warship into a 90,000 ton ship. So arguably it shouldn't do that much. But I can still pretty badly hurt you, dude. Here we go. Torpedo? Did you just torpedo me? That's not very nice of you. 42.8% crew lost. Jingyuan is going down, that's for sure. That torpedo attack was nasty. I forgot about that. Turn! Prepare to board. 42.9% crew lost. Jingwan, make it happen. Kill the last German ship. If you survive, we'll see to it that you get fixed. If not, we will sing songs about you for a long time to come. This is going to be a pretty good ram. Ideally, we're going to flood them out. Especially considering we're ramming amidships. Hard to starboard. Keep with them as long as possible. All back emergency. Ram it to death. 43.4. The crew's dying. We got him. Crew lost. Yes! We got him. That's the end of the battle. 685,000 victory points scored versus 31,000 gained for them. 31,000, because my battlecruisers are fairly cheap, especially in comparison. Cruiser losses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I've had a lot worse. The Germans were already suing for peace, and I think they'll be much, much more likely to do that right now. Unfortunately, this did come at a serious expense to my fleet. I have lost a lot of my capital ships. The state of affairs, we do still have a couple of the cursed fish. We got a grumpy gamer guy over here. That's a big ship. Zhejiang, unfortunately, didn't exactly survive, but the Breach Creeper is ready to take its place. We got the Ming Chen coming, which is another Zhejiang class. We got the Zhang Mintang, which is another Zhejiang. And we have a couple of Chengdus. I don't think these are going to do a whole lot of work. We do have the 38 tails with their 6 18-inchers. And we have the Hawaii of the Connecticuts. And that's about it. And after that, it's cruiser, cruiser, cruiser. What do the Germans have left? 5 battleships. They really took a massive, massive hit. It seems that their economy has... Their economy is a bit weird. Because they used to have 2 trillion and now they have 600 billion. I think that's a bit of a buggy thing to go. Naval prestige, minus 1300. You're welcome. Humiliated indeed. Victory points versus the Germs. 921,000 versus 141,000. This is going to force Germany to give up every other colony that they have. Oh, they're sending a DD fleet my way. Whatever. Admiral's log. The tides of war have shifted dramatically in our favor. The German Navy, once a formidable and seemingly invincible force, has suffered a catastrophic defeat. Nearly all of their imposing battleships now lie at the bottom of the ocean, their might shattered by the relentless strength and strategy of the Chinese Navy. Yet the hostilities are far from over. Even as we celebrate this monumental victory, a portion of the German fleet remains active and defiant. They are reacting swiftly and aggressively to our recent naval landing in German New Guinea, determined to thwart our efforts to secure this strategic territory. The situation demands our immediate attention and unwavering resolve. Our forces must be prepared to face this remnant of the German Navy with the same courage and determination that led us to victory in the previous battles. The landing at German New Guinea is a critical operation, one that will further solidify our dominance in the region and cripple the last vestiges of German resistance. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 38. I believe in the 2 previous episodes I humiliated the Germans enough. Unfortunately, this is not the case. The Germans are back, this time around to defend Friedrich Wilhelmshaven, which is what I'm invading. They really don't appreciate that, so they have sent the BB-87, another one of those Bayerns with 17-inch guns, and the Friedrich der Große, which is far smaller. It's a battlecruiser with a couple of 13-inch guns. Of course, these guys come with their own friends, and they're a party. Heavy cruisers, light cruisers, destroyers. It's a party. What I have to throw against them is 1 Cursed Fish class, 1 of the new 38 Tails battlecruisers, and a couple of, well, escorts. That is going to be tough. Torpedoes might even the odds a bit, so as opposed to previous, I'm going to have the Cursed Fish launch as quickly as possible. And yes, there's a lot of destroyers in the way. With sonar, they will see the torpedoes. Yet, whether the AI will be able to dodge, that remains to be seen. Immediately as the battle starts, the guns erupt. Let's have these guys do what they do best. I'm going to have some of these ships just kind of following, or at least not getting in the way of the Guangwen. The Guangwen is the torpedo-capable warship, but she has to get closer first. This is the dangerous part. She's going to come under pressure from most likely the 17-inchers, and as those shells impact my ship, it is very likely I'll start to lose torpedoes. Interesting overpen there. That was really accurate shell fire from, I think, the Guangwen. Yeah. The Guangwen already hit a destroyer that happened to be in the way, knocking out its conning tower. Excellent. We also have some of the light cruisers here, the new light cruisers, the Lanky and the Zhuzhou. These light cruisers armed with a couple of 6-inch guns, some torpedoes to deal with, well, spreads of units, which are definitely present here. The 2 DDs are ancient. They are capable of launching torpedoes, but only out to 9 kilometers. These things are still using the older Mark IV torpedoes, and they're only 21-inch. So these are not that likely to be useful, but maybe in a distractionary role can still perform some effect. As for the battlecruiser Tianjin, it's not exactly a small battlecruiser. This thing displaces 60,000 tons, operates at 32 knots, and has 18-inch Mark IV guns. Dangerous, dangerous weapons. And I am expecting to use those to great effect against the enemy battleship. I feel that is the easiest target to hit, especially at this range. The Guangwen, with all of its torps, well, you're just going to have to rush in. And they are actually doing better speed than the DDs. So being able to keep a smokescreen around this ship, well, sadly isn't quite going to happen. Torpedo range, 21 clicks. Targets, aplenty. Let's get in there and deal some more damage against the Germans. Ideally, the war would have ended by now. And especially considering the state of my ships, or rather the increasing lack thereof, that would have been preferable. But sadly, they are still eager for more. Or rather, they're not that eager for me to take over their ports. I can appreciate that. I would not be eager for me to take over there, or to for the enemy to take over my ports. Yet here we are. Target. Pretty much anything in here is fair game. But of course, the battleship is the prize. Anything that happens to get in the way before the torpedoes get there, well, bonus. As for the target for the heavy cruiser, just target this, give or take a few. The light cruisers are going to be getting into range relatively soon. Yeah, here we are. Maybe I can add some more torpedoes to the fray. Can you guys actually split up a little? Because you're just ramming into each other now. Don't torp yet. Don't torp yet. Guanwen. Send it. I'll never get tired of that. Hard to port. Best turn. And prepare to torpedo them again. Get ready with the other salvos. Oh, hold on. There's a couple of launchers that haven't actually done much. It's these quintuples. That's another 15 torps I can throw into the fight. But they have a bit of a picky angle to them. So I need to be a bit micromanagey, I think. Please tell me my torpedo launchers aren't stuck. That would be unfortunate. Okay, I'm not going to wait for that. I have to turn before this thing takes a whole lot of damage and starts losing torpedo launchers. This is going to definitely hit somebody and ruin their day. As for the torpedo launchers here, not yet in range. Light cruisers, in range, but hugging each other. Which is not what I need. I need to just slow down. Lanky Kit is capable of launching. So let's have her do just that. The target's over there. That is you. Launch. Smoke yourself up. This thing can dump, what, 10 torps in the water? I think. Hello? Yeah, 5. Fine, every little bit helps. Zhuzhao. Wait for Lanky Kit to pass. And then torp. We're gonna do a bit of crowd control here. Torps away. Torps away. Perfect. Now you guys can rejoin the division. And start heading away a bit. And picking off a couple of destroyers. That's what you do best. As for the Guanwen, the port side torpedoes are now away. And it's looking like an enormous set of fanfire. The starboard side is still available, so I'm once again going to swing the ship around. Chanjin, engaging the battleship, yet not getting anywhere. Well, somebody's getting hit. At this point, the fleet has probably detected the wall of skill of torpedoes coming at them, and is getting a little worried. We have some of the DDs, which are also in range. You are going to prioritize the big guy. And start getting the hell out of here. Torpedo launched. No, that's a torpedo launch. I'm not sure exactly what they're targeting, but it's not me. You're gonna have a bad time. Oh, you're gonna have a doubly bad time because you're getting sandwiched by the enemy torpedoes as well. That's a big, nice casualty. I think we're gonna have to do some hit and running here. Emphasis on the running. Quickly. Yeah. Definitely some hits here, some hits there. And we're not done yet. There's more targets about, but we're not getting the battleship. Oh, you're also torpedoing. That's considerate. Especially considering you're not torping me, but your friends. All the better. Ah, you got torps out? You got torps out? Perfect. Get out. Chunjin. Increase speed to flank and run. Guanwen. If possible... No, not possible. You don't have any torps anymore. Run. I know you can do 30 knots, give or take. Let's go do that. There's another cruiser killed off. You just got a torpedo. That's inbound for me. This is half and half inbound. There's inbounds and there's outbounds. At this point, I'm not sure who's actually doing any torpedoing and who's getting torpedoed. These appear to be the 20-inch torpedo, 21 inches from the destroyers. You're not going to survive that hit, most like. Torp hit. How many torpedoes have you actually hit? You've landed 15 hits. I consider that a win. 17 hits. 18 hits. These things are fantastic crowd controllers. Fortunately, the German fleet still needs a bit more damage. And especially that battleship is not taking any damage. There goes a light cruiser. Whatever, we're just going to start targeting all these small units. Never mind the battleship. The battleship should at this point be arriving at the same place as my torps. Yep, here they are. That's the wall from the destroyers. So as much as you want to try and duck and cover, it's too little and it's too late. You cannot hide behind your dead ally. 1, 2. Torpedo hit on the battleship. Bit of damage here. This destroyer is desperately trying to turn away. There's another torp hit on the cruiser. She's gone. And another on another cruiser. And another on a light cruiser. Chongjin has done 26,000 points of damage. The Guanwen has done a little under 600,000 points of damage. Thank you. 27 torpedo hits. The destroyer has done 20k. The other destroyer has done 68k with only 2 torps. I think it's time to beat a retreat here. Where's my heavy cruiser at? Oh, hi. You're not in a very good way. Aggressively launch. Yep, and off you go. We did what we came here to do, which is murder half the German fleet, and now we're going to just disengage. Because this is going to be an expensive thing to recover from. Hit and run. Chongjin, with her 8-inch guns, should be able to do quite a bit of work against some of these smaller targets. The 18-inchers are a bit cruel to use against these things, but maybe it's more of a mercy in the way that how fast these things get killed off. That's another torpedo landed. And of course, the torpedoes that I'm trying to count are only mine. I'm not counting exactly the amount of damage that the AI has done with torpedoes. Because the damage that the AI has done with torpedoes is added to my own. Which is a bit weird, because it's, I think, damage considered to be done by blue, if you want to call it like that, as opposed to the red team. It's a bit weird, the way that the AI calculates that, but whatever. I don't mind it. Range, about 20, 24 clicks. I think they're chasing the cruiser, which is good news. Allows the Guanwen to escape. Bad news if you are the heavy cruiser. Now, this DD is having a very, very eager run at it. Supposedly doing 36 knots. Practically doing 40, 41. My ships do it, so I don't really mind it. How's their battleship? Oh, some damage. Some damage. Come on. Make a stand. Boom. Don't you dare approach me, sir. Yeah, that'll end it. Never mind. Got the destroyer as well. As for my ships, I think the ones still under threat are the DDs. And that's mostly because one of them has taken quite a bit of water on board. 13 Stalag getting a bit of an indoor pool. Unrequested. It's not a refit that I approved. And unfortunately we got no smoke left to try and cover her escape. So I'm going to have every ship make a go for itself and just try and disengage. Guan Wen's disengaging. Tianjin also disengaging. Range should be about 20 to 30. Yeah, we're good. Losses, 1 destroyer most likely and 1 heavy cruiser. Damage done, little over 1.2 million, and that is including their own torpedoes. The 18-inchers are going to be thundering for a while, considering I got about 55 kilometer range. So that's fine. But I don't really expect to be able to hit a whole lot of stuff. Not at this range. So I'd say, pretty good victory. Not strictly in the sense that we sunk very expensive targets, but we definitely crippled a lot of them. And the Germans are going to take a lot of time repairing a lot of their ships, insofar as they have repairable ships. So let's have a look at the score. I sunk 9 ships. Not bad. I only lost 2 myself. I lost the Zhejiang and the 13 Stalag 13. So for a total of 17,000 victory points, it's actually less than expected. I'll just add that to the tally of the, I don't know, slightly over 1 million points that I have right now. They have lost the heavy cruiser Wuppertal and Prince Heinrich. The battleship and the battlecruiser were largely unharmed. A light cruiser took a couple of hits. The DDs took some hits. I think most of the damage is to the German ego, which is also quite valuable. And of course, their shipyards. Not so much as damaging their shipyards per se. But, well, they're going to be busy building a lot of ships. And now they're also going to be busy repairing half their fleet. So I definitely consider that to be a big win. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if with this enemy fleet in my surroundings, I'm going to have a very good chance of invading. Thankfully, that might be a moot point. Because if we can go to peace with the Germans, I can probably get that territory as reparations for the war. So let's have a look. No, you're not going to buy any new ships right now. Because I'm a little busy trying to keep everybody together. Yeah. Tonnage needed, 1.1 million. Why? German fleet. German fleet. Gentlemen, we are out of here. We're going to go back to Lorengau. Or Cavien. Yeah, Lorengau. Let's go here and lick our wounds. And see if the Germans are actually going to make peace. As for my capability to build new ships, unfortunately it's a bit limited. It's a bit limited. I only have 41 active ships. It's not as many as I would like. I'm going to have to wait until my shipyards continue to increase in size and until some of the ships actually get done repairing. Some of these are going to take 3 to 4 months, probably some longer. And of course in 7 months we can get another couple of light cruisers. As for my... yeah... oh, my armor logistics actually didn't take a hit there, 12%. The Germans, however, 163 ships still. We might have sunk a couple of their light cruisers and DDs, but there is plenty more where that came from. So I really hope that we can end the war with the Germans. As for the other 2 wars that I have going on, the British and the Spanish. The Spanish seem to have quite a bit of a temper. I'm not exactly sure what I did to deserve that, because I didn't exactly piss them off. But now that they have pissed me off, the army decides to take a march. It's just that they either just started or are getting absolutely nowhere. Yeah, these guys are going to have a bit too much resistance. These guys, not as much. This is weird. The one time Germany is assisting, the other time it's not. Oh well. That's not that big of a deal. I think the Spanish don't really have a fleet. 42 ships? Where did you conjure that up? What the hell? They're definitely less advanced than I am, but still. And the Brits? 19 ships? Really? Surprising. Okay. Also surprising is that the German GDP is doing all sorts of weird things. Let's see if they want to make peace. I want to take some more of the territory. After a bit more pushing and shoving, the Germans have finally relented. Considering our massive amount of victory points, it's time to go shopping yet again. Now, I have 6 billion in reparations that I can claim from the Germans. I can even claim some of their warships, but no thank you. As for the rest of their territories, now we're getting somewhere. I can almost almost liberate the Netherlands, only to promptly have it invaded by the Germans yet again. And with my army at, what, 12%, 13%, I don't think it's really going to push back against the German invasion that much. Although I would be very interested in seeing the Chinese suddenly set 15 million Chinese afoot in the Netherlands as an army that spawns out of nowhere. As for the German New Guinea territory, it's still too expensive. It's really annoying. It's just too expensive. So, what can I do? What can I grab, and what would be interesting? I think, based on the way that it's going, and the way that I'm expanding, having more territory in Africa could be useful. Portugal... yeah, Portugal is actually useful. It is, of course, part of Europe, or at least Chinese Europe, after this, and it would allow me to walk into Spain. Invading Spain with a naval invasion is exceptionally hard to do. Invading them land to land might actually be possible. I don't care about Madeira. Let's take Cameroon, let's take Gold Coast, Equatorial New Guinea, Portuguese New Guinea, or Portuguese Guinea, Nigeria. If you don't mind, I would also take the Central African Republic. I will take Burma off your hands. Yeah, Mauritius, why not? Andaman Islands. No, I don't exactly know where they are. Yeah, we'll get some pocket change. Nice. Okay, they definitely gifted me all of that. Masses of disavow... whatever. Of course we're not going to do much about that, except disperse the crowd. This is going to cause some unrest, but my unrest is 7.5. It's fine. My naval prestige is 8,500, almost 8,600. I can definitely afford to lose 2 points. I can also go the official route, quell all the unrest, and spend 4.5 billion doing that. Of course not. We're China. We're not doing that. So, Portugal. Let's go have a look. Yes, Germany and France are also at it. That's fun. Portugal. What's the state of affairs here? We have a decent population. Our army force isn't that sizable, but it is possible that we're going to see a land invasion from Portugal to northern Spain or western Spain. That would be funny. That would be really funny. Of course, my my army logistics is not great. It's 11%. Considering all the territories that I now have, I'm not very surprised, because I have a lot of territory to defend, and not a whole lot of ships to do it with. Because my territory has to be defended by a total fleet of 50 ships. That, I understand, is problematic. Now, of course I want to have more battleships, but judging by the amount of cruisers that have been killed recently, I think it makes only more sense to get a couple more mechanics designed. Well, built, that is. And of course the best way to go about that is to take a copy of the most recent variant, potentially upgrade that somewhat, and then build a couple of those. So I think this is going to be the Mechanic 4 flight, and that's potentially going to be the ultimate version of this ship. Because there isn't that much more to unlock, there's not that much more to research, there's not much more to upgrade. This is pretty much as good as it's going to get. Now, as for the gear that they have aboard, yeah, like it's I can maybe upgrade them to Modern 2, giving me just a bit more resistance. We're going from 10 to 12.5. Like it's not that big of a deal. You're getting another 10% armor quality jump. Weight-wise, I think it changes nothing. Yeah, weight-wise, it changes absolutely nothing. Double hull bottom, anti-torp 3. They already have all the gear that I want, except maybe for radar rangefinder 3. Even that doesn't change the weight on the ship. Torpedo launchers, auto-loaders,
I'm surprised I don't have Auto 2 yet. Must be a really expensive research project. As for the rest, increased shells, so they should never run out, but I think many of the mecha medics that I had didn't quite get the refit to the most modern version. We have 200% armor quality. I can add like a bit more to the belt, but this is the belt maxed out. So a bit more on the superstructure and we are perfect. So save that design, copy that design to the Flight 4 and start building a few of those. A few months later, as I'm just minding my own business and upgrading my own ships and rebuilding my fleet, I'm getting the notification that France has dissolved due to economic collapse. This is a pretty important situation. This is going to be something that might really be a critical changer on the whole battlefield. Because the way that this now opens up Europe to attack... Oh look, Cochin China is open up for grabs. The way that this opens up Europe, especially these extremely high value territories, means that it's possible for Germany to get right in there and conquer France. If they do that, that would be somewhat problematic, because the Germans themselves aren't exactly weak at the moment. They still have 180 ships. Again, they've been building a lot of smaller stuff, but they still have 3 battleships. I really am not that eager to engage them, at least not in the current state. I have 9 battleships, so I have been rebuilding, but it's going to take a while longer. Sadly, because I'm constantly at war with 2 nations that they essentially can't fight, because they barely have any ships, this means that I'm not gaining any victory points, I'm not losing any victory points, so there's no way to go to peace with these people. The war with Spain has developed somewhat in the Western Sahara over here. We are moving in with a couple of 100,000 men here and a couple 100,000 men there. But with both there and my army logistics being very bad, these offensives really don't go anywhere. So we're just kind of, I don't know, sitting over there staring at each other and not really doing much of anything. So in the meanwhile, I've taken up a hobby of going after the SGSSI, as well as the area over, over here now. I did have a couple ships here, so let's have the Guanwen and friends meet up over there. It's 50,000 tons, and I can take Cochin China. 1.7 billion, not a bad grab. Cambodia and Annam. Yes, I would very much like that, so I can consolidate my hold on the whole area here. Kwanchao 1 would also be nice for 1.5 billion. We got the northeast frontier over here. There's still some... Well, I mean, these are ungoverned, these are not. Pakistan is Soviet Union. Oman is now Soviet Union? How'd they pull that off? British Somaliland is not exactly British. It's again held by the Soviets. How are the Soviets doing? I haven't heard from them in ages. They have a $56 billion economy, which is mostly a joke. They have 55 ships that I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how they're affording these navies, because they seem to swap admirals at an alarming rate. Like, they change their admirals very, very often, because they constantly get the warning, oh, you went over budget. Yeah, fine, I'll just hire a new admiral, and the slate will be wiped clean. And seemingly, nations can just do that without really suffering any consequences. As for my ships, I have been modernizing all the mechanics. These are the Flight 1, sorry, the original ones, the OGs. I also have a couple of the Flight 4s coming up. I got the Flight 3s, which need refitting. The Flight 2 still needs a bit of refitting as well. I am looking to refit the Zhejiang, and I'm constantly building up my shipyard, but the shipyards are very, very busy. And of course, especially building up those new battleships, that just takes time. Unfortunately, there's not really a whole lot I can do to speed that up. Yet, with me just refusing most of the time to be building out ships for other nations, I am getting more and more and more ships. I've been definitely building a lot of these lanky gets, which are an ideal counter to the large destroyer force that some of these nations have that I might fight later. These guys, I believe, also help somewhat in building out my naval, my arm logistics. It's already at 13%, woohoo. So we still need a lot more. And, well, the irony is I have all these territories. How many provinces do I have right now? 122 ports, 108 provinces. These guys have 6 and 11. These guys have 10 and 4. The Germans have 35 and 37. Yet, with an enormous fleet, and I'm not exactly sure how they're funding that, but, well, I guess these provinces are just extremely profitable. They are able to get a yearly naval budget of 83 billion versus my 44 billion. Yet I have a lot more provinces and no time to develop them because I'm constantly at war. So I think that what I might need to do is... oh, hold on, I completely missed this. Yes. This is not going to work out. What I was going to say is I need to try and push somehow into these territories and see if I can find something to fight. Even if it's 1 DD, yeah, I'll take it. You, Breach Creeper, go do something useful. Go fight something. Because I need to find and fight the British and the Spanish if I want to have any way of ending this war anytime soon. And by the looks of it, we're just going to have to send the Cursed Fish out to the channel. Ideally with some friends that have more firepower, but yeah. I don't have a whole lot of friends that have more firepower. Because let's say the battleships, the line of the ship of the line battleships, they all got sunk. So the only one I have over here is an Enigma hunt from 1942, and I still really want to refit that one. We do have the Grumpy Guy Gamer over in the Yellow Sea in Port Arthur, but it's basically a home defense ship. This thing, if something shows up here, is going to give them a very hearty welcome with its 15-inch guns. And, well, I got the Ming Chen, which is over in Shanghai. Like, it really does not need to be here. If you want to do something useful, head over there and join that invasion fleet. Otherwise, I'm going to need you over there in the channel. Now, that's going to be it for this episode. A bit of a shorter one, but the last 2 episodes ran almost an hour or even slightly longer, so I'm going to cut this one slightly early. Hope you guys are still enjoying the campaign. With France out of the picture, there's definitely more terrain up for grabs. Definitely in Africa. Perhaps also over here in the Caribbean. And I'm delighted to take over the rest of the territories here. Leaving only really Puerto Rico for the Soviets. But I might be able to take that later. If I'm able to take this and the rest, then basically the entire Caribbean is mine. Which I think is a very good development. Admiral's log. The tides of war have finally receded, leaving us victorious. Germany, once a formidable adversary, has been brought to its knees. In the aftermath of their defeat, they've been compelled to cede vast swaths of territory in Africa as reparations, marking a significant shift in global power dynamics. With this latest acquisition, China now holds territories across the globe, with the notable exception of Europe. Our influence and reach have expanded to every corner of the world, a testament to the indomitable spirit and relentless determination of our nation. This victory is not just a military triumph, but a strategic and geopolitical milestone that will help shape the future for generations to come. The sacrifices made and the battles fought have led us to this historic moment. Our Navy, the pride of our nation, has proven its supremacy time and time again, securing our place as a global power. The efforts of our sailors, soldiers, and citizens have culminated in a new era of Chinese ascendancy. Hey guys, Stealth here, and welcome to episode 39. We are interestingly engaging a Spanish fleet, as I was just minding my own business. Well, mostly. I was trying to invade Western France. As France has fallen apart, Western France is up for grabs. And that means that I had to send about 800,000 tons of shipping over here to try and get my forces on the ground. So I have pretty much the entire capital fleet here. Well, insofar as they're still alive. The Spanish, by contrast, do still have a couple of ships, especially smaller ones, lots of DDs there. And they have even built a very sizable ship, 89,000 tons. It's bigger than what I have.
Yet, it might not pose that big of a threat. Because it does not really get to outshoot all of these ships at the same time. And this does include Cursed Fish. We have this new Zatlo 14, which is a Zhegon class battleship. Unfortunately, I think from 1944, she has not yet received her upgrade, because the moment she got commissioned, she was immediately sent to France to try and help out. We also got the René Pascal STO over here, another Cursed Fish 2. We got the Cursed Fish 2 original. Scott D, another Cursed Fish. Another Cursed Fish in the form of the Meiji. This is the new Meiji. And we have one of the last remaining Enigma Huns. This thing now has the highest tier radar rangefinder and should be up to the job of at least delivering a couple of those 16-inch shells on some of these cruisers. So the Spanish fleet is led by this thing with 12 18-inch guns. Also in the battle is going to be a couple of 8 15-inchers. And the rest of it, well, Coast Guard. 4 7-inch guns. This one, however, is more serious with 9 8.5s. We have a couple of light cruisers which do carry 20 torpedo launchers apiece. So that's going to be fun. Their DDs are running at 35.6 knots, so they're not the 40 or 45 knot speedboats. Yet, with 10 torpedo launchers can really mess up my plan. Thankfully, I have my own heavies, and most of the battleships and battlecruisers have their own secondary armaments. Should be sufficient, or ideally more than sufficient, in order to destroy the Spanish threat. And, well, let's say continue the invasion that we have going on. Because the moment that I take France, Spain is going to be next. Here we go. Let's send all the torpedo boats into one big formation. Which means we're going to have the Meiji join the other group. So that she'll be able to just spam all the torps with everybody else. This means I can put, I think, 200 torpedoes into the water. And that ought to give at least the Spanish something else to worry about. Beyond, of course, the 17-inch shells that some of these other battleships can deploy. Let's see what the Spanish have brought. I want to see how that 18-inch ship looks. This is not her. There she is. Oh, look at that. That is interesting. That's a lot of forward-facing firepower, but it might be hampered by their secondaries. If this thing is able to fire, let's say, about 30 to 45 degrees over the starboard or port, it should be able to bring most of those guns to bear. If it goes fully broadside, it's definitely going to be a big mess. So that's going to be fun. Thankfully, I do have some time to set up and torpedo these things into oblivion. We start out at 50 kilometer range, it's now 1950s, and everybody has really good rangefinders. Unfortunately, some of these ships are still sporting, well, relatively minor levels of firepower. Oh, hold on, you're another one of the Meiji? Sorry, another one of the Cursed Fish? You're a fish, you're a fish. You are not. Zatlo 14's that new ship. Where's the other guy? Scott? Yeah, Scott has to join. Alright, here we go. These, with their 17-inch guns, should be able to do some useful things. The crew, however, just fresh. So they haven't really had a whole lot of time to train yet. And as such, they might not be as accurate as a fully veteran-level crew. Now, I want to have the Breach Creeper, and who's that? The Heart Nutter? That's a 21-knot ship. The Hawaii is also here. This is our, not captured, but let's say acquired American ship. Still sporting Mark IV 14-inch guns. Range is pretty good. And although her armor is lacking, I think she'll be able to outshoot a couple of the enemy cruisers, especially from afar. Now, when you're opening into a battle like this, always check what your ships are actually targeting, because it's not unheard of to have these guys all try and go after some minor target like a DD. So let's explicitly set these guys to start engaging these targets here. Oh, that's not a bad hit. That was a 17-inch right through the main deck, causing 850,000 points of damage. And it looks like that DD might not survive that one hit. I'm even surprised it lasted that long. As for the battle cruisers, we have quite the number here. And of course, everybody's colliding. As for the heavies, we got these guys. We have these on the other side. Let's not torp anything. Risk of friendly torp is too serious to ignore. As for these guys, I know you also carry torp, so let's not. I need the cursed fish and their counterparts to join this fight as quickly as possible. I'm going to try and have the heavy cruisers soak up the damage. They're less armored than the cursed fish, yet are still more capable, I feel. Simply because the cursed fish have very exposed torpedo launchers, and the moment that they start taking any hits, well, it's going to be a pretty quick end for the crew. They're not going to have a great time. You guys are now 32 kilometers out. We're still way too far away. And we're still trying to get these guys formed up, but judging by where my ships are, I'm going to have the Meiji and Scott detach and try and go somewhere else. What the... Who is... You're trying to follow? You, go live with the other battlecruisers, if you don't mind. And the battlecruiser is also... Right, okay. These guys all trying to follow each other makes it a bit more complex. Okay, we got the cursed fish, we got the René Pascal. Let's get these guys at least some opportunity to launch. The range is 21.9. We have torpedoes ranging out to 21.4, so we should be just about there. Unfortunately, these are relatively minor targets. There are a couple of heavy cruisers. No, light cruisers, more like. And... oh, a bow-mounted torpedo launcher. How daring. Yeah, that has to go. They might be capable of detecting the torps, but with the sheer numbers that they have, it's going to be difficult for them to dodge. Alright, you guys are going to turn here. You're going to turn a bit back. And I'm going to try and get the torpedoes away from these two ships. With the sort of fanfire that we're getting, we might be able to make something happen. We even have one DD over there, the Zhenzhong. You don't really have a lot of range, do you? No, 9 clicks. Turn back. Alright, gentlemen. Let's start dropping the torps. You're going to torpedo this one. You're going to torpedo this one. And off we go. Enable the launchers. First set is in the water. That's because these things were side-mounted and already pointed at the target. The next wave is still turning into the position where they need to go. Here we go, there's the next wave. By the time that these things get to the target, they will have fanned out quite a lot. There we go, there's the next spread. There's the next spread from the René. Yeah, I think we have launched the full range of torpedoes from these ships. We hit something else. Okay. CAs, come round. Your target, I believe, should be the light cruiser. And then we have the other guys, the Scott and the Meiji, still trying to line up. The Zadlo... Yeah, just don't try to screen for another battleship. Don't be silly. I do have a bit of a problem with the maneuverability on that new battleship. It's too slow. Like, it's not really going to listen to its rudder anytime soon. Battleships are still way behind, but that's fine. Because if I can just eliminate their escorts, that means my ships will not take any torpedoes. We're currently still trying to engage what I think is their battleship. Yes. We have landed a hit, although a minor one. Now I can get these ships turned around and do another torpedo attack from the other side. So that's exactly what I'm going for. The heavy cruisers here kind of got away from me. On div 4. It's quite likely that you are about to have a torpedo fiesta coming your way. No, these things are targeting something else with the torpedo launcher. Interesting. Most likely the battleship. This one too. Not targeting the battle, or it's not targeting the heavy cruisers that are pretty close to them. Like what, 4 kilometers? Yeah. We're really close. Not good. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but hey, if we're able to take these things out while they're distracted, all the better. As for these cruisers, by now they should be picking up some serious underwater issues. Here, here it comes. What are you going to do? I have seen the AI do all sorts of miraculous dodges, so it's entirely possible for some of these to be able to dodge some torps. But I kind of doubt that they will dodge all of them. There goes another, probably a light cruiser. Yep, that's 2 hits. 3. They did soak up some of the damage for this guy. But there are... Nope. He's in the clear. This cruiser might not be as lucky. And sails right into 4, 5, 6 torps. There we go. She's gone. And what about the rest of you? You have not been paying attention. On your head be it. Oh, Jesus, you guys are getting awful close. You're launching torps? No. No, 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 no. No, we're not doing that. Oh, God. Where's that going? We're gonna have to turn back ASAP because one of my battleships got a little trigger happy. That was Scott. That's some of it. Incoming. Scott, why'd you have to go and do that? And why are you targeting destroyer? Bloody hell. You're targeting this? Okay. So we got some torps going towards where my heavy cruisers might go. Yeah, I think the best course of action is just to keep sailing that way as quickly as possible. In the meanwhile, the rest of the torpedo screen should have caused quite a bit of mayhem in this formation. And I think it actually did a decent job spreading out the formation there. Yeah, we're still landing torps. Breach Creeper, where are you going? Dude, you're supposed to be next to the Zotlo, which is 10 clicks out. Ooh, what hit you then? 3 torpedoes. Hostiles at that. The Zotlo for now is fine. But that's more torps coming in. Although I think they're targeting this ship here. Come around. You're more maneuverable. No, you don't need to follow anything, you just need to get out of the way of what is likely 24-inch torpedoes by now. 22. Okay, yeah, if you keep turning, you might eat another 1, but it's better than eating another 4. Okay. You're fine. Where are the battlecruisers at? Oh, they're pretty close. Okay. As for the enemy formation... We have landed at least a couple hits, but I'm assuming not torpedoes here. This might have been the impact of a couple of 17-inch shells. These guys are now turned around, but the Breach Creeper is so far out of position that it is very much at risk of taking hits. There's a very good chance that this ship is going to come under direct attack from the torpedoes. So I'm going to have to slow these guys down quite a bit and hope that they don't catch a couple of stray shells knocking out the torpedo launchers. That would be pretty bad. As for here, I'm going to tell these guys to start dodging torpedoes. It might cause the formation to get messed up, but I'd rather have that than lose a lot of battleships and battlecruisers here. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's a dud. Okay, well, you got lucky there. You got really lucky there. Can you please take out this destroyer? This thing is so badly hit that it's even burning next to the ship. Is that expensive? 800 million for a DD? Yes, that's expensive. Now, one more time, ships like these, with their casemate guns, might come into their own, simply by virtue of being very, very far out of position. And because they're so far out of position, they're actually going to be able to use these guns. But also, because they're so far out of position, it's likely that it's going to be their last time. I think that DD is gone. We're quickly going to switch fire to the Cristobal Colon, which did launch a torpedo. And there's most likely a lot more where that came from. Yep, they got launchers there and on the quarterdeck. And I'm going to have to turn the guns on at least the Heartnutter all the way around before they'll be able to do anything. Alright. Alright. This is not looking great, but if you're going to torp something, I'd rather have it be the Hawaii than anything else. 38 Tails took a hit. Nanning took a small hit. Scott and the rest of his torpedo armament is falling back. The Breach Creeper over here is engaging, I think... Yeah, this combination of two ships by the looks of it. Are you clear from coming under torpedo attack yet? Yes, you should be. Okay, excellent. Starboard launch. Target enemy battleship. So that is Division 1. You're going to target this, and you're going to target this. And we're going to aggressively throw the torps out, because they're heading in the other direction relative to the Breach Creeper. So by the time that the torpedoes get there, these ships should be clear. There you go, that's one wall. Cursed Fish launching. And these are pretty sizable ships, so it's possible that they won't actually be able to dodge. If they even know that there's a threat. Heartnutter is in a pretty bad state, but she's still afloat. She's not actively flooding. I'm counting that as a win. As for the heavy cruisers here. You guys are pretty far removed from the battle. These guys are doing okay. They dodged the friendly torps. No such thing. These... Yes. You have sent the rest of your spread against their biggest capital ship, the one in the back. Excellent. Turn off the torpedo launchers and come to port. Breach Creeper. I need you to eradicate a heavy cruiser here. The Cristobal is already coming under a lot of pressure. I now need you to engage this. The Battlecruisers are targeting a light cruiser. Yes, they're targeting the Huelva, which is fine. We do still have a bunch of ships coming this way, and they are targeting most likely the Zadlo. That's bad news. No, they're targeting the Cursed Fish? That's all the way over there. Curious choice. This thing would have been a far easier target. The ship has definitely dished out a whole lot of damage, but that was mostly one hit. Since then, it hasn't done a whole lot of work. And right now, I need it to work to keep these DDs off of me. No, keep heading away from the targets. Heading away from the threats. Damage done, about 1.7 million. So we're definitely getting a whole bunch of Spanish ships sunk. It's just not that profitable from a campaign point of view. Because the Spanish don't really have a whole lot of colonies left. So they might lose a whole bunch of ships here, but the question is, what am I going to do with the victory points? 6 or 7 billion for that battleship right there. They are coming bow in. Look at that wall. Yeah, the San Telmo is definitely going to take a couple of torps. She can handle some torpedo impacts with an anti-torp 2. She has many bulkheads, cramped crew quarters. And her anti-flood is only 1. Only reinforced bulkheads 1. So that could mean that flooding is a real concern to this ship. Now, their big ship has really not presented itself as the big threat that it is on paper. Because this thing with its 18-inch guns, they are 18-inch Mark III, they're not bad guns, but it's hit almost nothing. It's still using a Generation 2 radar rangefinder and a stereoscopic 5 rangefinder, so arguably it should be capable of landing hits, but for some reason it isn't. There's one torpedo hit on the Sandpaster, there's a dud. There's another hit on the Sandpaster. The destroyers are getting disposed of. Is that the canyon and its group doing that? No, you guys are targeting CLs. Okay, start eliminating the DDs because they're the closest. This battleship is definitely going to take a lot of time to repair. I don't like that, but, well, I'll just have to live with it. Oh, the Hawaii is eating up torps. 4 of them. That could be the end of that battlecruiser. Thankfully, it's not that expensive, so the loss is relatively minor, expressed in victory points. The second set of torpedoes should have hit these ships by now, but I'm just not really seeing the effects. We're still having to deal with incoming torpedoes here. You guys are gonna have to try and turn out of those. And you are in a pretty risky situation here. Did we really not get any kind of real damage here? We knocked off their 4-inchers, but that's not exactly a priority. You're targeting the destroyer. The smallest target, doing 30 knots, 32 kilometers away from you. But hey, it has torpedoes, so it has to die. Nice work. Okay, next. The DDs are getting killed off. Back to Division 4 here to deal with the light cruiser group. There is another heavy cruiser group, which is also joining the fight now. Target that. Why do you have to go and be like that? The Scott is in a really bad state. It took 1 torp, but that flooded almost the entire ship. Okay, you're going to get out and leave this place because it's too dangerous for you here. The Meiji, you might still be useful if you're able to make it into the battle area without getting torpedoed. So as it turns out, I'm not the only one who's very interested in using torpedoes everywhere. They are too. Now the Cursed Fish and the Pascal are still dodging torpedoes. You're going to eat one. Oh, it's a dud! Lucky you, dude. Target this. Start using armor-piercing shells. All back emergency. Might be able to slow the ship down just enough to dodge these torps. And with the side launchers, yeah, I can send some torps into these battleships. Ideally into this one. Speed. Oh, you slowed down a couple knots. It's fine. I do need you to slow down a bit more to try and gain some accuracy there. Yeah, we're going to have you launch against this target. With the San Telmo. I'm not really prioritizing the Censor at the moment. Oh, come on. Look at that armor. This one is armored, so the AI is capable of developing ships that have armor. But for some reason, this thing has nothing. The main belt has 9 inches and the rest has nothing. Only the guns are armored. Complete glass cannon of a ship. Utter joke. It's just a very expensive joke at their part. Oh, it's cheaper? Yeah, let's give the biggest ship in the fleet almost no armor. And make it about, well, let's say half to a third of the price of our next biggest battleship, which displaces 30,000 tons less. Yeah, let's do that, shall we? You've already sent your salvo. Okay, now the other one can send the other salvo. Again, the Pastor over there. Oh, you sent more. Oh, your quad's just reloaded. Okay. That's fine. I think that by the time the torps get here, this ship is dead. So the San Pastor should be the real target. Normal. Oh, the canyon sinks. That means there's torpedoes that impacted her. 7 torpedoes. Yikes. Yeah, that hurt. They also got their heavy cruisers all the way in the back that are way more heavily armored, but they're not particularly dangerous with just one 7-inch gun. Well, I mean, they got 4 singles, but still. The real threat that this thing was supposed to pose is just not materializing. Very much a paper tiger. What are you boys doing? What are you doing? Oh, you're one of the 18-inchers. Right. But you're trying to mate with the other one. For some unknown reason. The 18-inch ship is almost dead. Good. Flash fire. Oh. Because you needed help. Poor thing. It's crewed by cadets. Oh god. Explains a lot about its lack of accuracy. San Telmo is going to get hit. The San Pastor is going to take 3 or 4. Yep. And that is just part of it. Oh crap. I didn't look deep enough when I launched those torps. That definitely came out of these ships. But sometimes these things, if you don't position them well enough, they're more of a curse than a blessing. Bonk. Right into the San Telmo. And there's another torp hit. This thing's gone. All BCs engage this target. I think my best chance here is to try and end the battle quickly. But at this point there's almost no real good direction for this ship to turn to without eating a torpedo or another. Oh, you're a heavy cruiser armed with torpedoes. Dude. Half an inch? Yeah. It's so random, the amount of armor that these ships have. Some of them have 1 inch. Some of them have 7 inches of armor. Some of them have a lot more. Like, these guys are packing 12 inch on the conning tower. This is actually a reasonable ship. But it's just completely random. Yes. You're sailing directly into harm's way. You're still engaging the battleship. Yeah, whatever. Let's just send a relatively safe salvo here. You're going to try and turn back. There we go. That ought to be sufficient. Turn back. I'm mostly treating the ship as a very big destroyer. With tons and tons and tons of torpedo launchers. We just dropped 20 torps into the water. At point blank range, so this thing has no way of dodging. It's already dead. But we're gonna just kick it a few more times for good measure. There goes the Santa Ana. Is that the last of them? Yes, that was the last of them. Alright. Alright. Job done. Situation, 338,000 victory points scored. I lost 5,845. Did I lose a ship? Yes, I lost the canyon, and that's the only one. Not bad. Unfortunately, probably a lot of my ships got damaged enough to get sent back to port. And because of that, the invasion of Spain and the invasion of France, which I was working on, are going to both have to wait. And the French, they're not that likely to wait. If you don't have enough tonnage in a naval invasion area, the invasion is just going to fail. So I really don't like the French kind of getting protected by the Spanish fleet. It's almost like they came to their aid. But it might also have had to do with the fact that I was operating a massive fleet right off of the coast of Spain. Maybe they didn't fully appreciate that. We did get some survivors back. Nope, my shipyards are busy. Sorry. Ah, finally. I've gained control of Cochin China. And we are looking to invade Cambodia. Yeah, sure, why not? This group isn't too busy. So let's send these 3 heavy cruisers and the light over to Kampong Son. And invade. Okay, as for the invasion of France. Well, we still have the required tonnage, 1.1 million tons. And of course, the Spanish didn't really like the fact that I was operating this close to Bilbao and La Coruña. So that's why they sent their whole fleet. I can appreciate that. I don't like it, but I can appreciate it. As for the rest of the fleet, well, everything's here. Just pretty much every single ship that I have is over there. With the exception of the light cruisers, because I didn't really feel like it was that useful. We're still trying to invade Western Spain. Based on the number of losses that I've taken and the army force that I have, I think it might work. And we also have the invasion here into Western Sahara that's still going well. But we're losing a lot of troops over a lot of sand. So I'm not particularly eager to take the Western Sahara. Anyway, that'll have to be it for this episode. The big fight with Spain is mostly done. The big fight with France, well, insofar as there is still a big fight. Yeah, their fleet's destroyed. Insofar as there's still a big fight, is basically just clicking next turn and hoping that something good comes out of it. And as for the Germans and the Italians, they are the 2 last remaining superpowers. They have a big fleet. They have 4 battleships. The Italians now have 45, which is almost the mainstay of their fleet. Good lord. 84 destroyers from the Germans. Okay, the next video is probably going to be designing a ship to counter that. Because 84 destroyers, they're going to come at you in waves of 15 to 20. That's going to be fun. But more on that later. Admiral's log. Peace with Spain has been re-established, marking another significant milestone in our journey. As part of the peace agreement, Spain has relinquished control of Gibraltar, granting us dominance over this critical gateway into the Mediterranean. This strategic victory underscores how far we've come, transforming China's influence from the Pacific to the heart of the European waterways. With control over the Strait of Gibraltar, we now hold the keys to one of the world's most vital maritime choke points. This newfound power not only enhances our global reach, but also secures our strategic interests in the Mediterranean, opening new avenues for influence and commerce. However, as one conflict ends, another begins. War with the Italians has erupted, presenting us with both a challenge and an opportunity. Our control over Gibraltar could not have come at a more opportune time. With this strategic advantage, we can now effectively manage and monitor naval movements in and out of the Mediterranean, positioning ourselves to exert pressure on Italian forces and secure our dominance in this new theater of war. As we prepare to engage the Italian Navy, the significance of our recent gains become ever clearer. The path ahead will be fraught with challenges, but our strategic position has never been stronger. We stand ready to face whatever comes next, with the full might of the Chinese Navy and the unwavering resolve of our people. Hey guys, Stealth here and welcome to episode 40. It's the Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts campaign, China Rules the World, or at least we are definitely making good strides to do that. The United States has been mostly decimated, South America is almost entirely Chinese. There are very few territories that I don't actually control at the moment. We still have Trinidad over there as well as Puerto Rico under control of the Russians. Everything else is mine. As for Africa, we're making decent progress here, except for the German-held territories. There are still some territories held by the Italians, but that might change because I've just instigated a war with the Italians. I've gone to war with them because they have 43 battleships and I want to have a closer look at how to sink them. So, 43 battleships against the Chinese 8. That's a 5-to-1 ratio. Looks like a fair battle. Of course, you never quite know if you're going to get them all at the same time or one by one. Now, something that really helps me is the fact that all of these ships, if they want to ever leave the Mediterranean, are going to have to go the long way around. Because once I concluded my war with Spain, Spain said, "Hey, would you like Gibraltar?" And I said, "Absolutely." So now I own Gibraltar, and with that, I control the Chinese. Well, I control the the Chinese Strait of Gibraltar. Yes, I guess it now is. So that means I can control whether or not ships go through here, and right now it is blocked for the Italians. That leaves the Italians really one way of getting in and out of the Mediterranean, which is the Red Sea, and of course the Suez Canal, which is currently controlled by Egypt. Now, I don't really know who's currently lined up with Egypt, because I haven't exported any ships to them. But right now they're not exactly making a fuss about the guys still sending ships back and forth. It would be really interesting to see if the Italians still have their ships here. Yeah, they do have some. 6 heavies, or 6 battles. Yeah, there's quite a bit there. But look at that. 6 battleships. The German battleships were about 100,000 tons each. This is a fleet that has a very sizable amount of ships, and it's still just under 700,000 tons. This suggests to me that those battleships that the Italians hold aren't that strong. The Italians, however, don't just have to worry about me. They're also at war with the United States. The real question is that a hot war or is that a cold war? And it seems to be like, well, somewhere in the middle. The Americans have a battleship, a battlecruiser, and some smaller stuff. Yet, don't exactly expect them to go here. Not yet. As for my expedition into Western France, for those of you who have seen the previous episode, I have it. So, believe it or not, but as somebody pointed out in a recent comment, keep in mind, guys, China is invading Europe from the west, right? From the western side. I'm not doing a land war, conquering everything that stands in my way. Nope, I'm doing it from the west, taking Western France, Portugal. Well, I was aiming to gather some territory in Spain, but unfortunately the Spanish put up a bit more resistance and sued a bit harder for peace than I was prepared for. Anyway, let's go to war. Right now, I still have a couple of battleships who are undergoing refits. Some of them, however, are ready. The Zhejiang from 1951, the Breach Creeper, ready to go. The rest of these ships, let's send them out into the Western Mediterranean and see who comes up. Oh, there we go. The Breach Creeper is still refitting. Let's see who comes out, because there is likely going to be some pretty serious resistance. As for the Italian territories, what do I want? Because I do believe that there is quite a lot to invade. Corsica could be a nice stepping stone into further territory for the Italians to lose. Sardinia, Western Sicily, like, normally these things would be a little bit out of your reach, but they're not that bad because they only really have one port. So Western Sicily, 15 billion in territory. Sardinia, 12 billion. Not bad, not bad, not bad. This is 61 billion. This is 74 billion. It only has 2 ports, however. Yet these ports, especially the port of Gaeta, is enormous. 1.1 million tons is what you can harbor there. So yeah, that's going to be a very, very difficult area to take. What I hope will happen is that my army randomly spawns in Western France and tries to walk into Southern France, which is held by the Italians. And from there, we might be able to just step our way into Italy. Of course, the Italians have 100% army logistics, and I have 14. So in that sense, it's not looking that good. Let's first see if I can decimate some more of their smaller territories, and potentially as my army marches in from the northwest, I will march in from the southeast. Let's see if the Italians are willing to party. Interestingly, the Italians had the same plan. They have launched a major offensive from southern France into western France. I wonder exactly what we're going to get there. Ivory Coast, yeah, why not? Yeah. I'm defending with 655,000 men, but that is not necessarily going to be enough to stop the Italians. I really do not want to lose Western France. Those ports of Rochelle and Brest, they're very good, and I'd hate to see those get transferred to the Italians. So we're going to have to try and stop them as quickly as possible, which means we're going to counter-invade. We're going to invade Sardinia, because it is something that is not susceptible to something like a land invasion. So that's where my ships are going to go. These guys are going to go here. These guys, that is, yeah, a bunch of battleships and heavy cruisers. They're also going to go here. I am not exactly sure which port we'll have to block, but let's just park some ships all around Sardinia. As for the other conquest spot over there, Ivory Coast, 1.7 billion in income. I do need 60,000 tons though. Now I did just take control of Brunei over here. There's constantly more territories that are up for grabs. I have a 60,000 ton battle cruiser over here, the MC Foreign Policy. Well, this is, I guess, one way of enforcing your foreign policy. You're gonna go... That's the shortest route there. Is it really? Because that's not ideal. Okay, in that case, I'm going to retask the Robin Lush to go here to help out with that capture, because we're going to need to get there fairly quickly. I do believe I have more ships. We definitely have more ships. The Bruce Creeper's refitting. You are in Eastern... Right, you're in Philadelphia. Here. You guys are also going to move out. I don't think that there's anything in the Atlantic that can threaten me, because the only power that I'm currently at war with is the Italian one, and they cannot get through Gibraltar. So any ships that I have on the eastern seaboard of the United States, I can just, well, the divided states, I can just bring over and complete with additional conquests here. I think that's all the battleships already in motion. We have new battle cruisers. Yeah, we got a couple of heavy cruisers in the Caribbean. I have quite a few ships, but there's mostly a light cruiser fleet. The lanky gets are still all in service, mostly there to try and bolster that number. My efficient or my armyology at 17%. I want to get that up. I want to get that higher. So we're going to be building more of those ships, because I do believe it's, well, it's most of a theory that the more of those ships that you have in various ports, the better your arm logistics is going to be. It's not 100%, but that's a theory that I currently have. I want to get my building back on track. There. Now, the Italians are going to have to respond to the invasion of Sardinia. They cannot let that stand. The only question is, how much are they willing to throw my way to stop that invasion? A few months later, once again proves how delightfully predictable the AI is. You see, I have a lot of territory in Southeast Asia, and this is where China started, so naturally the AI goes, that's where I'm sending my ships. So we have 9 Italian battleships over there with their escorts. We have another 11 Italian battleships over there with their escorts. Destination? Southeast Asia. Well, congratulations, you've arrived at your destination. What are you going to do now? Because I have essentially no ships here. I got 1 heavy cruiser here, a light cruiser there. Like, it's scattered all over the place. And it's mostly so that I get that army logistics up. But beyond that, I'm doing nothing. So what I'm hoping for is an actual clash with a small Italian departing fleet here. A couple of battleships, a couple of battle cruisers, and their escorts. I have also feinted a second naval invasion onto Corsica, because I thought I could probably get both at the same time. Unfortunately, no such thing, because then the game is seemingly a little unsure about where your naval tonnage is. So with that, I'm really getting a very, very, very low chance to succeed here. And I'm getting a very low chance to succeed here. So at this point, I'm not sure which one is going to work out. Probably Corsica if I move out of range of the invasion of Sardinia. Corsica is far less interesting, but, well, it's the one I might be able to grab. As for this invasion, it's not going that well. Putting it mildly, I have lost 99,000 soldiers, which is 3 times the number that the attacker has lost. Now, if you as the defender are losing 3-1, that's generally not a very good situation to find yourself in, because the defenders most of the time have a defensive advantage. This case, not as much. So, let's hope that I can get some victory points here, as the Italians are seemingly still interested somewhat in patrolling their own waters. And here we go. Battleships Concordia, Corona, Authion, Madonna della Vigna, Redentore del Mundo, Governolo, Leono Trionfante, Lazzardoso, and San Pio Cinque. Yeah, that's a lot of battleships. Thankfully, they're not sporting that big of a gun. It's 14-inch guns. It's just a lot of 14-inch guns. It's 9 14-inch guns per battleship. What do I have to throw against them? I have 2 very sizable battleships. Unfortunately, some on the older side. This is the Veteran Gamer, a state built from 1940. So seeing as it's 1952, yeah, just turned 1952 right now, that means this ship is relatively old. But she is packing 16-inch guns. Grumpy Guy Gamer, 8 15-inch guns. Then we have the 38 tails with a couple of 18-inch guns, more 18-inch guns. We do not, at the moment anyway, have any of our torpedo spamming warships around. These guys are slow, 24 knots. So this gives me an opportunity to damage some of their ships on our way out. I don't want to stay and fight because I don't think I'll win it. Not against this many ships, but we're going to have a very good try at just damaging as many of their ships as possible before most likely disengaging. With everybody having serious reach, we instantly light up the enemy fleet. I am also going to start instantly turning away because I have not that much of a speed advantage. I can only do 26 knots with this ship. Veteran Gamer can do 25. So that whole disengaging thing, well, it's nice on paper, but whether it'll work in practice remains to be seen. All the heavy cruisers are capable of causing some grief with their torpedo launchers. Maybe that's going to be useful. Their torpedoes only have a range of 14 kilometers, though. Might as well. The rest of the heavy cruisers are kind of scattered. Yeah, let's make one enormous heavy cruiser div. And then we have, well, everything else. That was a lot of incoming shell fire. Who was that targeting? I think it was targeting Grumpy Gamer here. Look at that. That is the effect of all of the firepower from the Italian warships. Well, at least their battleships, that is. That is sizable. Very, very sizable. Oh, something had a flash fire. No. What? I clipped a main tower for 566 points. Okay. And apparently the main tower immediately got blown off. That's agreeable. Alright, battle cruisers. Everybody, follow Yunnan, form up. And let's get out there, bring some torpedoes to the masses. As for the Grumpy Gamer and the Veteran Gamer, holy crap. That rain is making me a bit nervous. You guys are going to continue on starboard. Lanky git and formation. You are also packing torps. You have a range of 17 clicks. That's really good, guys. Unfortunately, you're basically a very big destroyer, giving you only 1 torpedo launcher. That's not ideal. We're going to target the lead formation of the battleships here. There, engage that. Oh, we got the Hawaii here? Oh, that's amusing. The Hawaii is that captured / bargained for American battlecruiser that is packing 14-inch guns, but because I'm running an older version of the game, I can't actually update her. Right now, that is a feature that you have. You can upgrade or you can refit captured ships. But I don't have that feature because I'm still running 1.5.0.1. Now, let's have my guys open up with armor piercing, not with HE. We are targeting what now? What the hell are you shooting? You're shooting a destroyer division. I think not. Over here we have a group of most likely light cruisers. It's too big for a DD. Yeah, 7-inch guns, that's a CL. Okay. Gentlemen. I'm going to need you to start turning to port. We're going to line up. Get the torpedo launchers ready. Get the smoke screens ready. And potentially provide some cover for the battleships. Although the distance between smoke screen and battleship might be too much. Now we've done 1.2. No, we've done less than 1k. The enemy's done 1.2. Mostly against my battleships, thankfully, because the other ships definitely wouldn't survive that. Now, at least these BCs, they can run circles around the enemy. And they have ammunition for quite a while. So they should be more than capable of letting loose on the enemy within their own, let's say their own rule set. Yeah, I see how this is going to work out. It is not. Yunnan, Gili, Mechamedic, split off. Oh, and now you're led by the Mechamedic. Oh no. Primary enemy is still the formation system. Target this. Target that. Target that. Don't torpedo anything yet, please. The rest of you, try to just form something that resembles a line. Smoke. I'd love to torpedo the battleships, but all of these escorts have to go first. And I do only have 6-inch guns. I'm not sure if that'll be sufficient to deal with these cruisers. Don't know what their armor scheme is. Ideally, the heavy cruisers would deal with this. But they're still about 19 to 20 clicks out, so they might not be available. As for knocking out these, this is so that my heavy cruisers, the let's say the Yunnan, the Mechamedic, and the Gili have an opportunity to torpedo the bigger ships. That's the plan, anyways. We're barely landing hits here. You target this. You target that. Yeah, I'm not sitting around with these ships. Not with all the torpedo launchers available. We are going to launch. Lanky get. Target this. Zucheng. Target that. Zhuzhao. Target that. And I'm not even going to try that scramble of words. Or scramble of letters, rather. Oh, torps out. 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 Come on, Lanky get. Launch it. Send it. Excellent. Cancel torps. Reload the torps. Fall back. Join the battleships. Follow these big boys. Hold on for a second. Gili, what's your current speed? 32 knots. Okay. Oh, brother, you're going to face the wrath of the fleet there. Yeah. Well, you got your torps in range. Might as well put them to good work. Oh, it looks like we're attracting torpedoes of our own. Turn to port. Hard turn to port. Got the Yunnan over there. They're still dealing with the small escort screen. You don't have torp range yet, right? You got 14 clicks range. The enemy's slightly farther than that. Unfortunate. There we go. We are dealing good damage against these escorts. That's very useful. These torpedoes, I don't expect a whole lot from them. Mechamedic. Now you can send. Gili, I need you to launch. Thank you. You too. I know I launched with the Gili, but the Mechamedic should be able to dodge that. There you go. We're fine. Second set, out. I'm going to break up that formation. I'm going to tell the Italian ships to start turning around. Who are you? Songjiang. Oh, is that whatever's left of that other division? Yes. Okay. Things are a bit fluid right now. And I don't mean the I don't mean the battle space. Yeah, we're getting some torpedo hits on some of these ships here. Excellent. You guys. Songjiang, you're leading this div. Excellent. Torpedo this. Only you. Not everybody else, only you. Start turning hard to port. Because the enemy definitely has torpedoes in the water. Oh, it could be nasty here. Yeah, it's going to be nasty here. This is going to get all sorts of problematic. Standard torpedo launch, if and when available. They're going to start launching into each other if I don't micromanage this. Stop. Rehe, aggressively launch against... I don't know, that. Just that. Here comes Feng Chan. Zipping over the battlefield at 60 knots. Here we go again. Rehe, dead launch. Excellent. Feng Chan. Disengage from the div. You got a turning circle that is worse than Kerbal Space Program ships most of the time. Launch it. I have to be careful not to scoop up the torpedoes that were launched by my other ships because they're so fast. I need you to manually target that with the main guns. And we really have to scatter these bigger ships here. Target it. Come on. I have now done 327,000 points of damage. 116k of which was with torpedoes. Here's the Ningxia. Selected speed 77 knots. Looks legit. Torp that. Oh boy. Everybody, ceasefire, ceasefire, ceasefire. Don't torpedo anything, if you pretty please. Ow! Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. That's just kind of unavoidable. Ningxia, if you can, disengage. At least the battleships seem to be fairly safe. Yeah. Okay, we got the Mecha Medic over here. You're targeting, I don't know. That was the end of the Ningxia. As expected, really. The whole of this cruiser division deal with the CLs, pretty please. The BCs are still circling the enemy. Sort of. Turn to port. The amount of torpedoes over here is getting a bit out of control. Yunnan needs to disengage. We've sunk another light. We've landed a battleship. A couple of torpedo greetings. Yeah, you got hit by 5, but it only did 14,000 damage. The real win, however, is that the whole formation is now changing course. Oh, there's another torp. And it missed. No, it didn't miss. It was a dud. Ah, yes. The game's starting to run a little bit like a PowerPoint presentation at this. Because, well, it's not exactly designed to take on battles as big as these. I really hope that future games, as designed by Game Labs, will actually utilize more than one CPU core. I think that would greatly benefit all of those involved. My battleships over here have done essentially nothing. The veteran gamer has done no hits. Not for lack of trying, it just hasn't landed a hit anywhere. Can your 8-inch secondaries do anything? Yeah, they should be. Now, I have done a bunch of damage. Some of it to my own ships. Most of it to the enemy. People, if you can just stay in a line, like, it's not extremely difficult what I'm asking you to do. Just stay in one line. That is all. Now, how are we dealing with the light cruiser group here? What is this then? Why are you here? Bloody hell. Disengage. Dongzhan. Detach. Stop. They're also definitely speeding. Stop. Thank you. Oh, they're not speeding that much. Let's target one of the battleships that's broadside on. Pop the torps. You need to turn to port. You need to pop the torps against the Madonna. Oh, we still hit something far in the back. Guess the torpedoes are... Yeah, there's still a torpedo going there. If only I had the cursed fish here. Look at that, there's more in the water. I do believe that the Italian ships were the ones that had a lot of torpedo resistance. So they might not care that they're going to get hit by torps. I mean, sure, it won't look good on the captain, but an anti-torp... Anti-torp 1? Really? But it was the Italians, right, that had the massive torpedo blisters. Is that maybe one of the more updated versions? No, anti-torp 1. Interesting. I thought I had battleships against me relatively late. Oh, it was the Spanish. It was the Spanish. The Spanish had the massive anti-torps. Oh boy. Okay, you did launch your torps. Don't go running around catching torpedoes everywhere, Rehe. If you just stick to 30 knots, you'd be fine. Idiot. Okay, light cruiser done. Yeah, no, let's retreat into the enemy fleet. Let's see how that's gonna go. Target this. Same. Target this. Liguria. Target this. Come on. Oh, there's another one right next to me. Cliff, you can handle that, right? Mr. Richardson. Engage this target. And everybody, for the love of God and my sanity, please stop launching torpedoes. Just stop. Cliff, what the... 85? Cliff is setting a new speed record right here. I knew Chinese invented the gunpowder, supposedly, but they've also invented the afterburner. Gas turbine and a half. How are the battlecruisers doing? Because I do need these in future engagements. Ideally in one piece. They have done... nothing? 89? This is atrocious, gentlemen. Atrocious, I say. Slow down. That was really bad. Yeah. The Gili could still fight, especially against the light cruisers. So you should do that. The heavy cruisers that I have sort of in the middle of their division need to be on their way out. And I believe they are. That's the Cliff zipping around. We still have... No, we had a heavy cruiser there. That's the Ningxia, which is still... Yeah, so that's the thing. Are you actually sinking? Or are you just... What's your speed? No, I can't see that anymore. Because you're dead. Or are you? You're still... You're still doing 76 knots. Oh, it's sinking, alright. Good lord. That has to be the fastest, slowest sinking that I've seen. Ah, we sunk a destroyer. Man. Okay, who do we have here? I think the best part of this whole battle is that nobody knows who's targeting what anymore, and everybody is throwing torpedoes into the water. So the seas are filled with torps. It's just that nobody knows whose torps. And we all have to dodge them. Wait, why is the veteran gamer now part of this division? Oh, let me guess. You ate a few torps? First I need you to break off. Where are you? Here. Yeah, you ate a couple of torps. Time to go. There goes the Yunnan. Time to go. That is not looking very promising, but this division arguably is capable of dodging that by itself. They definitely have the maneuverability for it. What I really want is these battle cruisers with their 18-inch guns to really contribute something to the fight. They just haven't done anything. They're not extremely far away. They've got a very good rangefinder. Generation 2 radar rangefinder is not the best, but it's enough. Oh, but you're targeting something way off in the distance. Oh, you're still trying to sink the Leone. Okay, yeah, that explains it. Switch targets to the Madonna. The state of the Italian fleet is still a bit too good for my liking. They've got too much health between all of them. Oh, hi. I had no idea you were still here. Venezia. Sink the Venezia if you can. Might be the last thing you do. Oh crap, there's 3 more heavies. Alright, Battlecruiser, we're gonna come to a new course over starboard, and thereby hopefully intercepting the heavy cruisers. Gili. You're alone. You're intercepting the Pompeo. This light cruiser seems to be going down. 264. My heavy cruisers, of course, are a bit more expensive, but it's I think it's an acceptable price for a CL. At least in the 1950s. Cliff Richardson has an extreme dodge bonus because of his crazy speed. Are we actually landing any punishing hits on the Madonna at the moment? Parcel pens. Good talk. Oh, right, it's the Italians with their crazy armor. Yeah, these things can definitely take a beating. They cannot take a torpedo, though, so the next fight that these might have against the cursed fish, they're going to be in for a very rough time. We're going to load the armor piercing, and we're going to pummel this ship into the ground. That's the plan, anyways. Of course, we are turning, and as such, potentially unable to put our guns on target, at least for the time being. Hawaii did a whole 585 damage. Well done. Almost no chance to pen. Blocked, ricochet. Crew loss? Oh, maybe. Crew loss could be an option here. Cramped crew quarters. There goes the Luigi. So, just eliminating the crew is a somewhat viable option. That was the Luigi. And there must be Mario. No, that's the Pompeo. You folk are engaging that all by yourselves. Good job. What are you targeting these days? Did you really take a torpedo? Idiot. Doesn't matter. We're on our way out anyway. I'm going to try and disengage with these ships now. Especially this side. Oh, the Songjiang is still in there? See, this is the moment when you do actually activate your afterburners and get out as quickly as you can. We are really not doing anything with AP. HE. These battlecruisers should at this point be turned around, so I can start intercepting these heavies. Unfortunately, the heavies are also intercepting the Jiwang. That's heavily armored? Wow! Ho, ho, ho. Okay, that's a bit more than I was expecting. It's like it's feast or famine with the AI and their armor scheming. Either it's we have no armor, or it's we have all the armor everywhere. There is no middle ground. And this guy went for we have all the armor. Also, they're 600 million a pop, these boats. No, we don't strictly need to ram them. Yeah, this seems to be working out a little better, the HE shells. Because, of course, 18-inch HE is no joke. That will definitely do damage against a ship. Lord of Chains, show me what you can do. I should put those 8-inchers to work against those heavy cruisers here. How far away are they? 15 clicks. Okay, yeah, there goes the Jingwan. These battleships, 2.2 billion apiece. Wow. Pretty expensive. Veteran Gamer, by contrast, 3 billion. This thing has contributed absolutely nothing for the price tag that it has. Bit of a joke. Okay, we're going to switch targets to that. Can high explosive pen that? Not at 15 kilometers out, it can't. Okay, auto select. Hawaii, get your slow butt back in formation. Heavy cruisers here are eliminating the Pompeo. Okay, there goes the Pompeo. It's pretty hard to keep track of where my ships are. And potentially more importantly, how many I've sunk from the enemy. Like, I really don't know. Turn this way. None of that changing nonsense. Okay, you're disengaging. You don't strictly have to. Gili is also trying to disengage. Well, you got torp range. Might as well. We're starting to put some... Yeah, we're starting to put some holes into the Piloto, which is one of those super heavily armored cruisers. 38 tails slamming 18-inch armor piercing into her. That last shell looks decent. Yeah, partial pen only. That's what the armor gets you. What's done most damage? Let me guess. The 9-inchers? Yeah. And then the torps right after it. 9-inchers are a bit unfair to compare because I just had a whole bunch of heavy cruisers. Everything with 9-inch guns. So in that sense, it makes perfect sense that the 9-inch guns did by far the most damage. And then they got the single barrel 10-inch guns. With shortened barrels? It's a really weird ship, the Piloto. Ammo-wise, we can keep it up for a while. Not concerned. Bonk. The amount of punishment that these ships can take is impressive. Do you have the crew to work with that? Or do you have cramped crew quarters? No, you got... Oh, you got spacious crew quarters. Look at you. Well done, that. Where is all that fire going? It appears to be chasing my heavy cruiser. Nope. Really? You're targeting my DDs? No. You're targeting the Rehe. Okay. Fine. You're targeting the veteran gamer. Isn't she way out of your range at this point? 42 clicks. Oh, you can touch that with armor piercing, but you don't load that. Oh, they still have plenty of shells. They can keep it up for a long, long, long time. I do, however, need to start getting a bit worried about the torpedo capabilities of these cruisers. Especially this one, the Santa Maria. No, hold on. You're something else. There goes the Piloto. Excellent. Next, Farnese. Come on, boys. Get your damage in. Are you one of those super heavy armored? Yeah, you are. Lovely. Okay. Come on, BCs. Get the damage in. You can do it. Partial pens only. These things are shrugging off 18-inch shells. It's like firing a Volkswagen Beetle at a vehicle. Like at a ship, and it just ricochets off. Now you're getting it. Ho ho ho! And then some. That did a lot of damage. But the damage is racking up so fast that it's very hard to keep track of it. Hold on, it was 14-inch that did the damage. The Hawaii? Yes, the Hawaii. Impressive. Keep it up. The Hawaii has redeemed itself. Isn't that nice? All these 14-inchers finally coming into use. Sink it. This thing has almost no armor. Good damage. Very good damage. 7,300. Yeah, she's gone. At this point, the Italian battleships are really going to have to make a choice as to what they want to fight. It seems that they have mostly made up their mind and are targeting my battlecruisers. So it's time to start getting away. Please be a dud. You're not a dud. Run. We have done a lot of damage here. Now it's time to disengage. Why the hell are you guys all the way out there? Okay, whatever. I'm targeting a random heavy cruiser here in the middle of the formation, hoping that I can get some stray shots to, well, eradicate a destroyer. You never quite know what you're going to hit. As for the battleships, this ship is generally in pretty good condition, but the problem that I have is that she has no escorts, and she had that whole enemy heavy cruiser screen going for her. At this point, she's already too far away from the battle to be useful. Veteran Gamer took a couple of torps, and I still need that ship intact. So it's going to be disengaging with the battlecruisers, and that ought to be sufficient to give the Italians a very bloody nose, as well as give myself, well, I think maybe 60,000 victory points, somewhere in that range. Of course, that did come at a price. They did a bunch of damage to my ships, and they sunk a couple of my heavies. Alright, let me disengage and see if I can keep these guys alive. So, my bet estimate of how many victory points I would get is not far off, 56k. The enemy gained 13k. I badly bruised one of their battleships. Heavy cruisers took 3 losses, their light cruisers took 7 losses, and their DDs took some losses. I lost 3 ships, a heavy cruiser, a heavy cruiser, a heavy cruiser, and one was badly injured. So that's our first skirmish with the Italians. I'm sure it will not be the last, because I am posing a very sizable threat, and the AI is going to have to do something about that. Exactly how much more they are willing to throw into this fight, that remains to be seen. Because they have plenty of battleships, it's just that they're all in Asia. If only they would send them back. They would probably, and well, very quickly, be able to gain the upper hand. Because as good as, for example, the Cursed Fish ships are, against, I don't know, 10 battleships firing 14-inch high explosive at them, their torpedo tubes, will melt very quickly. Not a very favorable situation to find myself in. So, what I'm going to do is continue this war. I am going to continue this war and make sure that we get a bit more territory in Europe. I feel like I still have to take some territory from the Italians because we might have done a little bit of that down in Africa, but probably not that much. So if we can take northern Algeria and maybe some of the other territories to cut off their access here, that'd be great. But that'll have to be in a future episode. You've reached the end of this supercut. This was another 9 hours of Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, and me droning on about various ships, encounters, and of course the Admiral's logs. I hope you found it entertaining, I hope you found it relaxing, I hope you've, in case you were driving, reached your destination by now. I hope you sailed off to sleep, maybe you woke up already. Let me know what it was that you used this video for down below in a comment. I really am curious to see how you are using this video. Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon for more.